Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against Inspiring Philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against Inspiring Philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against Inspiring Philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against Inspiring Philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against Inspiring Philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against Inspiring Philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against Inspiring Philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates.
Hey everybody, we're going to be live in just 2 seconds. We're just fixing a camera here.
So, just
Already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DebateCon 5, is happening starting on February 5th.
All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience there. We're going to get right to it. I'm your host, Ryan, and tonight we're going to be debating, are there more than two genders? And to get us started, we have PepTalks. So thank you so much for your debut on Modern Day Debate PepTalks, and the floor is all yours.
Hey, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Also, shout out to Andrew for helping me take care of my little problem here. I am PepTalks. I am a political streamer. I have more leftist views than some care to share with me, but I am very open to other people's opinions, especially on my channel. I try to engage in the best faith that I possibly can, and kind of I'm a little too nice sometimes for my own good with my chatters. My main chatters are obviously, they're awesome, but realistically, let's see. Trans issues are pretty much my main issue as far as if you come into my chat and you think, trans rights are not human rights, then I just kind of go, yeah, I really don't want to engage past that much further, but outside of these kind of debates, obviously. And yeah, that's really it, man. And I yeah, 420 friendly. That's what I could say. So sorry, my brain is cooked COVID, so I appreciate the welcome.
No worries. We might do better when we get to the open discussion, because we did just
That's all right,
have
man.
all that teching. But yes, the big thank you to Andrew for helping us through that. It is much better to be able to see the speakers. So I'm going to hand over the rest of the time to Will. So you have up to 10 minutes on the floor. Thanks for being here.
I want to share my screen.
Sure thing. All right. And that is up and running, so I'll start the timer right now.
How much time do I have? 10 minutes?
You have 10 minutes, yes.
Really? We're there. Oh, okay.
All right. So, are there more than two genders? My answer is obviously yes. And spoiler alert, gender is a spectrum. Let's go ahead and get started. So, the first thing I want to address is that gender and sex is extremely easy to oversimplify, because we really want to make the world simple so we easily understand it, but some things in the world are not as simple as we want them to be, and gender and sex are one of those things. Gender and these characteristics that people have is much more nuanced and complex than just pick one of two options. So the graphic I have on the screen here is a very effective tool to understand the complexity and nuance of gender and sex and how they relate to people. So there's three different options on this, three different categories on the screen, and we're going to go through each one. So the first one is gender identity. Gender identity, the most important part about it is that it's purely psychological. Gender identity is something that exists in the mind of the individual, and it is the person's inner opinion about themselves. It is their opinion, and their opinion about themselves could be more on the woman's side, more on the man's side, on both sides as androgynous, or on neither sides, or on something completely different. There is no wrong answer when they choose one, because it is a personal opinion about how they identify themselves. And that's simple enough for gender identity. Gender expression is, in fact, the outward expression and manifestation of a specific kind of gender. And this can include things like how they dress, what accessories they have, the way they talk, the way their mannerisms, and others. And a key point here is that gender expression does not need to match gender identity. They don't have to have the same one. You can have masculine women and vice versa. And then we have anatomical sex. Anatomical sex is the physical characteristics of the person, and those physical characteristics are usually associated with a sex. Those physical characteristics can include things like genital structure and chromosomes and hormonal makeup and bone structure. And these are not binary either. They are also on a spectrum. You can have more female physical characteristics, or male, or both, or neither, or something completely different. There is no one anatomical sex. Now, where there does come in rigid rules is sex assigned at birth. You don't have a lot of options here. You got three. You got female, male, or intersex. And this is where transgenderism comes into play. Transgenderism, well, first let's talk about the DSM-5. The DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and it is the gold standard of psychological medicine in modern day. So it's a very reliable resource here. And the DSM-5 recognizes transgenderism as a person who has gender dysphoria. And gender dysphoria is when an individual's sex assigned at birth does not match their gender identity. That's all it is. And the DSM-5 does not recognize gender dysphoria as a mental disorder or a mental illness, right? It is just a psychological characteristic of an individual. Now, that being said, there are times where gender dysphoria can cause stress and can cause uncomfortableness in the individual. And when we face that situation, we need to look at these individuals as what they are, and they are people in our society, members of our community, and they deserve, being members of our community, they deserve respect and empathy and support when they need it, right? So the question is, how do we support a transgender person when they're going through a stressful situation related to their transgenderism? On the screen, I have 6 individual articles, all up-to-date, modern articles that are peer-reviewed, that all are pointing towards gender affirmation surgeries helping transgenders be more healthy mentally and be further away from depression and suicidal ideation and things like that. This is evidence that gender affirming surgeries does help them. It does support them and makes them stronger for it. And we want to build people up in our society, right? Golden rule. Now, I know some people are very afraid of gender affirming surgeries for transgenders, and there's good news for those people. There's actually a much more effective way to support these people and help them avoid suicidal ideation and depression. That other method has to do with supporting them socially and through empathy and vocally advocating for their support and telling them that their opinions are valid because it is their opinion. And you want to help them because they are valid, and you want to recognize them as who they are and that you respect them openly. That is the #1 way to help transgender individuals. And in fact, suicidal ideation and depression isn't a symptom of gender dysphoria, right? Gender dysphoria isn't what causes those things. Suicidal ideation and depression is the result of your community rejecting you. That is what causes these mental issues in people who are transgender. When your community isolate you and tells you your opinions and your thoughts and your feelings are wrong, that is what causes the mental illness and the depression and the suicidal ideation. That is the problem, not the transgenderism themselves, not the gender dysphoria. So that's a quick summary of my argument, and I think I can wrap it up here. I hope we get into who can use the bathroom. I hope we get into sports. Who can play what sports. I hope we can get into all the gambit of different topics related to this. And I think I'll wrap it up for my time here. Appreciate you guys.
All right, you got it. So we're going to hand it over to the other side and have 6 minutes on the floor per speaker. But if you haven't noticed the big, giant white billboard beside me here, DEBATECON 5 is fast approaching. We're only 2 weeks away. As you can see, featuring Andrew Wilson. He's going to be doing 2 debates on that for the event, I should say.
Possibly 3.
Ooh. Possibly 3. Well, yes. Keep an eye out for that. We'll keep you guys in the loop. It's going to be exciting. But yeah, it sounds like you're going to be our MVP this time. This is going to be in Newark, New Jersey. So if you haven't already checked the link for the tickets below, we are fast selling out those tickets. If you know that you can't make it but you want to help us out, I do have the Indiegogo linked in the description there. Let's see if we can get past that 75%, and I'm going to share that in our chat and see if anybody else is willing to share that, since I know some of our people are live right now. I think Pep's live, maybe Andrew, I'm not sure, but let's get going. Who would like to go first, Andrew or SpeakeaZy? 6 minutes.
Yeah, what do you think, Speaky? Do you want to go, then I go?
Yeah, sure. I got a real short one, to be honest. Yeah, so just want to start off. Thank you to Modern Day Debates for the opportunity. I appreciate it. My name's SpeakeaZy. I go by SpeakeaZy on my channel. I'm a conservative commentator, a debater, a musician, and I run an open panel blood sport every Friday on my channel. It's different than this, but a lot of blood sport debates going on over there. The straightforward answer to the prompt is no. It's a completely barbaric, and it doesn't make any logical sense to even consider more than two genders. There's only two genders based off the biological facts, and that are always, that are and always have been linked to sex and used interchangeably. Humans being classified into male and female or man and women categories according to their reproductive anatomy and chromosomal patterns. Men typically have XY chromosomes, while women typically have XX chromosomes. These chromosomal distinctions are crucial for biological processes, reproduction, hormone production, secondary sexual characteristics. Regardless of whether the individuals have XX or XY, or there's some, I know they're going to point out the individuals with XXY or the reverse. There's only ever two paths a human being can form. And there's some genetic mutations I'm sure the opponents are going to love to bring up. Without this binary understanding of the definition, the definition of man and woman just becomes ambiguous, and it leads to a world where these terms mean absolutely nothing. Like, I can literally just say my opponents are women and I'm right in this chaotic worldview. They can't say no. They have to say yes. In modernity and historically, societies all around the world predominantly only recognize two genders. It's shaped all the legal and medical fields that we stand on today. It's the framework and foundation for all societal organization. So to wrap my part up, to recognize only two genders is deeply rooted in biological science, offering a clear and practical approach to understanding human identity.
All right, you got it. And we'll give the other 9.5 minutes over to Andrew. So yeah, you have up to 9.5 minutes to make your case. And thanks again, SpeakeaZy, for your introduction. We appreciate you being here as well. But with that, we'll hand it over to you, Andrew. Thanks for coming on back to Modern Day Debate.
You know how you can always tell when it's going to probably be a spicy debate is when everybody has a very wrapped up, tight opening statement because they just want to get at each other and get right in the meat of things. I always like that, right? I should bloviate for 9 minutes and waste everybody's time, though, just to be a dick. But I'm not. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I will say to PepTalks TV, it does seem like you are paying attention, trying to be good faith. Just remember that because we have a differing view than you, that doesn't mean that we hate trans people or what, you know what I mean? That's not actually what that means. This is the rhetoric of the Democrats that if you don't believe, you hate. So my opener, again, very brief. The they, them, we, us, Zer, Zy, pers want us to believe the dumbest thing on earth. That is that the Zy, per, Zer is a category which conveys something that isn't complete gibberish. You see, in order to be a Z, they, Zy, Zer, you must simply feel as a Z, Zer, Zy, Zer would feel. What does that feel like? Who knows? Because even if you have the exact same behavior pattern as every Z, Zer, Zy, per on planet Earth, if you identify as a they, them, or we, us, the Zy, Zers, or Z, pers have to admit you are one of the they, thems, or we, us's, and not a Zy, Zer, per Z, right? Here is what this means. It just means that the category of gender doesn't really tell us any information that we can follow coherently. Imagine if we had a chart, like a genderbread chart. And this chart had every category behavior of what is female and what is male, which of course that genderbread chart couldn't have, and it couldn't have it because you can't actually make a chart like that. But if such a thing could exist, let's say theoretically, then I would just kind of like to know, what would it be pointing at? What's it pointing at on either end of the spectrum? It's going to be pointing to male. It's going to be pointing to female. When you say there's a spectrum, what's on either end of this spectrum, right? It's a binary. And so what they do is they put a decimal point inside the binary and try to pretend like this creates some sort of spectrum where there isn't one. Okay. Imagine if we had this chart and this could exist. This technically could exist. It can't. It can't exist. And I'll explain why. This gentleman you can see him doing like the destiny triangles. He can't really tell you what's going to belong inside of this list. Like, if a man wears a dress, does that make him more of a woman? He would say, well, yeah, sure, if he feels like it. If a man has a purse, does that make him more of a woman? Well, sure, if he feels like that. If a woman is wearing pants, does that make her more of a man? Well, sure, if she feels like that. Meaning that you can have somebody who has every single one of these categories, right, and says, I don't feel like that, and they aren't. Or a person who has every single one of those categories and says, I do feel like that, and they aren't. That's why it makes no sense. It's complete gibberish. Imagine, for instance, they say trans rights, right? PepTalks TV says trans rights aren't human rights. When somebody says that, it makes PepTalks upset. But why? Why? You're talking about a fictitious category, not people. So, like, your opponents aren't talking to you about a category that they believe is even real. When we say, so this is where you live in what's called equivocation, right? You both of you live in equivocation. Because you believe that this categorization is real, you say that that's a proper human category. And we just basically say, but wait, that's not a proper human category. We still see these people as human. We just don't see that category as being valid. That's where the great equivocation comes in. They say gender is a spectrum. Gender and sex is an oversimplification, or shouldn't be an oversimplification. That's what the genderbread, which, by the way, they don't even use the genderbread anymore because it's outdated. And here's some of the reasons why it's outdated. He says an oversimplification or can't be an oversimplification. Remember, inside the nuance, what he really is claiming here is that it's just a feeling. Gender is a feeling. That's it. Well, but then he goes on to say, but it's very nuanced and complex. Well, no, the fuck it isn't. It's just how I feel. Now, but if you say that, it opens you up to all sorts of ridicule, right? For instance, if I say, oh, well, I don't feel that you're that thing you feel like you are. Why am I wrong? Well, because I don't feel like you should feel like I shouldn't feel that way, right? It leaves you open to all sorts of criticisms that make zero sense, right? They say a person's inner opinion about themselves is what he says for the genderbread theory. There is no wrong answer, he says. So there can't be a wrong answer then about how I identify them. That can't be wrong. Do you understand? Like, if you say there's no wrong way, remember in his opening statement, quote, it's a person's interfeeling opinion about themselves. There's no wrong answer. Then there can't be a wrong answer about how I feel about their identity. Do you understand? It's the same thing. Gender doesn't have to match sex, he says. Well, yes, it does, because these are the two ends we're using for actually making these categorizations to begin with. They say sex is a spectrum, but then he goes on and he makes a massive mistake, and this is one of the reasons why the genderbread theory should be thrown out. He says that there's three sexes. No, there isn't. There's no, and he'll never find a credible scientific source anywhere that'll ever call intersex a third sex. That's insanity. There is no third sex. Intersex isn't a sex. It refers to variations in a sex and it isn't a sex category in and of itself. It never has been. It's never been classified as one, and it still isn't. It's an umbrella term. Like, for instance, men who have their testicles shriveled due to external conditionals can be considered intersex. They're still men, right? You can't say it's a third sex. And by the way, that would bring up all sorts of problems for you if you even thought that, right? Could the third sex only breed with the third sex? Can the third sex breed with both of the other sexes? Who can the third sex have kids with? Can the third sex, you know what I mean? Like, that makes no sense. They would still fall under a sex binary category for reproduction. That's why it can't be a third sex classification. That is the stupidest fucking thing that I've heard in weeks, postulated by Will, who didn't take 5 seconds to look into whether or not intersex was a sex. I want credible scientific biological classifications for intersex, which make it an actual third sex. Because to my knowledge, there's ova and there is sperm, meaning there's small gametes and there's large gametes. That's it. Is there like a medium gamete? Is there a medium gamete somewhere in there that we could classify as the third sexual gamete? That's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Will? By the way, This is why they stopped using that genderbread man in mainstream trans apologetics. You must be like out of date by a couple of years on your trans apologia, Will, because they don't even use this anymore, bro. Because of these various problems, you should get like the genderbread man 3.0 update version for trans apologia. So just pointing that out. With that, I do think it is important to be completely fair. These guys haven't been assholes yet. We're not going to be assholes to them yet, as long as they stay not being assholes. But I do think it's fair if they want to move outside even the domain of this debate of are there only two genders and get into things like transports and things like this. But we better clear up some of this stuff first to just make sure we're not even talking past each other. Because when somebody says there's a third sex, that to me sounds like the equivalent of aliens just landed on planet Earth. I mean, that is real serious breaking fucking news, ladies and gentlemen. That is something which is like an outlandishly crazy claim to say there's a third human sex, and I can't wait to hear all about it. So with that, I will yield my time over. Appreciate it.
All right, 1 minute left on the floor, so we'll end the timer there. We're going to go into an open discussion, but do want to remind the audience who's watching right now, if you haven't had an opportunity to, because it's very difficult, smash the like button, it's just waiting for you. I also put up a poll in the live chat, are there more than two genders? So let's see where that's at. 17 to 83 right now for no, so 83% on the no side. So keep your votes coming in. Let us know what you think about our debate topic tonight. And also we are going to do super chats at the end, so if you want to ask a question to one of our speakers, like many of the people have already, put it into a super chat and we will ask them out at the end of the debate. With that, I'm going to set a 50-minute timer and I'll check in with you guys as long as things are moving along cogently. I'm going to hand it back over to PepTalks to respond to some of what you just heard, and also Will, and then feel free to jump in there, Andrew and SpeakeaZy.
Well, can I just ask an opening clarifier, right?
Sure.
To Will. Will, who can the third sex reproduce with? Like, who can it? Because I would think that if you say the sex can reproduce with the opposite sex, then that infers a binary. So who can the third sex have sex with and have kids?
All right. So appreciate the question. So intersex is a term that is used to describe someone whose sexual and reproductive autonomy does not fit into the typical definitions of female or male. That is what intersex means.
Yeah, that's an umbrella term. It's not a third sex, though.
That is what. If you don't want to call it a sex?
No. You called it a third sex. I want to know how.
Perhaps you didn't like the way I used that term. That's fine.
How do you use that term where it means something other than a sex that's not male or female?
It means your genitalia or your chromosomes do not match what you typically associate with male or female. That's what it means.
Yeah. So a deformity would be intersex?
If you want to call it a deformity, I'm not gonna
like if you were born.
But
if you were born
in
a
match.
Okay, so if a horse kicks you in the balls and rips off your penis and your balls, are you now a third sex or not, Will?
Well, that depends on what you want to define sex as.
What the fuck do you mean? It depends.
Wait, I mean, if you were in Game of Thrones, technically,
how
technically
do you
they did.
Hold on a second, Will.
Sex,
hold
Andrew.
on, Will. I do want to let Pep in here as well. So over to you, Pep.
I was just saying, in Game of Thrones, technically they did treat the ones that had their dick and balls ripped off as like a third sex, like what they call. God, I forgot what they call them.
A eunuch.
A eunuch, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that was technically a third sex, right? It's not a third sex. So
kinda.
Here's what you're saying.
Think about it. It's putting them in their own category at that point, and it's like
it's not its own category. It's now a man. It's now a man who has lost his penis and balls.
Yeah, but he says it himself that he doesn't consider himself a man anymore in that way.
No. They don't say that they don't consider themselves men anymore.
He did. The spider did.
Andrew, do you define sex based on genitalia?
Hang on. Listen, Will, 1 second. Let us have our exchange. I promise we can get back into it. But I'm not going to interrupt you with your crosstalk with SpeakeaZy either. So just real quick on this. Do you agree with me, PepTalks, that if a dude gets kicked in the balls by a horse and it rips off his penis and his balls, he does not become a third sex?
No, I don't agree with that.
Wait, you don't agree with it?
No, what I'm saying is I don't agree that that automatically makes them a third sex. I think that not having your dick and balls, that doesn't mean anything.
So what makes you a third sex?
Well, have like hermaphroditic tendon stuff.
Hermaphrodites aren't a third sex.
Is that not classified as a third sex?
Nope. Nope.
It's not?
Yeah, not even chimeras. No, not
Oh,
even
okay.
chimeras.
See,
So,
I'm not.
so let me.
honest,
So I'll
I'm
explain it
obsessed
to
with
you.
this, so I don't
Hang
know.
on, hang on. I'll explain it to you. Well, it's not obsession to just know what the fuck you're talking about when you take a position on something.
Fair
right?
enough. Fair enough.
So even when it comes to like chimericism or things like this, it is true that this would be ambiguous, but you only have two developmental pathways, reproductive pathways, only two. And let me explain how I know that that's true, because nobody on planet Earth can impregnate themselves.
Right.
If you had two viable reproductive pathways, you could impregnate yourself, and nobody can.
I heard a story about this when I was like 10 years old.
And there's all sorts. Hang on, there's all sorts of tales out there about people who possibly could have or things like this. It can't be done. You cannot have, because the human body only has so much space for so many organs, and you only have two reproductive pathways you can go down. Only one of the two is ever going to be viable. That's why sex is a binary. It has to be.
Wait, so
hang on,
I'm actually asking.
Let me finish, and I'll answer.
I'm
almost done.
Hold on, let's let Andrew put a bow on
I
it.
just want to. I
do
just
have to
want
let
to.
them.
Yeah, I just want to finish this point
as well.
So really simple. Okay. There's only two developmental pathways for sex. There's no third pathway for sex. If there was, I would agree with you. If there was a third developmental pathway for sex, I would say there could be three sexes. But because there's only two developmental pathways, there can only be two sexes. You can have ambiguity inside of those two pathways.
These developmental pathways, and I keep saying, thinking, well,
you can only ever impregnate the opposite sex. You can't ever impregnate somebody who's not that.
Yeah, but
so there's only two pathways.
Just basic sex and
right,
gender thing. So again, this is based on like the like identity part of it, where it's kind of like, see, I'm all about just respecting people, whatever they want to be called. Like, because I go back to when I was like in kindergarten, and the first time that somebody said, "Hi, my name's Timmy," and I didn't call them Jimmy, kind of thing. It's kind of a simple respect issue.
Yeah, but you can't. Okay, and I think that's fair to say, but it's unfair to say. Well, I'm here to talk about the identity basis of this, which is fine, but then don't make claims about sex.
Right,
don't make claims about there being a third sex. Like, that's
again, this is where I wasn't trying to like be bad faith in my joke. I was actually being kind of a little serious. You guys are more focused on this, way more than like any leftist content creators. I can tell you that. Right?
Give me a break.
You for real, man. Like, no, you made debate them, but I can
Destiny, Demon Mom. I mean, dude, I can literally name so many content creators who are obsessed with this.
You're using three people that have literally been ostracized by the leftist community. Like,
they haven't been ostracized by the leftist community. Destiny was your fucking rock star until he diddled the wrong piddle and sent out the wrong video. He was your fucking rock star last fucking week.
To the wrong guy on that one.
No, I never. Just 1 second there, guys. Let's wheel it back in. So SpeakeaZy, you were trying to jump in there on the point. So go ahead.
Oh no, it's just when he said about like, oh, I just want to respect people. So like, if people want you to call them master or king, you're gonna do this too. Is that what you're saying?
No, dude.
It's not very respectful.
Why don't you respect
Call me king, baby.
The rest of the debate, I would like you to call me master.
Hold on. Actually, if that's your name, SpeakeaZy, then maybe. I mean, I have met some people that have some weird ass names, and if like I would feel like I'll say this.
I want you to call me master. All right.
Well, hold on. I'll say this. I'll just ask you at that point, just because I want to be consistent in my values. I'll just be like, all right, show me your legal ID that now says that your name is Master, and I will call you Master.
No, it's my identity. It's my identity.
Show me on your identity where it says Zer.
See, I thought that's where I was muted. No, I always thought the Zer stuff was always ridiculous, and I thought it was.
But that's how they want to be identified, bro. That's how they want to be identified.
Yeah, but it's nothing that is ever really brought up, like outside of these little debates. I got to be complete. Like, dude, I'm coming from a perspective of lived experiences. Like, I have a lot of I have one friend specifically that is one of my best friends. I'm literally going through this with her, where I see the hate. I see the blatant hatred, and I see how she's treated differently. I see exactly what she's worried about right now, and it's not fair, man. Like, I don't like second-class citizenry. That's why
not second-class citizenry. Like, if you, let me ask you this: like, if you said to me, "Listen, affirm I'm the Queen of France, or I'm going to kill myself," right? Should I affirm that you're the Queen of France?
How convicted is this person?
They're very convicted.
Yeah, well, I mean, does it hurt you to say it?
Can you answer my question without asking me one?
Well, I mean, no then, because honestly.
No. Why?
Because it costs you nothing to say that to save somebody's life.
So you should affirm the delusion of somebody reaffirm the
To
untruth.
save their life? Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Not a
So
delusion.
hang on. So in this case, would you roll out a red carpet, put a robe on them every morning?
Why do you think that's what's happening? See, you
I'm-
guys
Gender
like
identity
you do
isn't
this
a
weird
delusion.
Can you
conflation.
answer? Can you answer
No,
my
here,
question?
William, I'll let you take over. After
No,
this,
no,
but-
William.
That-
Let's not let you
no,
take
I think
over
I
until
will
we're
take
done with
over
our
because
inquiry.
PepTalk
Yeah,
is done talking and he's handing it over to me.
Okay,
Andrew.
got it. So we can't
I
finish our
appreciate you,
exchange.
Andrew. So it is not a.
I'm sorry, I can't answer
illusion
any of
to
your
have
questions.
a
I'm gonna have to
gender
turn it over
that
to
you're
Speakeasy.
identifying
My
with, because
bad.
a gender is a
I have to turn it over to
psychological
Speakeasy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
property.
to
Gender
take
is
over.
purely
And
I have to
I
take
take
over.
call me
Hold on.
master, please.
I'm not. I can't answer
I
any of your
feel like
questions.
master.
Speakeasy has to take over, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right, so
So
I do
gender
want,
is purely
hold on.
psychological.
Okay.
Gender is purely psychological. It is something that exists in the mind. It is not a delusion. It is an opinion. It is just as real as your favorite color. And
Now,
you
are
cannot
there-
be wrong about
Just
your
one
favorite
second.
color, right?
Okay. What's a delusion?
A delusion is something that doesn't exist that you believe does exist. Now, your opinions.
Wait. That's
do
what you
exist.
just said. Wait. Your opinions.
Opinions exist.
Okay.
Right?
So if
Opinions
it's your
exist.
opinion, you're the Queen of France. It's true.
Queens are real measurable constructs.
How
in
do you measure a
society.
queen?
It is a intersubjective aspect of our society. We know
Yeah,
what a
that's
queen
not
is.
telling me how you measure what a queen is. How do you measure it?
Okay, you know what a queen is. I'm not going to explain to you what a queen
No,
is.
I need you to
But
explain to me what a queen
gender
is.
a specifically an identity.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't
something
know.
that
Stop running away,
manifested
dude.
in
Hold
your
on.
mind.
You see,
A
you're just
queen-
running.
Just
A
hold on a
queen-
second there, Andrew.
a queen
so he
is
can
a-
make his point.
a
and then
title.
we'll have some back and
A
forth.
queen is a title.
A
How
queen
do
is
you
a
objectively
title.
measure what a queen is?
Objectively, you don't, because it's an
You don't.
intersubjective reality. It's an intersubjective reality that we all agree upon. It is very
Oh,
different than
I
a gender
see.
identity. It is very different than a gender identity.
How is it
because
different?
we don't always all agree about what gender identity means.
We don't always all
It's
agree on
something
what a
that-
queen is.
That's why it's intersubjective. Yes.
Right. So then this would also be intersubjective.
Yes. Yeah, it's
So
partially
then
intersubjective.
you just defeated your own argument. That
I
makes no
didn't, I
sense.
didn't.
You said
Intersubjectivity is
Here,
something that you cannot
let me
measure
steel
in
man.
reality.
Well, I'll steel man it. I'll steel man it so you know I don't get it wrong. He says, ladies and gentlemen, the reason that this is different than if you affirm that you're a queen is first he says because you can measure it, right? I say you can. How do you measure what a queen is? He says, well, you can't because it's intersubjective. And I say, well, wait a second. This also sounds intersubjective. He says, no, it's not. And then 5 seconds later says, no, you're right. It is intersubjective. Can't be measured either. So it's just an affirming opinion. So when he says it's not delusional, he would have to admit, because it's intersubjective, that if you claimed you were a queen, that wasn't delusional.
Okay.
Why would that be
a
delusional?
a gender identity is about your own perception about yourself. It cannot be wrong.
Like I'm a
It cannot
queen.
be wrong. No.
Why am I not a queen?
Well, you can believe you're a queen. That's
Yeah.
fine.
What makes it
Like,
wrong?
It's not wrong because you're not using the legal
Then it's the
term.
same
Andrew,
criteria.
just real quick, I want to ask: do you like tell
Then it's, do you
5-year-olds that they're
understand
not
that?
Spider-Man?
Hang on. Do you understand that then you're giving me the same criteria twice and saying one is a delusion, one is not, but not the threshold breaker for what makes one the delusion and one not.
One is, so hold on. An intersubjective reality is something we all agree upon that we have in existence.
We
that
don't all agree on intersubjective reality, or it wouldn't be intersubjective.
No, it can be intersubjective and us all agree upon it.
Yeah,
as
it
well.
can be intersubjective and we all agree, but you said intersubjective means we all agree. That's not the case.
Right. Okay. The main point I'm making is gender identity is the way you think about yourself on the inside. That is real. That is your identity. That is how you feel, right?
Yeah, I'm a queen. That's how I feel.
Okay, you can feel that way. It doesn't mean you have the power of a queen.
Okay,
You know what I'm
well, wait a second. What would make that a delusion, though? It doesn't mean you are a woman because you feel like a woman.
Well, let's define a queen, right? A queen is someone who has power. A queen is someone who has rules over.
No, you
Oh,
can
what
be a
is a
queen. The Emperor Napoleon was in Alba, had no power. He was still an emperor.
Napoleon from France?
Yeah, Napoleon Bonaparte.
He
correct.
had a lot of power.
He didn't have any power when he was in
tactic.
exile on an island.
Okay, he wasn't It wasn't.
Yes,
in
you can
charge
have
when he was-
kings. You can also have kings who have no power who are prisoners. You can have
Then
kings
you're
who
not
have no
a
power
king.
who are just born and have no power. How can somebody
No.
who's a crowned king is just born have power? How do they exercise power, sir?
This is a silly argument.
No,
Kings
what's silly
is-
about it?
This is silly.
effectively have
Alright,
What's
power.
silly about it?
If kings have power, the fact that you're trying to stretch the argument to genetics is really
Well, how much
stretching.
power?
It's still
Like,
really
am I the
reaching.
king of my house?
Dude, you're just going
No,
off your own
because you're-
argument.
because you're
Like,
making up
you're so far
definitions.
off base.
Yeah, you're trying
Just
to
say
make an
that's an
arbitrary
assertion.
definition.
That's an assertion. Here's my argument.
It's not
My
an
argument is
assertion when
simple.
literally you're off.
If I
the
say
point.
that I'm the queen, if I say I'm a queen, you say
Mhm.
that's delusional.
Yes.
I want the metrics for what makes that delusional, but if I identify as a sex that I'm not,
Andrew,
that's not.
No,
It's
I'm
because
dead
a
serious now.
queen
Do you
has a-
think that when kids say they're Spider-Man that they're delusional?
No,
Like, seriously.
no.
Then what is your problem?
Well, wait.
Queen has a
But
well-defined
kids are using their
definition.
imagination, right? If
Queen
the
is
kid wanted to
explicitly-
be
Squeezy's trying to jump
Spider-Man
in,
and
guys.
jump off the roof, I wouldn't tell the kid, "Yeah, you're Spider-Man."
But
Go
they're
ahead.
wrong. I would tell the kid they're wrong.
Queen is a defined term that has specific attributes, right? It has to do with either, if you really want to bring it down to genetics, then
Yeah, but it's
fine, you
intersubjective.
can
The
use that.
attributes can be whatever you want them to be because it's intersubjective.
That's true, but in our world, in our definition, we have all agreed upon
No,
general
we haven't all agreed.
about queen.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know what a queen is.
I don't know what you call a queen and why I
You
couldn't
don't-
be one if I wanted to be.
You can't think of what a queen is, what any attribute a queen has.
Hey,
You can't do that.
There's
Sure.
those rappers
What does that have to do with
that call
anything?
themselves
That's the
queens all
difference.
time. Why are they not
I can
queens?
think of all sorts of attributes a woman has, and that's how I could tell you're not one.
That's no. A queen.
That's the same argument,
No,
bro.
queens have physical rule. In
Yeah,
society,
so do
right?
females. Yeah, that's correct. Females also have. In fact, I would say there's more agreement on what a woman is than what a queen is. Intersubjectively.
An identity is how you think about yourself. A queen is not something you think about yourself because queens have physical manifestations in reality other than just it being in your mind, right? Queen is not a identity that you have in your mind. And if
Neither
it
is your sex. That's not just an identity you have in your mind.
So do any identities just exist in your mind, Andrew?
Are they just constructs of the mind?
Yes.
Some.
Okay, so they can exist.
But that's not what's in dispute.
Yeah, of course it is. That's
What's
the
in
entire
dispute? What's
disputation.
in dispute is what makes an identity delusional or not.
No. But we agree that some identities can exist solely in the mind and not in the physical world around us, right?
Yeah, I would say that there's all sorts of things we could identify or
now,
classify.
one
that
of
way.
those things is called gender identity.
Yeah, but what makes a thing which you classify as an identity in your mind delusional? What would make it that?
It's not delusional. It's
I
your
didn't ask you
opinion.
what is delusional. I said what would make a thing in your mind a delusion. What?
Okay. It's when you believe something that
doesn't
should
correspond with
manifest-
reality?
Yes.
Okay, great. You, if you're a male and you claim that you're a woman, and the way that I categorize these things, along with the rest of most of humanity intersubjectively, is that a woman means adult female, then you have just refuted your own argument, sir, because what you're stating is very simply that, hey, this doesn't correspond with reality. If indeed if I grant your argument, though, you still destroy it. And here's how. Because even if I grant that what you're saying is true, then that would mean that a queen then does correspond with reality just as much as gender does, as long as it's your own self-identification.
No, queen has physical manifestations outside of their own mental
So does
capacity.
woman. So does woman.
Incorrect. When you're
That's not
talking about
incorrect.
the context, when you're talking about the context of a gender identity, you're incorrect. If you're talking about the context of a gender expression, you might be more on the correct side of things. And if you're talking about anatomical sex, then you are very much.
Well, help me out here then. I'm sorry. What's a gender expression pointing at?
A cultural acceptance of a certain type of gender.
And that type of gender is utilizing the attributes of one of two sexes. Is that right?
No.
It's not?
No, it doesn't have to correspond with a sex. No.
Then how do we know whether or not, or which is male or which are female attributes?
It's a cultural accepted feeling. It's a cultural accepted opinion. It's
And
an
what are those?
intersubjective
What are
reality.
those cultures pointing at, though?
An intersubjective reality.
Yeah, but what are they pointing at? They're pointing at man and woman, right?
Right,
Like
it's
if you
what-
play,
yeah,
like
okay.
if you play with dolls, right?
The stereotype.
And that's
yes,
considered
it's the stereotype.
feminine, right?
It is.
Okay,
It is.
and so when I say it's considered feminine, what am I pointing at?
The intersubjective reality that
No,
we've
what am I?
constructed.
What I'm pointing at the behavior
wait.
this sex
No.
has.
It is intersubjective reality. That you're pointing at an intersubjective reality that we have constructed as a society. That's what you're pointing at.
That's not what's in
which
dispute.
is a stereotypical.
It's not what's in
feminine
dispute. Why are you
attributes of
arguing things we're not disputing?
women?
Here, let me explain what's in dispute. What's in dispute here is just this. I'm going to concede a whole bunch of your points because they're irrelevant. Okay, so let's get through the concessions
Fantastic.
very quickly first, so that we can get back to the topic. I will concede the point that intersubjective realities not only are possible but happen all the time. There's no doubt about it. What we're talking about is what makes one delusional, an intersubjective reality. It can't just be agreement. Because if that's the case, then the only thing that makes you delusional is that most of us agree you are. But you said, no, that's not the case. It has to actually be something which just doesn't correspond with reality. What I'm saying to you is that any of the things that you consider to be gender attributes or conditionals for gender are actually pointing at sex And that's where they get the feminine, masculine portion to associate gender to begin with. So we are pointing at something. You see what I'm saying? Because we're pointing at those things, that's not intersubjective now. Now we're talking about biological correspondence with reality. So that's how I can make the same determination you can about delusion. You would have to agree that's true.
So I think I see maybe some disconnection here. I think it'd be helpful if you were more persistent on labeling what you're talking about as gender identity versus gender expression. Gender expression points to a intersubjective reality we have constructed. Gender identity does not point to an intersubjective reality.
So you don't have to have any expression for gender?
No.
Then it's just I am this, so I am.
In your mind, yes. For gender identity.
So how would that correspond with reality?
Gender identity does not correspond with reality outside of what is in your own mind.
There we go.
Outside of what is in your own mind.
If it doesn't
correspond,
correspond with reality, exit whatever you decide in your own mind, right? Then you've just determined it's a delusion.
It's not a delusion at all. It's a psychological manifestation.
Then what is a delusion?
It is a psychological attribute of your mind.
Then what's a delusion?
It's like you're saying me liking the color red is a delusion because or it's my favorite color is a delusion because favorite colors don't exist in reality.
No, that's
favorite colors don't exist. You can't measure favorite colors.
You guys,
it's actually
I was
a terrible argument that makes my point for me.
Sorry, you guys were riffing. It might be a good idea, though, if you guys want to give some final thoughts on this, and then we can move into some of those social issues that you guys were discussing earlier, such as bathrooms and sports. So you guys can pick your poison, but maybe if you want to
hard to get past this.
If you guys,
this is really important.
You guys can keep riffing if you'd like to. I'm just kind of wheeling it out there for our audience, but
you want variety.
Let us know in the audience what you'd like to hear.
While
they smack that like button.
I have a quick question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what Will is saying here. So you're saying with my identity, I could be a woman and still look exactly like I do right now, and you should respect me and say I'm a woman. Is that what you're saying? And I'm also a man. So my gender expression is a man, and I'm a woman. So I'm a woman, man.
Yeah, it's just a mind state.
Your gender expression
at that point, isn't it just
can be masculine. Your gender expression can be masculine, and your gender identity can be a woman. That is correct. You can be a masculine woman. You can be a I said you can be a masculine woman. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm just wondering.
Then I'll even for the sake of argument grant this just to wreck this too. If that is the case, Will, if it is the case that it's just an idea of a mind state, and so there can't be any untruth to it. It's just my mind state.
Yes.
It's just my mind state of identity. Would you agree then that something like Christianity would be that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And the Christian mind state is to make determinations about what are men and women. That is our mind state. It's part of our ethos. So if that's the case, hang on, Will. So if that's the case, Will, that this is just a mind state, then this also is true. Christianity is true. Just like this is true because of the mind state. So if that is the case and Christians say, well, you're not a woman, they can't be fucking wrong. They can't.
So you can't be wrong because in your mind, that is what you've constructed. You're right. Just how a gender identity cannot be wrong.
So tell me why Christians are supposed to call these people men and women. If they can't be wrong about
actually,
not
hold
doing
on. I will step in on this one. No, because no. Andrew, hold on. How come Christians expect us to respect their religious views, especially widely in this country?
Because it's a mind state and you got to do what we say.
No. I mean, I know you're being cheeky here, but no, come on.
No, I'm not being cheeky. Either Andrew, you respect me being a Christian or I'm going to kill myself.
Andrew, I don't think you understand.
Now do it. I want God.
You don't understand respect.
I want God on the dollar bill or I'm going to kill myself. I want prayer in school or I'm going to kill myself. Yeah, I want the affirmation of my religion or I'm going to fucking kill myself.
So
hang on, stop, bro.
Is your name PepTalks?
Is your name PepTalks, bro?
I can discuss anything.
Can I finish my combo?
I can respond to you while you're talking.
Can I finish my combo?
I don't want to put
people on. This is a 2v2, bud.
Yeah, I know. And can we at least get that 1v1 part of the 2v2?
You've been talking like...
Guys, I'm just the COVID spectator here, guys.
I do want to give them a chance to have their back and forth. I'm sorry to put you on mute there, Will. It's just too much crosstalk. So I do want Andrew to have a chance to engage with what Pep had asked there, just because Pep hasn't had a lot of time on the floor.
No, actually, I do mean that, though, because I came from religion, and I can tell you right now, in my religion, in the evangelical sect that I came from, we definitely pressed dude, missionaries, all of it. It was the entire mission was about going and converting people. And it was because we viewed them as, oh, you're sinners, you're not saved. So we were putting our belief system on them. I turned around and said, okay, that's just inherently wrong. So I understand kind of where you're coming from. Like if this was being shoved down your throat the way that you claim it is, but it just isn't.
Well, hang on, Pep Talk. Let me respond. I'm going to pass it over to SpeakeaZy. Will's right. Me and him have had most of the engagement. I agree with that. But the thing is, bro, it's like, this is really simple. Just think about what you've actually stated here. You said, if somebody said that they were a queen and you didn't believe them, right, you would still treat them as a queen, right? Because if you didn't, they'd kill themselves. That's what Pep Talk said. No, it is. You can rewind the tape. Will, do you want to bet me $100 bucks?
You can clip it all you want, dude. But in the context
$100?
of somebody standing on a bridge saying that they're going to off themselves, and I just happen to be walking by, and they're just like, "Call me the Queen of England now." But and they have like even worse. Then they have a gun to their head.
So then what you're saying, hang on, Pep Talks. Then what you're saying is this: if there's a school, right, or where 13 Christian kids all put guns to their head and say, "We want prayer in school," or else, are you going to do it, Pep Talks? Are you gonna give them prayer in school?
Well, I can't give them prayer in school.
You're
asking me something that's solely impressive. No, hold on, Andrew. This is the bullshit argument that I'm going to call out real quick. What you just did there is you pivoted to something that's so unrealistic from a situation that is totally realistic. You could totally run it. Hold on, just stop. You can run into somebody that is going through something like that, and then you can just make a capitulation, even if it is, giving into their delusion at that time. I don't care what it is. If it's saving that one person's life at that time, I don't see the problem with that.
Okay, so then here's the thing. First of all, a hypothetical doesn't need to be realistic. It only needs to align.
I understand that, but you're playing in it.
Bro, I didn't interrupt you. Just let you talk.
Sorry, you're right.
So the idea here is, if it is the case that 13 Christian students said prayer in the school or else, and you are the unilateral dictator of the United States, are they going to get
if I have that kind of power, then yeah, sure.
Then they can pray. They're going to pray in school?
No, but okay,
so if they say all schools.
No, all schools?
Yeah.
No, greater good, buddy. Bye.
Oh, so then they would all go for the greater good. So then I got to ask you something. If more than half of the world's population, well, actually it's far more, 70% of the world's population is religious. And
I hope I'm engaging in this.
Yeah, if 70% of the world's population is religious, right, then by your very harm definition there, that it causes them harm by affirming this, then you shouldn't actually push for it because you're causing harm. Do you understand that?
Okay, I kind of get where you're going with that, but no, I disagree entirely. I disagree that the harm is being done by us propagating like their identity. I don't think that like them wanting to be identified as something else is actually causing any harm.
Yeah, but what if 70% of the planet, right, followed a various or let's just say, roughly 4 billion people or 5 billion or 6 billion people followed a certain set of religious ethical values. And part of that identity, which you affirm is a legitimate identity, is to not call these people by these preferred pronouns. There's very few of these people who demand to be called by the preferred pronouns. You would actually be affecting billions of people based on the few. And when I test your logic the other direction and say, well, what if this few was going to unalive themselves who happen to be Christians? You'd say for the greater good, we would have to let them do it. So tell me something, sir. In the reverse, why would it not be the case that Christians and Muslims and things like this shouldn't say, well, for the greater good, if you're going to unalive yourself, all right.
Andrew, why is it lying to use their pronouns? Why is it lying?
Well, whether it objectively is lying or not, you would have to agree with me that the idea from your perspective, from the idea from Christians and Muslims, etc., is that it is.
Yeah, why do you think it's lying?
Whether or not it is or not, it's irrelevant. It's
not
even relevant.
Think it's lying?
Why? Tell me why that's relevant.
Because it's not lying, and I can explain to you why it's not, and you might be convinced.
Yeah, but who are you arguing at that point? What are you arguing?
I'm arguing
what's
the
point of the principle of the argument? Let's just say I'm wrong, and I just believe it's lying. So what?
I can tell you why it's not.
Why does it matter? Even if you were
because
to
then it wouldn't be harming you if you're
even if you proved it to me, if I still believe it's a lie, it doesn't matter.
I'm trying to convince you it's not a lie.
That's nice. I'm not here to be convinced whether it's lie or truth.
No,
I'm here to make the determination of whether or not it's a greater harm or lesser harm. If this many people believe it's a lie,
Andrew, you're concerned about the harm it's going to bring to
believe
Christians. You're concerned about the harm it's going to bring to Christians.
Well, not
they're
just
gonna
Christians,
lie,
Muslims too.
whatever. They're gonna lie, and that would harm them because they are going to be lying in their brain, right?
Yeah.
I can talk to you and tell you why you're not lying, so you would not be harming this person.
How would that contend with the argument, though?
Like,
Because
what
you
if you
wouldn't be
can't
harming
convince
Alright,
yourself.
hold on, fellas. Let's speak
You're
easy.
just assuming that you can convince all these people. What if you can't?
That doesn't contend with the argument.
That is perfect. That is a next step in the argument.
Okay, here.
I would like to explain why it's not
here.
right.
One second, guys,
just for the purpose of good
nobody
faith.
can hear
Here we go.
SpeakeaZy.
You ready? I'll show you. I grant your argument. Just grant, for the sake of argument, I grant it that I was wrong. Now, can you contend with my argument?
Then now you agree it's not harming yourself by using their pronouns.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't contend with my argument.
No, but your whole argument is it's harming you, so you shouldn't use people's pronouns.
No. It didn't. It's not me. It didn't say me specifically. The entity, which is Andrew Wilson. So even if I grant this, even if I were to just grant it for the sake of granting it, it does not contend with the argument. Would you please contend with the argument, please, Will?
I guess I'm lost in what you're arguing.
Okay, here's my argument.
That was a part of
here's
it.
my argument, right? There's way more religious people on planet Earth than there are people who are trans, who want to be called by certain pronouns. Because that is the case. If all of those people are, if you're asking every single one of them to respect and affirm a thing they believe is a lie, whether it is or not, Will, they just believe it is. They just believe it is, Will. Then can you show me how it is that under the harm threshold, those people aren't being more harmed?
They believe it's a lie because they don't understand what gender identity is.
Who cares?
That's
why?
If they
it doesn't
understood
matter
reality.
Why. It doesn't matter why. That's not how the harm principle works.
Let's give William a chance now.
Will, it wouldn't matter why they thought it was a lie.
I had the floor.
We're going to just give him a chance. Sorry, we're going to put you on.
I believe the topic of this debate is there two genders? Not does everyone think there's two genders? Not what's everyone's opinion on if there's two genders? Is there two genders in reality? Not in the mindset of certain religious
people. Based off your argument,
that's
what matters is if everyone thinks. That's what
absolutely not. That is not what I said at all. If you listen to any of my argument. You listen to any of my argument, gender identity exists in here in your mind.
Right,
it doesn't matter if anyone agrees with you or disagrees with you. It exists here, and you cannot take that away from me. You cannot take that away from anybody.
But why can you take away from me how I feel about yours?
I'm not taking away from you at all.
It's
you
not
can
lying.
believe anything you want about me.
Lying,
because
no, actually, to your point, SpeakeaZy, I think you would have a problem if somebody tried to do that to you, though, wouldn't you?
We do. They're called trans people. They're trying to do it right now.
You can't take someone's identity away. It's
what are they taking away
no
from
matter
you?
What you do, you cannot take someone's identity away. You can force them to change their gender expression. That would be horrible.
Searches?
That'd be horribly inconsiderate.
Now, Will,
you can force them to align with what anatomical sex they like, and that's also very unkind. But you can't take away their gender identity. That's untakeaway.
Can you take away their religion?
No, you can do it in your bedroom.
Okay, so here's the thing. So here's the thing. If this is a category of the mind,
yes,
is lying a category of the mind?
Oh my God. Can you get to your point?
Is lying a category of the mind?
It's an interesting question. No.
Okay.
An interesting question that makes him sound like he's got the one up in this debate, but it has nothing to do with this.
So it's not. Well, actually, no, it does, and I'll tie it in just a few seconds. And you're gonna feel dumb, even though you should feel dumb anyway, because you haven't made a cohesion point. But anyway, what makes it not a category of the mind?
Because you can say things that are false objectively.
Okay, but objective means not dependent on mind.
Yeah.
So
that's why I said it's not a feature of the mind.
Okay, so when you say lie, you're saying that there's objective truth. There's truth which is not mind dependent.
Yeah, there's objective truth.
How would you determine that objective truth absent of mind?
You don't know what's objective truth.
So you couldn't determine what is objective truth?
No, but you can tell what's more likely.
So then that wouldn't be objective, though.
Statistics aren't objective?
No. Well, they are.
Of course,
if you're saying objective would mean mind independent. So statistics would be subjective.
Statistics are mind independent, Andrew.
They are?
Yes.
They don't need to be interpreted by mind?
Statistics are statistics. They exist independent of minds.
How?
Math exists independent of minds, right?
Does logic exist independent of minds?
No, that's different.
Well,
Very
I'm
different
sorry. I'm sorry.
quantities.
Isn't logic a mathematical expression?
No,
not?
mathematical expressions are a subcategory of logic,
Oh,
right? And
I didn't know that.
math quantities exist independent of humans, right? So if quantities exist, then things can be grouped together
Uh-huh.
without a human being there to group them together, right?
So math is mind independent, but not logic.
You changed my mind. Math is mind dependent.
Okay, math is mind dependent.
Yes, I'll give you that.
Oh, okay. So then, how do you know what's objectively true then?
Because of measurements that are external.
But that would be independent of mind.
Yeah, that's
You just
what makes
said
it
math is
objective.
mind dependent.
Math
That would
is
be
mind dependent.
subjective.
Wait,
right.
measurements doesn't mean math.
Did you
You
want
can
to
take
I'm sorry,
measurements
what?
without math.
How do you measure something without math?
You ever heard of a ruler?
What does a ruler use?
Numbers aren't math. Numbers isn't 2 + 2. Numbers is counting, right? There's a different
Wait,
thing.
I'm sorry.
Math.
I'm sorry. Are numbers a representation used mathematically to express something?
Numbers are measuring a distance isn't the same as calculating a distance, right? Those are two different concepts.
How do you measure something without math, sir?
Dude, I feel like we need way more joints in this for this to be a conversation.
I'm serious. Now I'm seriously
is-
confused. How do you measure a thing without
How do you
mathematics?
measure math, bro?
I think a child can count without understanding math, right?
Yeah, but they're not
that make
doing
sense?
math.
Exactly.
They're not measuring
exactly.
something.
Oh, perfect.
What are they
you
measuring?
You can count without needing to understand math.
That's
right?
just math,
A child
right?
can
That's
do
just
that.
mouth
Oh, I
noises.
love that you didn't
That's
get
mouth
into that.
noises.
You can count the number of apples on my
pattern.
table.
Come on.
You can
Wait,
count
no,
the
you're not. No. You can't count the number of apples on the table, right? Unless that's dependent on a mind, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then when we're talking about mind-independent concept subjectivity, you think truth itself
Wait,
is
so
subjective.
do you think vegetables actually
No.
have an objective?
Well,
like,
okay. Well, then
concept of reality?
wait. Hang on. Here's
No,
why
for
this
real
is.
though, Andrew. Like,
I'm going to answer the question. Let's finish our engagement real quick. The reason that this is so important is because if you say these are all categories of the mind, including lying, right? That he can't even say that Christians are lying. Like, couldn't even say that they were lying or that trans were telling the truth because these are just subjective categories based on your internal mindset. Like, there's no real objective truth anyway, right?
So fundamentally speaking, Andrew, if we really want to fundamentally question the reality of the universe, yeah, we could be in the Matrix.
I'm not
Andrew.
trying to do
We could
that,
be.
though. That's not what I'm
Yes,
trying to do.
That's exactly what you're
Nope.
doing.
I'm not even trying to get into metaethics. I'm just trying to say,
No, it is.
if it is the case that, well, then the metaethics are starting with you by saying because it's a mind state, it's true. You would be the one making the first metaethical claim, not me. So if that's or metaphysical claim, that would be you. You would be getting into the meta first, not me. So what you're saying is this is true. That's a truth claim, right? So if that's the case, is it subjective? Are lies a product of the mind? Or are they not?
Lies are product of the mind, yes. But
okay, well then you can't say that we're lying.
Let me finish my
bro.
response. You let me. You gave me.
All right, go ahead.
Chill. Okay. So, does objective truth exist? Yes. Are we going to be able to comprehend it with absolute certainty? No. Those are two different categories. So, although I can be very confident about something is true, can I say it's true with 100% certainty? No. Does that help?
Like truth apt, you mean?
I don't know what that is.
Truth like.
Not that it isn't
you
fun.
You can't make the determination that something's 100% true or 100% false, but
That's
it's truth apt, like
Right.
true enough, maybe.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
Right. That's not exactly what truth apt means, but like close enough for what it is
Yes.
you're trying to express.
I would like to jump
Well,
in here, guys.
what I'm trying to say is just this, right?
All right,
And then I'll
we can
finish.
do it
I'll
real
finish it
quick.
here so that you can move it along, and I'll let you respond to it. What I'm saying is that if it is the case that you just believe Christianity is a mind state, and you believe transness, whatever that is, or gender is just a mind state,
Yeah.
and you agree both are equally true by that categorization, which you've agreed, both are equally true. If lies are dependent on the same mind, which grants that these things are true, these can't be lies. These people can't be telling lies. They can't be telling a lie because based on their own mind state, it has to be true.
I agree with you on that.
Well, then what the fuck is, then from the harm principle side, I would have to be right because we just significantly outnumber trans people, bro. So they would be doing more harm.
More of you, so there's more. No,
There
but
would
the
have
harm
to be
is,
yes,
but the
more
harm is
harm,
far
more
less.
harm, yes.
I would say the harm is far less.
All right.
All
Let's try to push into one of the social topics there, fellas. I could flip a coin on it, but let's just I'm gonna hand it over to SpeakeaZy. He said objectively the least floor time here. So without interruption, I'm gonna hand it over to SpeakeaZy to talk about some of the social subjects that we usually get into, such as the bathrooms, the sports issues, stuff like that, and see if we can unpack a little bit there. So go ahead when you're ready, SpeakeaZy.
Well, like this just touches on what I said with my opening statement, is that the binary of gender has literally formed everything with legal, with medicine, with sports. Like this is there's no, again, if we have an ambiguous definition of gender, we can just allow anyone, like they want to do, put anyone into sports. So why should anyone even have to take the certain HRTs and all these, or why should a man have to take the HRT for a certain amount of time before he goes into the women's sports? Why don't we just make every sport neutral that way and just have dudes boxing out women all the time? Like, is that what you want to see? Is that the world you want to live in? Like, I just...
All right, so why do you want to divide sports up by gender? It's because of fairness. I'm not even going to explain that. You want it to be fair, right? The thing is, gender is not going to always tell you what is or is not fair in a sport, right? If you want to gauge fairness, there are better metrics to use other than gender, right? There are some adult women who are much stronger than me, much faster than me, and can kick my ass in some sports. And that's not fair, right? They're better than me, but they're a woman. So it's disagreeing with your mind, with your paradigm, right? If you want fair sports, there are other metrics that you can use that are better, apt to gauge fairness, such as strength that can be measured, speed that can be measured, even skill could be measured, muscle mass, BMI. There's many metrics that can be measured that can better suit a fairness in sport than just gender. Gender is a non-consistent way to gauge fairness.
Can I just ask a single question very briefly?
Please.
If men only compete with men and women with women, how's it unfair?
It's unfair because not all men are equal to each other, and not all women are equal to each other. It's not fair always.
So,
right?
so what you're saying is that sports themselves, the idea of sports themselves, isn't fair to begin with.
Fundamentally, they can never be perfectly fair. The goal is to make it more fair. But if I challenge Michael Phelps in swimming, that's not a fair match. Just because we're both men, he's physically way more adept to swimming than I am. But it's not fair just because we're both men.
Yeah, but the point of sports is to compete, right?
Yes, and you want it as fair as possible. That's why you have to use metrics.
So what would be a more fair system?
Strength. You can measure strength. Speed. You can measure speed. You can measure BMI. You can measure skill level even in certain sports. These are metrics that are much more apt for fairness in a sport, that you can gauge, is this person fairly gauging against this person? That is the best way to measure fairness. Right?
Okay, so here's what I'll do on this particular argument. I'm going to cede a bunch of ground to you again. In this case, though, I'm not even going to destroy you like I did last time I ceded. This time, I'm just going to cede the ground and say, I'm perfectly happy with women beating the absolute fuck out, or men beating the absolute shit out of women in all categorizations of women's sports. Like, I'm totally fine with that. I'm content with it. I don't care if they kick their faces in. I don't care if they beat their brains out. I don't give a shit if they throw them into walls. I don't care if they I don't care what they do to them. Like,
you don't care.
My idea is, here's what I'll say. My counter is, the reason you always see it's the M to Fs who want to do all the competing and not the F to Ms, especially in contact sports, there's basically none, is because of this reason. Because obviously the M to Fs feel like they have a statistic, an advantage, right? And often they do. And so the thing is like, because of that, I find it to be that men are invading women's sports, and I'm totally fine with that.
Right, I'm not fine with that.
What do you mean you're not fine with that? You're not fine with it?
NBA is a gender neutral sport. I don't know if you know that, right? The reason they made a women's NBA is because no women could compete, right? So this is what Andrew's saying.
I don't understand why he's not fine with that, though. Why aren't you fine with that?
They're pretty boring anyway, so let's just make sure we take them all out by putting them in with the men.
Did you just get Bugs Bunny, boy? I said duck season, you said rabbit season, then we just reversed it. Now you're arguing that men shouldn't be in women's sports, bro?
Maybe I was not representing what I thought when I said that. What I meant was I'm not okay with unfair sports. I want sports to be fair. And using gender as a distinguishing fact, because that makes sports fun.
No,
right?
I think it makes it way more fun when they're not fair.
Well, that's because you're a sadist. But in
Well,
reality,
wait, I'm
you-
sorry. Wait a second. When you go and you watch somebody get
Yeah.
completely brutalized
And
in a
make a lot of
sport,
money?
you think that shit's not fun for people?
It's fun for one
people,
team.
People have a weird tendencies towards
Yeah.
sadism.
So what do you mean? Of course it's more fun. Of course
I'm a
it's more
Black
fun.
Hawks fan, trust me.
It's at a certain point, it's not fun, right? It's unpleasant to experience. True cruelty is not fun for me personally. But in I want a sport that's fair. I want sports where two people are evenly matched, and gender is not the way to address that. And I don't know if you heard what I was saying, SpeakeaZy, but there's better metrics that can be used to gauge fairness other than gender. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, those metrics we already do these in certain sports.
Yeah, we should throw out gender
Like
then
boxing,
if we're using
for
those
instance,
metrics.
we keep the certain weight classes of men together. Yeah, we do
Perfect
this.
example.
But again, all you're gonna do is just eliminate all women from sports, and it'll be a bunch of the only women in your worldview that you'll see in sports is dudes wearing dresses.
Not at all, SpeakeaZy.
No,
in
not
fact,
at
you
all,
would
dude.
have plenty of women who could compete
No.
much better and
No,
much more
hold on.
fairly.
I'll
Will,
be
than
I
the
actually,
face
I
of
got something
every
to say about
woman
this.
UFC
No,
fighter.
no.
I appreciate
Hold on,
that.
because
I'll
honestly,
be
no,
the face
Let's
of
let
that
Pep in. Let's let Pep in.
he's
guys.
missing the point that there's intramurals. You guys are also missing that there could be other leagues that could be developed through this. Like, dude, I've played in a gay men's hockey league. I'm not gay myself. They needed a backup
A
goaltender.
gay
but
men's hockey league. Is that
yeah,
what you
there's a
said?
gay men's hockey league in Chicago. Actually, I kind of noticed your background there. That's you not recognize the Sears Tower?
Why don't you guys let the lesbians play with y'all?
They do. It's co-ed. I was just getting to that.
Oh, you didn't say that. You said
And guess
gay
what?
men's.
And
You
the
said
thing
gay
is,
men's.
outside of the co-ed, outside of playing for the gay men's hockey league, which is all co-ed, all
that
these
women's
other,
side that
I
was
can
a
tell you right
co-ed
now,
league,
every
that's
other
all.
men's league,
Learn
pretty
to
much
speak,
in the
though.
entire tri-state area of Chicago, also has women on their hockey teams. And I can also tell you that most of them are certifiably badass.
So it's not a men's hockey league then if it has
It's
women
considered
on the
men's hockey. It's literally called men's hockey leagues.
Look, listen, my position on this, like, I don't even know why
So
conservatives.
SpeakeaZy's just going to freak out over that.
Like,
now?
I don't even know why SpeakeaZy. You don't even need to fight them on it. The truth is that the feminists fought for 75 straight years in order to have their own sports divisions and sports leagues and prove that they were just as good as the men and all of this shit. Now the radical turfs, the trans exclusionary retarded feminists, are out here saying, hey, you can't get in our sport. I think it's fucking great. I love the fact that they're getting their fucking brains bashed in because they vote for this shit. I don't give a shit. Like, I say more men and women's sports. More fucking men and women's sports. Do it now. Do it fast. As many of them as want to go in, that's fine. That's my actual position. What's the problem here?
Sadistic. So, SpeakeaZy, can I explain to you why it would not eliminate all women out of sports if you did approach this the way I'm
It definitely
describing it
would.
to you?
Yeah.
No, let me explain
And
to
like
you why it will
I
not.
agree where it would make sports, all fun instead of, you have to wait for the women's sports channel part,
So let's say you, instead of using gender as the metric of fairness,
Women
you
UFC
instead,
fights are boring. I
you
always skip
ins-
those
oh
ones.
my god.
All right, just one
You
second.
instead
We'll
use
jump in here. I'll cue
you
you up
ins-
your mic there, Andrew, as well. Go ahead there, Will.
Instead of using gender as the metric to distinguish what is and isn't a fair fight, you instead use strength, right? And if a woman comes in and they have a low
I'm
level
muting
of
myself,
strength,
Ryan. Sorry. I'm sorry. He just said something. I was just responding. I'm actually muting myself.
Oh yeah, no worries. If I was just hitting the unmute just so that when you're ready to come off mute, it's available. Just because I took away the ability to unmute oneself. I can undo that though, because you guys are doing quite well. So
Yeah, I'm just trying not to interrupt as these guys are doing their back and forth.
no worries. All right.
all right. So if someone comes into the sport and they have a low level of strength, they do not have to depend on their gender to hope they're going to be matched with a fair person, because instead you could be matched with someone with a similar level of strength, right? There are some women who have very low level strength, and they could be matched with women who have low level strength or men who have low level strength. In fact, it would be more inclusive. More people would have opportunities because it would make things more fair. You could have weaker people join sports when they wouldn't have before because they're only divided by gender. That is a much less fair metric to use to gauge fairness. It would be more inclusive. More people could join in, have fun. It'd be a more better system overall.
Yeah, like I don't care about it being fair amongst the men.
What do you care about
right?
it being?
Again, I like watching the better fighter take out the less better fighter. Like
Well, then
I
we
don't know
can
why
bring
the
back
fair
the
part matters.
Coliseum if you just want to have people kill each other. Like, that's not how modern sports are tackled. Modern sports is about competition and about who's better than the other one and about who trained better than the other one. It's about trying to be the best you can be.
No,
It's not
like,
just about getting
dude,
someone killed in the middle of the
they should let
town
the
hall.
UFC fighters do steroids too, so that they can really fucking give us.
That is an irrelevant point. That's not even close to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be more fair if I mean, like, what is even the objection to steroids in sports? If all of them take steroids, that's more fair.
They don't.
It's an
That's the whole
irrelevant
thing
point.
with UFC, though.
It's not relevant to the thing we're talking about. If you want steroids or not, that's
No,
not
I'm
relevant
explaining to you.
gender.
I don't care about the fair part.
Competition?
Where you're making it. So let's make.
Well,
the
hold on,
really
SpeakeaZy.
tall
No, hold
men
on,
fight
SpeakeaZy. The
really
right
butch
wing,
women. I
no,
don't care
the
about all
main
that.
right wing talking points are though. That's the problem there. You may not be making.
If you don't care about fairness, then why do you want to separate sports based on gender?
Again, I prefer not to watch the men beat up the women. But as to Andrew's point, if this would just eliminate women's sports in general, and that would be probably better.
Do you think what I'm describing would eliminate women's sports?
Yes, 100%.
But you could still have
the whole reason we made a second basketball league and all these other leagues is so that women could have their own leagues to play in.
But
so
women could still participate.
Take that away, sure, I'm with it, bro.
But women could still participate in the system that I'm describing, right? SpeakeaZy,
yeah, they can try.
That.
Sure.
No, it's not try. You would actually be more competitive. They would have better competition because they would have people closer to their match level rather than just, oh, you're a woman, being the woman,
sure.
hope you're going to compete.
You have this opinion, and my opinion is they would just get eliminated from sports. And we have proof to show that that's what happens when you don't allow a different league between men and women. We have proof that this is what happens. They can't get in.
But why can't they get in, SpeakeaZy? Why? Please explain.
Because they can't compete with men.
Why can't they compete, SpeakeaZy? Why can't they compete, SpeakeaZy?
That's the whole point.
Why can't they compete, SpeakeaZy?
Men are better at sports.
Okay, so it's a skill level?
Differently, right?
It's about strength?
No, it has
all different types of things. There's strength, there's twitch muscles, there's the way their hips are formed.
If SpeakeaZy's live right now,
muscle masses.
That's perfect.
Are you live, SpeakeaZy?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
You guys can unmute yourselves again, by the way, so just to let you guys know.
Okay, so those things you just described, SpeakeaZy, mass, muscle, strength, speed, all those things, those are metrics that can be used to gauge better, fairer fights, right? If you really want fair fights, then that's the reason you're dividing it by gender. You can do that without talking about gender. You can do that with the actual attributes themselves. And that would make a much more productive, competitive environment for everybody.
Again, my reason to divide it by gender, right, is with my moral worldview is men beating up women would be pretty bad. But if it's going to eliminate women's sports, I'm kind of for it.
Not a serious person.
I don't understand why that's an unserious position. It seems like our enemies are destroying themselves. So if the idea here is that radical feminists are becoming trans exclusionary and literally they're called trans exclusionary radical feminists, so I say retarded feminists. I think that the reasoning that we would have of the enemy of my enemy is destroying itself. What's the problem here? Why does that make us not serious people?
Well, let me try to track what you're saying. So you are happy you're destroying feminists? Is that the idea? You want them to die? Is that it?
Die? Why did you make the inference to die?
Well, you like them being beat up in matches? I'm trying to understand.
Die?
You said you like them getting beaten up to like really bad, which can be correlated with death.
If you consent to the idea that men can be women, you can't then make the argument that you can't compete in your sports teams, bro.
Have you listened to what I've been saying? I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I know, but they're saying that. They're saying that. They're saying, well, not only did we vote.
I'm not defending them. Why are you defending something
I understand,
I'm not
but this is what our argument is about. When I say
it's irrelevant.
When it's not irrelevant, because you just asked, why should we take you seriously if this is your belief? And I'm giving you the rationalization for it. So you can be upset about that, but the rationalization is fine. The rationalization is just these women vote and have pushed for trans ideology. You cannot make both the dualistic claim that men can be women, but if they are women, you're affirming they're women, they can't compete in women's sports, or you're saying they're not women. You agree with me, right?
So I really appreciate you arguing against this argument that I did not make, and I'm not going to defend that because
you said he's not a serious person.
Yes, because he just said he likes getting women beaten up. That's
because
not something I'm
why
entertain
though?
with.
What's the rationale behind it though?
There's no real rationale I'm gonna
Oh, I just gave you the
entertain.
fucking rationale, bro. Can you repeat it to me?
That you like them suffering the consequences that they set up for
Yes.
themselves. Is
And
that
what's
the idea?
wrong with that? What's the No, the argument is that if you say men can be women, and then B, when they declare they are women, you cannot then exclude them from things which are women. Otherwise, you contradict yourself. That makes no sense. So our rationale on this is consistent. Their rationale is not consistent.
So again, I will say what I've been continuing to say. That is not my stance. I don't believe there should be gendered separated sports. I think sports. Common ground, fantastic.
Yeah, and the reason is because you create a contradiction if you say that men can be women, but they cannot compete in women's sports. That creates a contradiction, and you have to suffer the consequences of your own contradiction.
I'm not arguing against something I didn't argue for.
I'm giving you our position. It's not an argument. That's a fucking position.
I gave you my position as well.
Yeah, so I think we can move past this. We're heavily in agreement here. Let them go in. Let them kick the shit out of them. I don't care.
I don't think that's...
Yeah, I'm going to hand it back over to SpeakeaZy then, and we can discuss the other hot button topic that usually comes up in these debates, since we didn't get to discuss it too much, which is usually the bathroom. So, if you guys got something else that you think is more pressing right now, feel free to correct me. But I think that's still something that a lot of people are talking about. So, go ahead there, SpeakeaZy, when you're ready.
Yeah, sorry. It cut out a minute. Did you say the bathroom?
Bathrooms.
Is that what you said?
Yes.
That was what was brought up in the intro. So we, if you want to go down into that avenue, I'll give you the floor to intro us up, cue us up, and then we can get into it for a little bit. My timer did go off for the 50 minutes. So if you guys want to maybe give that one about 10 minutes, and then we can move into Q&A, if that sounds good by y'all.
Yeah, I'm here to be as long as possible.
Yeah, sorry guys.
I'm here for the long game.
Sick break.
Yeah, I have enough time or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, well then let's do 15 minutes then, and then we'll go to Q&A. So yeah, if you're hanging out in the live chat right now, make sure once again that you poke the like button. It really helps boost us up in the algorithm. And also, on top of that, we are going to take Q&A in a few seconds here. So, not a few seconds, sorry, 15 minutes. We're going to do it, the Q&A. So, if you have questions for any of the speakers on screen right now, get them into a question. Are you feeling all right over there, Pat?
So
you took a
surviving.
sick break.
I'm
not feeling good, Pat.
No, dude. I am struggling.
Damn.
Yeah, I think he said he has COVID.
No, I got COVID real bad, man.
That's well, you're a trooper for coming out to Modern Day Debate. We appreciate you still holding to the obligations that we set while you were still sick. But no, this has been good. You guys have had a good discussion. So yeah, we're gonna hit this new topic for about 15, and then get into the Q&A. So once again, if you're watching live right now, get those questions in, and I'll hand it over to you, SpeakeaZy.
So. Is the argument from the other side just simply we should
Can I frame the question? So, SpeakeaZy, why is it dangerous to have men in women's bathroom? Why is that dangerous by itself?
Why is it dangerous?
Yeah.
Well, if you're just going to say inherently, obviously you can't just say any action is inherently dangerous, but you open the avenues to a lot of potential risks when you're
like what
involving. Pardon?
Like what?
Dude, he's answering you in good faith. What's this shit? Like, let him answer.
Yeah, it's simply, I like I'm saying, you're opening the risks to when you involve people two different genders in the same washroom. You're opening the risks to predators, pedos, a lot of different avenues you're going down when you allow this in society. Plus, you normalize the sexualization between the genders to the public for no reason.
So is it concerning because men are more likely to be involved in sexual violence?
No.
Is that the concern?
No, the concern, so let me here. Well, I'll let you finish your inquiry, but then I have a question for you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut in. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that though. So I don't know where
you. Well, I'm just saying you're saying it's opening up doors to sexual issues, pedophilia and violence and things like that. Why do you think men being in a woman's bathroom is going to open those doors?
Well, are you only talking about men's and women's bathrooms, or women and men's?
I mean,
bathrooms?
usually that's the steel man I'm trying to make. If you want to talk about something else.
So
Well,
you
can-
only
can-
want to allow men's and women's bathrooms? Is that, just to be clear, that's your...
No, usually the argument against trans being in the bathroom is you don't want to have the
Right, but I
opposite
gave
gender
you
in.
my argument, so I don't
Yeah.
care what you...
Well, here. Let me ask you a question, Will.
Yes, go.
Why are there stalls in bathrooms?
For privacy.
Oh, but
Mhm.
I don't understand. If we didn't have stalls in bathrooms,
So,
how would that?
single stalls
Hang
for
on,
all,
bro,
then,
bro,
Andrew.
stop, bro.
Wait. No,
Can
single
you stop?
stalls
Can
for
you
all.
stop? Can you stop for 5 seconds so I can
I
finish
would
my
like that
inquiry?
single stalls. But
Yeah. So if you have stalls in
5
bathrooms, if we eliminate the stalls, how does that increase danger for people?
how does that eliminate? It doesn't make it more dangerous.
Right,
makes
it doesn't,
more
but
uncomfortable.
Yeah, it just makes it uncomfortable.
So we
So
should have more stalls.
this is the same exact argument, right? So the thing
I don't
is that
understand.
if we eliminated all of the stalls, you shouldn't actually have a problem with that.
I mean, so I want people to feel comfortable, right? And I want people to feel comfortable in the bathroom.
And they
they're
don't feel
using.
comfortable if
Wait,
somebody's
wait.
not their sex
Well,
going
you
into their
don't-
bathroom. That's
you
the end of
don't
the
feel
argument.
All right.
That's it. Go
Calm
ahead.
down. Calm down.
Go ahead, bro.
So you may not feel comfortable with that, but there are other people who will feel
So let's
comfortable with
say-
it, right?
tell me-
And there are some. Okay, can I share my screen real quick?
Go ahead.
Yep, sure thing.
All right.
I am ready when you are.
Share. Hold on. Where's the share button?
Will say when I go out and play shows, I do appreciate having a private stall. It's,
Who doesn't
nice.
like that, right? All right. So if we want to talk about comfort level, do you think women generally would be comfortable with having the people on the left side of the screen in the women's bathroom? Do you think women generally would feel comfortable with these people in the bathroom?
Probably not.
Probably
And you're about
not.
to tell me that they're
As-
trans, right?
Obviously, I am.
Yeah.
And then the people on the right side of the screen, do you think they would feel comfortable in the men's bathroom where men can look at them, be near them, you know, this whole ideology, right? They would obviously not feel comfortable either. The
Sure.
goal is for people to feel comfortable.
Can
And
you
if-
can I ask you just very quickly?
Please.
I've seen this argument 100 times before. Just a very brief question. Do you think that most trans people, when they're affirming their gender, look like this, or that these are exceptions?
Oh, that is
They're-
irrelevant.
Okay. Can you answer my question? Are these exceptions to how most trans people actually look?
Exceptions. It's an irrelevant point. It
Can you
doesn't
answer my
matter.
question, please?
Are they what do you mean? People all look
Well,
different from
because
each
I'll
other.
explain.
I don't know
I'll
what you're trying
explain.
to
Hang
say.
on. I'll explain the entire argument. So the argument that you're trying to make is because there's a few exceptional cases of where the ambiguity is such that these people look so much like men. You're saying essentially really ugly women should be able to use the men's room. That's what your actual argument is. My argument back to you is that these exceptions, these are exceptional cases of ambiguity when it comes to sex. And if it is the case that most people don't follow this, then by your own metric, you would be increasing discomfort, even if these very few exceptions, who, by the way, are so exceptionally looking that they could use these bathrooms without anybody ever bothering them anyway. Why would you need to change policy? That makes no sense.
Well, the thing is, for these people to follow the law, they would have to use
You can
the
pull
bathroom.
this down now, by the way. We don't still need it up.
Okay, sure. For these people to follow the law, they would need to use the bathroom that would make people in the bathroom possibly uncomfortable.
Yeah,
And
so
the
what?
goal is
For
to
me to
make-
follow the law, I
Oh,
can't
so
take a
what?
piss
It's
off the side of the highway either.
The
So
whole
what?
purpose is to make people comfortable. If you want to make people comfortable,
If
be
you wanna
consistent
make-
with your argument.
Then this I have the most consistent argument. You have the least consistent. So I'll explain. So it's against the law for me to pull off on a roadway and take a leak. I do it all the time. I don't give a shit. And
I was
neither do
gonna
you.
say we still
Hang
do
on.
it, don't we?
And you don't give a
Yeah.
shit either. You do it all the time, and he doesn't give a shit, and he doesn't give a shit. All of you fuckers have done it. You don't fucking care. If you got to pee bad enough, you're gonna get off the roadway. You're gonna take a leak. You don't
Decency
care.
laws are dumb.
It's
right?
your calls.
Yeah, okay, but you don't care. You just ignore them. If you take a few exceptional cases of gender ambiguity, all you're saying is really fucking ugly people where you cannot tell the difference, which are a rarity, right? Can you use whatever bathroom they want? But they already can because nobody can fucking tell. But because the vast majority of cases, you can tell. You can. For instance, I can give you a similar set piece that you just gave me of like, oh, I don't know, the health secretary, the former Biden health secretary. There's no ambiguity there. We know that that's a dude. So the thing is like, if you wanted maximum comfort, you would base it on the maximum of the cases. And the maximum of the cases is that you can tell. So them using the bathroom, which is associated with their sex, would actually increase maximum comfort. That is the argument. You fail at your own logic, not me.
All right, stop trumping yourself up. So
And like,
if
wait,
you really
even by your
trumping my, I like
definition,
that. I'm
even
gonna
by your
trump myself
definition,
up.
Will, even by your definition, you said I could say I'm a woman, so I would be able to go in those washrooms too. You understand what you're saying?
All right.
So you would increase the uncomfortability, right?
The goal of a comfortable bathroom is to be in an environment where you feel safe. Is that an agreement? Do we all agree with that? And safeness doesn't depend on if someone is ugly
I don't
or
think
yucky or gross
no,
or stuff like that.
I do dispute
Safety
this.
is the concern.
But I think you would even agree with me in my dispute here. So I know that this is kind of petty semantic, but I think it's important for clarity. I don't think that pure comfort in a bathroom stall has to just do with safety. I think it also has to do with like things like judgment, things like that. That you can have uncomfortability even if it's not because you feel unsafe.
Andrew,
like
we've all been at the stall where we're the only one in there, and another guy walks in and he walks to the one right next to us. It's happened to all of us.
That makes my point. So I don't know why you even said that, but anyway, the point is,
I was making your point a little clearer.
Yeah, but I mean, nobody was unclear.
I will just go on.
Nobody was unclear about it. But anyway,
so the point
here
immediately.
Yeah, the point here.
I forgot that you're the only one that can make jokes here. Got it.
Well, just funny ones. So the point here is
zing.
It was good. The point here being, before I was so rudely interrupted by our socially ambiguous friend over there, is that I don't actually understand how this would increase comfort if all you can do is point to the exceptions to the rule and say these people who already could use the bathrooms of their choice, nobody would ever dispute it because they couldn't tell the difference anyway. Somehow we need to now let all the people, the vast majority of which you can tell the difference, now go into the various bathrooms. That increases the uncomfort level. It doesn't increase it. So can you explain that to me?
All right. So I think it's very important to try to unify comfort and safety into one cohesive unit, right? That is the most important part. Safety.
Yeah, I reject that.
You might not like being next to another man who's really figuratively in a way you don't appreciate. You feel like they're yucky or something, even though they're a man. That would make you uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean they get to use a separate bathroom for ugly people. That is not your argument you're making, right? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm giving you the extension of your logic. You're just saying that really ugly people who are so ambiguous you can't tell their sex would be able to right this second use the bathroom of their choice because nobody know the difference. If it were in fact the case, that, as you say, that nobody can tell the difference between these people being male or female, then there's no problem anyway. It's only if people could tell that they would become uncomfortable. The fact of the matter is that you can tell in the vast majority. The vast majority of times you can tell. So by your assessment of uncomfortable, you would increase discomfort, not decrease it.
I think you're advocating for going into to women's bathrooms, Andrew.
Can you explain how?
Because you just said these men who identify as men and were born as women would be socially looked upon as men. And if they're socially looked upon as men, then they should be using the men's bathroom.
No, well, wait a second. So you're conflating two different things. It's not that they're socially looked upon as men. It's that you can be fooled or tricked, and at a glance, you could think one thing which is true, which is not true. That doesn't mean that it's socially acceptable. It just means that if it is the case that it's so ambiguous as to not be able to draw distinction, they should already be able to use the bathroom of their choice anyway.
Andrew, do you think those men should use the men's bathroom or women's bathroom?
If it is the case that all of those people can already use the bathroom of their choice because nobody can tell the difference, what the fuck is the problem unless you're saying people where you can tell the difference can't? Can you explain that?
Because they're breaking the law.
So what?
What?
So what?
They're breaking the law isn't an issue from your perspective?
No, well, what law are they breaking?
They're breaking gender bathroom laws.
Yeah, if nobody can tell, right, then nobody cares.
No, the law cares, and if you ever get found out that you were using a bathroom that you weren't supposed to be using, you go to jail, Andrew. Do you not see that as an issue?
No, they're not going to go.
Do you not understand the complication?
They're not going to go to jail. One and
whatever.
Two. Here's the other big problem that you have is that we don't dictate public policy on exceptions to rules. We don't do that. Law is always a trade-off. It's always going to be a trade-off for some. Based on the many. For instance, I could make great arguments for why it is you should be allowed, according to the Constitution, to own a bazooka. However, we have public policy statements where we say, look, we have to limit that for the purposes of social cohesion or whatever else, other types of arguments that you want to make for this. The point being is that there's always a trade-off when it comes to law. In this particular case, we're not going to uplift the entire social order because there's a few people out there who are really ugly women or men who you can't tell the difference already could use the bathroom, so that the vast majority of them where you can use that bathroom, because that actually does increase discomfort, and discomfort does increase safety risk to both, by the way, to both.
Would you advocate for more gender neutral stalls where you're not even sharing a general bathroom with people?
No.
Like a room that no one else
can tell
can
you
go in.
Here, McCormick Place in Chicago. In McCormick Place in Chicago, they have nothing but non-gendered bathrooms.
Okay.
And it's safe? You're not uncomfortable
it's
around
safe.
people around
nothing,
you?
You're no crime.
This is
no
the most
nothing.
optimal possible environment that a bathroom could be in.
It's always funny
You're
too because there's
isolated.
always lines to the like the stalls, but the urinals are always open. So
right, these are the kind of things that
that's because men are just very frequent,
community.
Right?
So would you advocate for things like that, Andrew?
No.
Do you think that's but why not?
Because again, I would not. It wouldn't maximize comfort. All it would do, so at that point, you would be putting an expense on both taxpayers and private business owners, massive expense that they don't actually need to comply with, in order to compensate a very, very, very tiny minority of people for no particularly good reason. When you consider stop, bro. I'm just trying to respond. Let me respond. Okay, I'll let you ask your question in its entirety. Can you give me a chance to give me my answer in its entirety? So we would not draft public policy creating expenses, necessary expenses for people like in rural Georgia. They might not have any fucking trans people. They're going to put in a trans neutral bathroom. It's fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense. All that does is put an expense on a business owner for no good reason, with the potential that maybe one day there might be one somewhere. That's fucking dumb.
You're wrong.
What you could do instead is say, because there's such a drastic minority of people here, and if they're already that ugly at what you call passing, they can already use those bathrooms. All you're doing is saying we're going to maximally increase the discomfort immediately of people by allowing people you can tell the difference to go into their bathrooms. That's stupid policy. It doesn't even make sense.
Let's let Pep in here as well there, guys. I think Pep was trying to jump
honestly,
the point as well.
I'm good. I'm about to eat. Like, I kind of feel like I'm a yak guy, so just, yeah. Make your points.
No worries. All right, go ahead there, Will. And SpeakeaZy, also feel free to jump in as well. I know that you've been having a chance to stew a little bit. Actually, maybe let's ask SpeakeaZy what he's thinking about what we're talking about here. We still got about 5 minutes or so, so let's SpeakeaZy in, and then Will, I'm sure you'll still remember where you
well, like there's not really much more I can add on to this. It's again, Will is not saying that we want to do it for the people that are extremely passing and able to trick everyone, because that nobody would say anything to begin with. They wouldn't know, right? There's nobody that like, and this complaint about they would go to jail. Like, fathers and mothers bring their kids into the opposite gender washroom all the time so that they don't have to go into a washroom by themselves. They bring them with them so that they can supervise what's going on. Nobody called the police on these parents and said, yo, you better take them to jail because they're bringing an opposite gender kid in the washroom. Like, the
difference is that
that's what would go on.
The difference is that transphobic people
want people like me that look exactly like me to be able to say I'm a woman and go into the washroom. It's ridiculous, and you don't have anything good for it.
SpeakeaZy. Why should bathrooms be separated at all? You want it because it's uncomfortable. You want to be comfortable, right? Is that the core argument, SpeakeaZy?
Realistically, that's what this all comes down to.
You want to be comfortable in your bathroom, right? You want to feel comfortable with the people around you.
That's what you want. That's
right?
the reason you want trans people to be able, because you're saying it makes them more comfortable.
No,
right?
no.
They're a minority of the population. So why do you want the minority to be more comfortable than the majority of people? I don't understand.
You are misunderstanding me, SpeakeaZy. That is not my argument.
No.
You're about to give your argument, and that's going to be your argument, I promise.
Actually, hold on. You could apply this to disabled bathrooms too. If he wants to use that. Hold on. If he wants to use that argument about minorities, then we shouldn't have disabled bathrooms either then.
No, we don't. There's many places you don't have disabled bathrooms, bro.
That's actually BS. I can tell you right now, in my city, in my city, it is
And
actually.
what did I just say? There's many places where you don't have disabled bathrooms. There's many places where it's completely up to the proprietor, the owner. No wheelchair ramps. No bathroom for the handicap.
I live in
There's many places where that is the case.
Andrew, let me ask you a question right here, real quick. How do you determine who uses which bathroom?
Based on whether they have a vagina or a penis.
So trans people can use the bathroom of their choice when they have anatomical sex changes, can't they, Andrew?
Well, no, they can use the bathroom that they're assigned to their sex at birth.
That's a different answer.
Yeah, dude.
That's a different answer than you just gave. Man, I thought you were gonna own me on all this stuff.
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Can you have a more consistent answer?
Wait, what's your answer? What did I say that was incorrect?
Oh, please. SpeakeaZy, can you try to
answer? Because you're using Destiny topics doesn't mean you're going to win it.
What did I say that was incorrect?
All right, let's break this down really simply. So you
very
understand.
simply.
Really simply. So you said it has to depend on the genitalia of the individual going into the bathroom. That's what dictates who goes into the bathroom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When you have a gender reassignment surgery, that changes the genitalia you have.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, well, doctors and the entire medical community says it does. So
no,
you're more intelligent
no,
than
they don't.
Doctors.
They don't say that.
That is fantastic.
They don't say it changes the genitalia. So in other words, it doesn't. All you're doing is so let me get this right. You're saying that if I chop off my arm, I'm not a man?
Oh my God.
Wait,
can you just make your point?
Are you circumcised?
Can you answer my question?
That's ridiculous question.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. You saying that there's a dismembering which happens does not change the categorization of man woman.
No, but it changes your genitalia.
Yeah, but you're talking about a disfigurement, not a changing of sex.
Of course,
which is what my argument is.
Of course, it's a changing of sex. What is genitalia?
Hold on. Better question then: is circumcision is that deforming?
Yeah, that's mutilation. Yeah.
Okay.
Not a big fan of mutilation. So, Andrew, what is genitalia? Let's really get down to this. What is a penis?
If we really want to talk about it. How are you not a fan of genital mutilation when you want people to?
Yeah, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. I'm not a fan of genital mutilation, but kids getting their penises cut off, that's not genital mutilation.
What?
Children don't get their penises cut off. That's a red herring.
Yeah, that's literally.
What is a penis? Andrew, because you said that's the thing that decides what goes into a bathroom or not.
Yeah,
what is a penis, Andrew?
I was being facetious. I was saying based on sex.
Oh, you're changing goalposts.
No, there was no goalpost change. I was just being facetious.
Transphobic strategy. So, what dictates what goes into a bathroom?
The sex of the person.
Okay, and you're saying the sex is how is that determined, Andrew?
Well, generally it's determined at birth, and there's 3 different categorizations in which you can make a sex determination. You can do it based on the production of small gametes. You can do it based around the genetics of an XY or XX chromosome. Or the third way, when it's very ambiguous, is you can use a reproductive pathway system. This would include ovaries or things like this.
Gotcha. So there's multiple ways you can determine what someone's sex is. From that standpoint, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Fantastic.
Is there anything else you wanted to add to that? Yes.
Yeah, I was going to ask more questions, Andrew.
Sex.
If you could be quiet a little bit.
Go ahead.
So if you could change all those things, would you be changing your sex?
You can't change a reproductive pathway.
But what if you could?
You can't.
Let's just experiment in our brains for a second. A thought experiment. What if we had really fantastic technology?
What if you could grow a beak and grow wings? Should that make you a bird?
SpeakeaZy. I'm not talking to you, Andrew.
Hold on.
What if you could change
what you're talking about? So what you're talking about is the robot brain argument. That's a better one. You should use that one instead. What if we took your brain and we put you in a female body?
Andrew, can you address my question?
Make his,
okay, yeah, whatever your question is, go ahead.
Okay, I guess I'm just going to make the point because I'm not really going to ask you for your facetious answers. So if you could change all of those forms of identifying if someone is or is not a specific sex,
like
that
you
would
could change
then
the
be
reproductive
changing
pathway?
Somebody's sex. Of course, yes, that's what I'm saying. If you could change the reproductive pathway, the genes, which we're getting closer to, and then the genitalia, you would then be changing somebody's sex by your
they wouldn't be the same sex. I agree.
You wouldn't be. That would be a sex change, and then that person could use the different bathroom. You would agree?
Yeah. So if you were able,
so it's a technical issue.
No. It's not a technical issue.
Limit of technology.
It's not a limit of technology either. You are not able, because sex is a binary, to change a reproductive pathway. It's not the case. There's only 2 viable reproductive pathways. Period. That's always going to be unchanging. Technology is not going to be able to do anything about that.
Of course, it can.
Okay, tell me how.
What? Well, I'm not saying I'm going to tell you how, but you
Then
can
how
do
can it?
things like that with
Wait,
technology.
you can't
You
tell me
can
how,
take
but it
someone's
can.
DNA
It
and
can.
form it into a certain way that it can be impregnated in a
No, you can't.
different form than you would before.
Nope, you
This
can't.
is science fiction, Andrew, we're talking about right now. We're talking
Yeah.
about far, far in the future,
Hmm.
but it is not
Yeah,
there's no law of
delusion.
physics. There's no
And
law of physics
I'll just
preventing this from
and
happening.
again, I'll concede if you change the ontology, meaning the very being of a person, somehow you were able to intersect or interject to change a reproductive pathway from birth as an egg, they actually would just be that sex then. So you're just making my argument.
No, that I don't understand what you just said.
Okay, well I'll break it down for you.
Please.
There's
All
two
right, let's make this
reproductive
the last
pathways.
one, and then
You
we'll
say,
take Q&A.
Andrew, if we could change the reproductive pathway, would your opinion change? Well, no, because it would still be the same problem. You're still one of two sexes, dummy. Do you get it now?
No. That is
Do you get
that's
it now?
not
Do
how
you
sex
understand
works.
now?
The thing is, we're using your definition of sex, Andrew.
I'm
That's not
using
the
mine
act.
too. I'm using mine too.
I know, but your definition is wrong. It's the problem.
Oh, my
Because
definition of sex
most
is wrong, Mr. Third
psychologists don't
Sex.
agree
Mr. Third
with
Sex.
you. Psychologists who understand gender and sex much better than you
Oh,
never would agree
psychologists.
with you.
Okay.
Yeah, people who studied it for decades, yeah, and know it way better than you do, they would never
Oh.
agree with you.
The guys
But I'm
who
just trying to-
study
my whole-
John
my
Money, the
whole
guys who study
exercise-
John Money.
The exercise of what I've been doing
Yeah,
is
the
trying to
fuck
prove
off,
your
Andrew.
Wow.
illogicalness in your
All
own
right, guys.
paradigm.
Let's hit into the Q&A. It's been a lot of fun. You guys have been having a great conversation.
I appreciate it, Andrew, though.
Yeah, it's been a lot of great unpacking.
This
We
was
had some
awesome.
tech issues to start, and
I
yeah,
did.
big
Well,
thank
listen,
you
I did
for the
have
help
fun.
there.
I have no ill will.
It was a good time.
I think you guys understand that. Like, I have no ill will. The Crucible we don't do harassment. We don't do any of that shit. I do enjoy the fact that leftists are willing to show up and do these debates. I did have a lot of fun in this one, particularly with you, Will. I'm sure we'll spar again.
You're a skilled debater,
future.
Andrew.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. You're welcome back anytime, and I'm happy always. Modern Day Debate did give me permission to say this. If you want to have further conversations on your own channel, things like this, I'm always happy to come around and we can have those discussions. So I appreciate both of you very much for doing this debate, and of course my great partner SpeakeaZy. It was very, very kind of you to show up tonight. Who, by the way, will be getting half of the Crucible super chat, so make sure you send them in. Very nice of him to partner up.
A1. Well, we are going to get into the super chats that we have here. So if you do have a question here at Modern Day Debate, and get into a super chat. Let me just check our poll out and see where we are at. And I'm going to put up a new poll for you guys to vote on. So, are there more than two genders? We have 18% for yes, and then 82% for no in the audience right now. So I'm going to end the poll. But yes, we're going to be hanging out. I already let James know. I think the thing that we were missing last time, maybe Andrew will agree with me, at the DebateCon is we need a case of beer. Just one for everybody.
There's no
at least.
dispute there. There's no dispute. SpeakeaZy, why aren't you coming out to DebateCon?
I was actually, I actually have the link open for the tickets right now, so I think I actually.
Yeah, you got to get out to DebateCon, man, and maybe James and those
think
guys
I'm
can
gonna
set
be
something
coming
up. That'd
by.
be great.
Awesome. Well, yeah, that's going to be an amazing time. It's going to be February 15th to 16th. And as you just heard, SpeakeaZy is looking at the link for the tickets in the description right now. So if you're hanging out in our live chat and you want to take a moment to check out those tickets, if you could be in the Newark area for February 15th, 16th, it's not going to be too far from New York as well. So, you know, if you guys have the means to drive or fly, we'd love to see you there. If you can't be there, we are going to be streaming all the debates live on Modern Day Debate, so you are going to be able to see them here, but once again we would like to see you, and there are a few opportunities through the VIP section, I think, for tickets still, so definitely check out the link. I'm gonna have to refresh it in a second here, but I do see that we are also getting some backers in our Indiegogo link. I put it in our chat here in the Zoom, so we went from 55% up to 60%. So yeah, we'd really like to meet our goal. Hopefully, you know, in the next couple of days, if we can get to 75% before the end of the stream, that would be amazing, guys. You know, definitely James is flying out a lot of people, flying me out, flying Andrew and Craig, who is going to be coming out and debating Andrew for the first night, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully, hopefully everything will go to plan. It's going to be great, guys. All right. So let's get to your questions. Keep the questions coming in. If you have concerns, questions, complaints, Style and Rail Woodworking says the answer is no. 2 hours saved. Then Basil Problem says modern day debate is a platform for misinformation and bigotry. Congrats, you are true heroes. Aww. You had your moment. Okay, Richie says, if transgenders' societal ideations is a symptom of the community rejecting and isolating them and not a mental illness, why is the rate higher than the Jews during the Holocaust or slaves in the USA? I'm not sure about the stats there, but do you want to start us out on that one, Will?
Might actually be better to move off on this one.
I don't know if that was an appropriate question. But...
Yeah, it might be better to move off on this one for the MDD side. I would just let that one. Yeah.
You might be right. I mean, I thought maybe we could pad our way around it, but I said it real sussy, All right, made by Jim Bob says, if sex and gender are distinct, can a biological female be a trans woman? If no, why not?
So this is just a categorical error when you're talking. I really don't like it when people use the word biological, female or male, because it's arbitrary. Right? It's very much up to interpretation of what they mean by biological.
So is gender.
No.
Gender is very arbitrary, bro. Come on.
I described to you very specifically what it was. There's gender identity. There's gender expression.
Hold on, Andrew. Can I just say, one thing that I see in your assessments here is that you really take the humanity. You're great at seeing this as whatever talking points or having your charts or any of that, but you don't. I don't see you applying to this to somebody that is going through something like this, and you're just kind of yeah, this is kind of shitty.
Listen. I understand what you're saying here when it comes to emotion, right? You're saying
it's not even just emotion.
It is. You're saying, kind of like Andrew, where's the empathy? But I want you to think of it from my perspective, from my vision. I'm actually asking you the same question.
No,
what I'm saying is that where's your empathy for the billions and billions more people than the
billions.
ones that, hang on, yes, billions.
Bill
with a B. So you may not know this, but if you just look up the population of Christianity, I think it's 3.3 billion. If you look at the population of Muslims, I think it's I think it's pretty close to that.
That's
so you're talking about
it's way larger. I know, dude. Okay, so
hang on, bro.
Just
chill.
This one I know you're wrong on.
I don't know why you won't chill out and just let me make the argument. Now maybe I'm incorrect about these stats.
Don't do that chill out shit to me, dude. Seriously.
Well, I'm always graceful enough to let you answer. You're just never graceful enough to let me. Where's your empathy? Yeah. So anyway, back to this. I'm just saying that even if I'm wrong on these particular stats, and I could be totally wrong. It's irrelevant. The amount of people who religiously are opposed to this versus the amount of people who demand it be affirmed is so one-dimensional. It makes me think you're the moral monster, that you're basically dismissing billions of people's feelings based on a few hundred people's feelings or a few thousand. Do you understand that?
It's not disregarding. It is absolutely not disregarding those feelings of those people. Those people's feelings are very valid, just like how the people's feelings of transgenders are very valid, because they are feelings, and those feelings are real to the individual. And gender identity is a feeling.
So then, via your harm principle, if we have billions more than the few who make these requirements, and for the billions more, there's more utility in saying man-woman distinction based on sex. You really need to concede that point. I don't know why you guys won't. It makes you look so foolish.
So there's a difference, right? Gender identity is a part of the mind. It's the way you perceive yourself in your own mind. This is not going to infringe on any human being around you's rights, any human beings around you actions. This does not inflict anybody to do anything. If you want to call transgender, if you want to call people by their misgenders, that's your choice. Okay, sure. You can be a jerk if you want to.
Yeah, but that's not being a jerk. I think it's being a jerk.
Let him talk, Andrew.
Yeah,
Let him
it's
talk.
Being a jerk the other way.
Let him talk, Andrew.
You're allowed to misgender people.
Well, our exchanges are a little different than your and my exchanges there, Pep Talk.
I'm allowing you're not being forced to do anything
first-time debater?
You don't want to do. If you want to be disrespectful to people and make people feel little and make people feel worse than they really are, then you are allowed to. But
Yeah, but
Christianity and other religions who want to force their dogma onto people say your gender identity is incorrect. That's like saying your favorite color is incorrect.
the problem
You
that
want
you
to force this shit onto everyone
with
else.
any
I
logical
don't-
consistency.
can you
You
just
wanna
help me out
force
here
all this
though?
on
Can you
Of course,
everyone else?
Andrew.
Can you help me out here
Andrew.
though? I don't understand this.
Yes.
From the purpose of utility or harm reduction, utils is going to be an affording of X action, which has some type of like positive reinforcement on a society and some, and I admit that this is somewhat arbitrary, and you would too for the harm principle, creates utils. If
I think I
6 billion
argument.
people believe that this is
Let me-
incorrect,
let me address that
Hang
point.
on, stop, bro. Let me finish the question, then I'll let you answer it. You already know I will. If it is the case that billions more people believe this than billions who, or thousands who don't, in this case, thousands who are making the demand versus billions who don't make the demand, you have to concede its maximum utility to not give in or concede to the demand. You have to.
Okay, let me tell you the distinction, the reason why it's different. Andrew, do you think your religion is purely psychological?
Do I personally believe that?
He
No, of
doesn't
course.
personally believe it, but we know it is.
I know you don't believe it's personally psychological. I know you believe it's a part of reality.
Yeah.
Gender identity is purely psychological, and transgender people understand that. They understand it is something in their own mind that they use to identify themselves to themselves. It is their own opinion about themselves.
I don't dispute
That
this.
is
Well, he's
that is-
also not
that is
very
the difference.
Christ-like.
But
with
that
his,
makes,
like,
that
view
makes
of
my argument though.
discrimination. So
No,
That
the-
makes
the-
my
the
argument
distinction-
though.
But no, the distinction is that you believe your religious dogma is going to impact the world in a way that is not scientifically going to, right?
yeah,
It's-
but Will,
What?
even if that did, his
That's
religious
a
dogma literally
complete-
says to accept everybody.
Wait, that's a red.
Like
that's
Jesus
a red,
is
that's
pretty
a
clear
red-
about it.
That's a red herring. If you want pep talk, if you
Red
want me to go
herring,
on and debate with you on religious dogma of Jesus Christ, I'm happy to do it.
all day, buddy.
Yeah,
all
I know.
day.
Can you explain real quick then, pep talks? When you call somebody a whitewashed tomb in the age of Jesus Christ, is that a death sentence?
White. I don't know what that. I haven't. Heard
Yeah,
that.
you don't
I'm
know
sorry.
fucking shit. Just shut up. So anyway, back to you, Will. Very quickly, you're
arbitrary
actually affirming.
religious dogma.
You're actually
Wait a
affirming.
minute. So you're
Spicier
saying that
than we
because I
thought.
don't
Okay,
know.
so anyway, so
something
back
about
to Will.
calling-
You
Wait,
had
wait,
your
wait,
chance.
wait,
You
wait,
had
wait.
your
I'm
chance,
like,
bro.
no.
Oh, okay.
No,
Let's get back
I get
to
it,
this.
dude. I get what you're
Okay.
doing here, and honestly, like you were saying about matching energy. Well, I'm matching yours. You're being kind of a dick right now. So I'm
Well,
just gonna
okay.
say,
Well, so here's the thing. When you make these kind of bold claims that you understand the theological position of Christians, when clearly
I
you
do.
don't,
I do understand.
when you say the affirmation
I
of Jesus
dude,
Christ
I
is
was
to
a
accept
Christian
everyone.
for like the majority of my
Hey,
life.
Pep Talk, does Jesus Christ send people to hell?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't?
Actually,
So there's no hell?
no.
There's no heaven?
There is heaven according to the Christian doctrine.
So
but there
everyone
is no
goes to
hell.
heaven? So
There
everyone
is no
goes to
hell.
heaven? Everyone goes
That
to
was
heaven?
that was created afterwards, bud.
Does everyone go to heaven?
No, actually, you guys all go to purgatory until Jesus decides to make that wonderful day.
And then
come
what
back.
happens after that?
I mean, according to them,
I don't know.
Well, hold on.
I
hold
know
on.
theology, I don't know.
According to Revelation, you guys do actually go to heaven. But you guys already debate whether Revelation might have. Yeah, we might have to let that one go a little bit. 'Cause
Oh.
that guy was a little. Hey,
Did Jesus descend into Hades?
did he descend into Hades?
Yeah.
Which chapter? Which verse?
I'm asking you a question. Did he
I don't
descend
know.
into Hades? You
That one I
know.
don't know. I'm
You don't
admitting.
fucking know nothing. So anyway, so back to Will. Very
okay,
quickly,
did
Will.
Jesus say on the Sermon on the Mount to actually love thy neighbor? To
Yeah, of course.
to not have borders, to pay your taxes.
And do you-
did he?
yeah,
did
and
he
do you
say
know-
that he loves all thy children? Did
do
he
you know
also
what-
say like if you
Yeah.
guys do not
Right.
practice
Let's
what
let
I
Pep
preach and
finish
live
his
in
thought.
my way, then then you are a hypocrite, and he has a very special place for you guys.
Where's that?
Oh,
Where's that? Where is it? Where's that
the-
special place?
the not heaven.
Oh, I thought that didn't exist 5 seconds ago. So anyway, back to Will, real quick.
Let's wrap it up.
I'd like to dive into this with you real quick. So, I still haven't actually heard a response to this argument.
Talking
for
about the utility. You're talking
Yeah,
about the utility
so
argument.
it has
is this
to-
just like
it
for
has to
Andrew
be an
bloviate
entailment.
himself?
It has to be an entailment of max. Well, he's giving arguments. It has to be a metric of actual utility here. If you say maximum social cohesion, things like this, the vast majority of planet Earth agrees with me that when we say gender, we mean sex, and there's only 2 sexes. The vast majority. How does it give us maximum utility, even if it were the case? These people weren't lying; they were telling the truth. This and that. There's so few of them. to upheave the entire social order based around that. That's not maximum utility. How could you ever demonstrate that?
Utility is important, but what's also important is truth, right? And
only if it has utility.
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Okay, wait a second. So if somebody shows up to your house and says, "Where's your wife? I'm going to sexually assault her," would you lie?
Yeah.
Why?
I see where your point is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see your point. That's your point. I think yeah, it's an interesting point.
It's good for you to think about this shit, Will. It's good for you to think about. Like, I have hope for you, bro. We're gonna bring you to the dark side.
Would not say
Will.
that at all. Would not say. But I definitely think that the major difference.
Star Wars. Thank.
The major difference that I really want to push forward is that one is founded in reality, one is not. One is founded in a psychological phenomena in the mind. One is a religious dogma that is not founded in any scientific facts at all. That is a very large difference. Just because a lot of people think that these people are wrong, that doesn't mean they're right. And I would definitely go to argue that the people who are blaming, okay, here's a good question. If those people are so harmed by me calling myself, or yeah, sure, let's just say me calling myself a gender that's different from the sex I was assigned at birth, do you think that the harm that is being inflicted on those people is similar to the harm that they are all inflicting on me by saying my own opinion is wrong about the way I think?
I don't see how it wouldn't be the case.
Well, I would say it's very vastly different because I have something in my mind that I am thinking.
So do they.
The difference is they aren't going to be harmed by me saying.
Yeah, but that's a subjective metric.
Myself.
This is the problem. Is like you keep saying
control the way I think about myself.
Will, I just let you go through it.
Yes.
The problem you have here is like this actually doesn't make any sense, bro. Even from your view, like just think about this objectively for a few minutes or a few seconds. If it is the case that it's just a subjective metric for who's telling the truth, who isn't telling the truth, right? And that perhaps both are lying or perhaps both are telling the truth. I guess, perhaps we will never completely know. But from your view, I'll just say that they are. It's still irrelevant from a utilitarian standpoint. The maximum utility here would still be in the noble lie. It would still be in the idea of the social order being continued at not the expense of the entirety for the very, very tiny minutia. Even rule utilitarianism would have to agree that that's true. And you still have not actually refuted that. You actually have not still addressed that. And I think the reason you haven't, bro, is because you know that even if it's a lie, as long as there's utility in a lie, they're fine.
Okay, do you recognize that
Don't ask me a question, respond to the argument first, please. I've done that for you. Do that for me.
Okay. So you're saying the utility of believing in the way religious people believe in gender is more utility. There's more value in that for those people.
Well, no, hang on. But I know you're trying in good faith. I know you're trying in good faith to steal, man. I'll just reiterate the argument very briefly. It is the case that vastly more people believe that gender is interchangeable with sex. They believe that when you say gender, it means sex. We agree on that. And when they say sex, they just mean a binary too. And if the vast majority of people believe this and gain from that the maximum utility in their life with this binary, if you uproot that or try to uproot that from the ground up in order to benefit a very few, that would be massive negative utils. That's what I want you to address.
Okay. I think the core disagreement here is the utility is I think there's more utility in addressing gender the way it is in reality versus the way a religious person decides what gender is. I think there's more utility. It's not a reality
though, by your own metric. It's an intersubjective thing.
Thoughts are part of reality. And
intersubjective reality.
Psychology is a part of reality.
Intersubjectively. So I mean, you can't avoid this, right?
Yeah. No, sure. But the definitions that we use in flexible gender is more utility. There's more utility in this one.
Yeah, right? That's an assertion. I need the demonstration.
I'm going to. Okay. So that is because I now have autonomy over my own thoughts. That's the difference, right? The religious people want to make me think something that I don't 30
seconds.
I am not forcing. them to think anything that they don't want to think.
You're
They
not being
can think gender is a binary. I'm not forcing it on them. It's not true, but I'm not going to force them to do that. The religious people want to force us to think a certain way
you
about
still
gender.
haven't
Isn't true.
you still haven't engaged
last
with the
thoughts.
And
utility portion, bro. You
the
haven't
pu-
engaged
push,
with it.
The push on making me think a certain way is much strongly utility negative than me telling you I'm going to live my life a certain way and you can live your life any way you want. That doesn't harm them
That
the same
can't
level.
be
It
true
is
if
much
lies
more
are
harm-
okay based on utility will. It can't be the case.
Not all lies
Next.
are equal. You just said that.
Next question coming in, guys. Plastic Citizen. That was a great
Do this
super
again?
chat.
Hang on, before
we had a lot of fun with that
before
one.
we do the next question, we
Yep.
have to break in Speakeazy's first time on Modern Day Debate. Speakeasy.
Let's
Speakeazy's
Tilts
here,
out
thank
to
you.
you. Shot for you. I know it's also Pep Talk's first time, but he's not my debate partner, so he doesn't get to partake in the shot. Speakeasy. Hats off to you,
Let's
sir.
go. Let's go.
You could have a shot if you want to have a shot. I mean, we appreciate all our speakers here at Modern Day Debate. Thank you so much for Speakeasy and Pep Talks for being
Breaking my
here.
rule and taking a hit. Why not?
Oh, you breaking your rule. I was going to say, you're like Craig, who's going to be debating Andrew for the DEBATECON. I don't recall a moment where he didn't have that vape
I'm
in his
breaking my
mouth.
rule because it hurts, guys.
And then he said he was microdosing. I just about
Bro,
lost it.
don't fuck yourself up with it. You don't have to do that. This poor guy's like cooking himself over. He's like, there's a lot of pressure right now.
A little bit. You know what? I'll give you that. Peer pressure. All right. Haven't had that happen since like high school. Damn.
No worries. All right, so we got a couple more. Well, quite a few super chats. We'll try to get through them, but this has been great, guys. And yeah, no, it's gonna be a great time at the DEBATECON. So as Speakeasy was saying, he's checking out the link in the description. We have our tickets there. If you can't make it, hit the notification bell for all the events that are coming up on Modern Day Debate. They're all posted right now. And yeah, if you do want to help us out, super chats are great. They help us in the here and now, but YouTube takes a lot of that, so it is best if you can help us out through the Indiegogo link and contribute to the fund there. That would be super appreciated. Yeah, let's get back to those questions. Thank you, everybody. Richie says, yeah, we read that one, sorry. Made by Jim Bob. All right, says if made by Jim Bob. He was on the other night with Craig. Yeah, like I was just saying, going to be debating against Andrew. So we had some fun with Made by Jim Bob the other night. Great debate. Go back and check it out if you have 6 hours to yourself. If sex and gender are distinct, can a biological female be a trans woman? If no, why not?
I think we might have asked this one last time.
Yeah, I think
Because
that was the one you just read.
I was talking about how
sorry.
biological is a very arbitrary word that I
Didn't
don't
answer
like.
it though.
Oh my
I
bad.
can
All right,
continue
sorry.
it if you'd like, but I think we're trying to push on.
See,
Just
I didn't.
pointing it
I must have read it without doing the call out because I did want to make sure that I made a point that Made by Jim Bob was on the other night and we had a lot of fun. So I must have forgot to do my call out, but did read the question. You know how things go. Richie says, I am a white male. Can I identify as a black female or just a female and not black? Why or why not? And what if I really feel like I am black? All right. So did you want to start us off there, Pep?
God, it's the Rachel Dolezal. I didn't think I'd have to think about her tonight.
You went right to Rachel Dolezal. That's interesting.
I mean, that's like the first one that I think of every time I think of.
Well,
that
is
one. I was
Rachel
just like,
is Rachel?
"Oh,
Well, hang on. Actually, this is a good segue. Is Rachel Dolezal black?
No.
But Rachel Dolezal definitely.
I don't know,
thinks,
man.
Rachel Dolezal definitely thinks she's black.
I know.
So
I-
is she?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then that's the end of that argument.
Eh.
All right. Well, you heard it there. I think these guys had a moment of agreement. So, Plastic Citizen says
It happened. Look.
oh wow, yeah. And the
Not
world
mortal
will end.
enemies, right?
Oh my goodness, isn't that crazy? Pep Talk's still here. It's crazy. No.
Oh, hey.
I'm just picking. No. This is an inside thing now.
Oh, I was
sort
like,
of,
what?
Kind
Oh,
of.
God.
Only everybody knows, but.
No, I appreciate you guys bearing with me. Honestly, man. Like, I was surprised I was even able to make this today. So.
Yeah, no
I
worries.
appreciate
I appreciate you being here, Pep.
You did fine, man. Even the energy matching when you said I was being a dick, even that was
Yeah,
fair.
sorry.
It was all good. It's all good. I'm not upset.
You hung in there, man. I appreciate it.
Oh,
Thank
that
you.
was fun. Honestly, I see a great avenue for you guys to have a conversation about the Bible in the future, about maybe some things.
I would love nothing more.
Well, I was talking to Pep because he was the one that was
Oh,
in that
Pep too.
conversation.
Pep.
But
Hey, maybe it could be
yeah.
another 2-on-2.
It's okay,
you go.
bro. It's okay, bro.
They were the ones that were getting into it. So, anyways, Plastic Citizen says, have XXY chromosomes and was born with malformed genitals of both sexes. Had surgery as an infant where a doctor assigned me as a male. So then, what am I?
That is a fantastic question. And these are perfect because these are what my whole argument is founded upon, is the fact that sex, gender, identity, and gender expression are not binary, right? There's multiple different attributes for each one. If you want to talk about chromosomes, hormones, genitalia, these are all things that add up together to paint a picture. Sex as a binary is just an oversimplification of looking at many, many different factors. That's all it is.
So you're still standing by the third sex thing?
So I addressed this in the beginning. Intersex is a label we give individuals who do
It's
not
not a
normally
third
fall.
sex, though. You agreed that that's true, right?
I wouldn't use that word.
You did use that word, though. You said it's a
Okay, I
third
mean,
sex.
It's not that important. Is the point I'm
It's
trying to make here.
It's super important.
It's absolutely not, because I've already told you sex is a spectrum. So to say there's a third sex isn't that crazy. I said it's a spectrum. So
No, I'm not saying
number,
I didn't say it was crazy. I said it's wrong. It's incorrect. You would
Well,
not stand by that, right?
is it
That was an incorrect statement. Look, there's no harm. You notice how when I make concessions to you all the time, and I make concessions for you all the time because it doesn't hurt my position, it helps it. In this case, making this concession, it doesn't actually hurt your position. It just clarifies it.
I told you I wouldn't use the word third sex. I wouldn't use that. And if I did use
were
it,
you wrong?
then perhaps I should concede that.
Okay. Yeah. There we go.
Third sex, intersex. It's a label. The more important concept
It's
is
an
that
umbrella
it's a label.
term. It's an umbrella term
Sure.
to talk about things for biological ambiguity, but there's no actual third sex. You agree with me there, right?
All right.
You're putting too much emphasis on this third sex thing. I will give you. I would not call it a third sex, though.
Okay.
Yes.
I do want to jump in here, guys. We got so many questions, and Pep looks like he's not having a great time over there.
I'm
Pep,
dying here.
Okay. Did you want me just to ask a few questions for
Yeah,
yourself?
dude.
If you want to dip
Close the camera,
mind.
close
If
the
you guys-
stream, go.
Yeah.
It's good, bro.
Don't feel like you gotta run a marathon here.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
I'm riding the struggle bus.
Well, I was gonna say, I got a couple questions for you, so if you want to knock them out of the park just by yourself, the other fellas can just hang out and listen for a few, have a drink, do what you like to do in your own space. And,
if you want to interject, you can.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. Vigo said, question for Pep Talks, do souls exist?
Do souls exist? I don't believe so. No.
How can it be argued that somebody can be born in the wrong body without positing that a soul exists?
That's, kind of goes back to the original question. I don't believe souls exist.
Okay. Pep Talk.
I just believe, believe literally, like, lights out, gone. That's it. I know.
No worries. I'll try to push it along. Just, it's up to you. So we'll just try to get through them. There's only a few here that are specific.
Yeah, that's fine. Keep going. I need this, guys. I need to go.
No worries. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate you being here, buddy.
It was nice to meet you. You have a great night.
Yeah. Nick had said, Pep Talk, if you don't call that person on the bridge what they demanded to be called and they jumped, should you be held responsible for their death?
Oh, no. Although I could see the problematic aspect if somebody saw that happen and then they just saw me and them there and they're just like, I just witnessed something.
Okay, I'm going to let William handle this one because it's to both of you. And let's just see. To quote Craig, Pep Talk has impulse control issues. I don't think so, even Lord. I don't think anybody does here.
I think we all do here, actually.
This is my first debate ever.
I think you're all doing just fine. This has been.
You did really good for your first debate, man. You did.
But I do want to let you know that I did way better my first debate. I just want to point that
out. Make sure to go watch it so I can do my homework.
Yeah, that's right. That's fair enough.
This is a skill that develops over time, though, I will admit.
Knocked it out of the park already
up.
from day one, yeah. All right, so FB says, Pep Talks is far less moral than Andrew. Andrew actually wants to help people. Pep Talk is a spoiled brat who only cares about himself. That was really of him.
Jesus.
That was really of him. He doesn't believe in hell. Okay, were you an Orthodox Christian? Pep Talks, please don't act like you know Orthodox. If you were not ever Orthodox, I say that.
I didn't say I was Orthodox.
Okay.
I didn't say I was Orthodox.
We will close out Pep here because Pep's
Thank you,
not
guys.
feeling too well.
Have a
Pep,
wonderful
I'll give
evening.
You're the
I
man.
really
It
appreciate
was
it.
good meeting you, man.
Stay strong.
Yeah.
Before I do let you go, did you want to take a minute and just let everybody know? Well, I got your link in the description, so Pep Talks is linked in the description. If you enjoy long streams, I think you do. I think I just checked your YouTube a little bit ago, and it was like 6-hour streams that you're generally doing over there. So if you want to take a minute and let everybody
that's
know
like my
what you
average.
think.
Yeah. No, I stream from Monday through Friday, 4 o'clock to usually about midnight, and then Wednesdays and Thursdays a little bit more tentative, and then I do Saturday streams. So come check me out. Pep Talks TV at YouTube and Pep Talks TV on Twitch.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure. Thanks for staying and answering those questions. We will see you next
guys.
time. Pep Talks.
I really do appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the debate.
Solidarity,
Cheers.
brother.
Till next time. All right. Well, we'll flick on over to this screen here so I can get things sorted out. We'll keep asking those super chats. So yes, Pep Talks is gone. So if you have questions for any of the other speakers on screen, that's preferable, just because Pep Talks is not here to defend the things that they said earlier. And I'm pretty sure that I hit all the ones that you did ask. Forgive me if I didn't. So Nick Brown says, trans daddy chill. Not sure what that's about.
I think that's me. But no, I won't chill.
Okay.
Bro, calm down, bro. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
You
Chill out, bro. Chill out.
Just calm down. Just calm down. The stereotypical no man should say this to his wife. He is an instant
No,
calm down.
every
What
man
are you
should
talking about?
always say that to their wife. That's how that's supposed to go.
I know. I was just saying the stereotype is that what are you saying? Anyway, JHGFDFGHJK says. You got quite the name there. There is biological sex, then there is gender, which is what you feel. Can feelings be deceptive and be socially constructed? If I feel like I'm a dog, am I a dog, or am I mistaken / mentally ill?
So this is another categorical error, because that's what most of these are probably going to be. And that's okay, because it's very confusing, because it's a complicated issue. Gender is a construct in the mind. Species isn't. Species is a measurable reality that is objective, more objective, at least. And gender is a construct in the mind. Anatomical sex is more of a measurable reality of somebody, right? It's depicting their physical characteristics and that you can change, but gender identity is something that's in your mind that you can change.
Yeah, it's just an
Whoa,
identity.
wait.
So, like, again, if he's saying I'm a dog, or if I want to say, yeah, I'm
That's a species.
black woman lesbian, you have to say it's true because that's your
I
definition.
don't have to say it's true.
If gender
your
identity is changeable, it's not immutable. And so if it's not
Identify as a man
immutable,
with a full bladder.
yeah. So if it's not immutable, then you're going to have to take the L here that anybody who has a mind state, just a mind state, a fixated mind state of I am thing, and you agree you are thing because you think you're thing, then they can't be lying. That's the same metric that you're using. This would be the same thing with religion. This would be the same thing for all these things. So the metric of harm and utils, from your view, would have to be based around the belief in thing X in mind is true. If that's the case, then the benefit and utility would always externally be the outgrowth of those beliefs from the util perspective. Like, how do you get around that, man?
I feel like a big conflict that you're describing is honestly just a misunderstanding. Because
What
I think,
part do you think I don't understand?
No. Well, I don't know if you would misunderstand, but religious people misunderstand what, honestly, they misunderstand what transgender means. They misunderstand what gender identity means.
I
They
think that's
think it
because
means
you guys
something more physical.
equivocate. I think it's because you guys equivocate. You say there's a distinction between, like, I do agree with you. I'll give you an olive branch here. I do agree with you that I took a long amount of time to figure out all of the various distinctions between what was being espoused as gender identity versus sex versus why this happens, the
It's very complicated.
psychological phenomenon. I don't think it's that complicated. I think it's reducible very simply to just mind state, Mind state belief
Mhm.
equals real to you. Real to you equals respect to you. Respect to me equals positive utils, because if I disrespect you, you're more likely to kill yourself. I think that that is the basic reduction to your argument. The problem with it, though, my friend, is that it's easily reversible. If that is the case, then mind state me, Christian, mind state me say, will me doing this is disrespectful to me, thus upping the rate that I might self-harm, or it causes some harm to me, even if it's not at the rate of suicide of the transgender crowd. If you quantify that over billions, it would have to necessarily have more utils on my behalf than yours. Do you see what I'm saying?
Let's go back to the utils.
Yeah.
So it is the point I was trying to make before is the fact that you are trying to force a thought into my brain that
So are
doesn't
you.
need to be there.
So
I'm
are
not.
you.
I'm not.
You are.
You don't have to agree with my identity.
You don't have to agree with mine.
Okay, but very
That has
religious
nothing to
people.
do with the utils. That has nothing to do
No,
with the
it-
utils.
no, it-
So like, you don't have to concede that Christians are right. Christians don't have to concede that trans are right. If it is the case that we
Yes.
both agree it's a mind state, if vastly more people agree with my mind state than yours, that's still going to be positive utility. Like, there's no way around that, Will.
No, but again, this is a disagreement about. This is a miscommunication. This is
What's
a
the
disagreement.
miscommunication? We're
Because-
not miscommunicating.
No, we are not you. I think
Not me.
general religious people. I think general religious people don't understand that gender identity only exists in the mind. And if they did understand that, they would be much more willing to
I
accept
think they
it.
do, and I can prove it, because they say that is bullshit and not true. It's not true. So they are saying that they're actually agreeing with you. They're saying this mind state that you have, they say it's delusional or it's incorrect, or we disagree based on A, B, C, or D. They are actually affirming that it's a mind state that they
No.
disagree with.
No, that proves my point. Because
How?
we have established, a
Yeah.
mind state, your opinion cannot
Yeah.
be wrong. It cannot be wrong.
If
So
that's the
fact that
case,
they
then
say-
they're right.
The fact that they say it is wrong proves they don't understand it, because they
Well,
are saying it's
then-
wrong, and you
then
can't
you've
say
just-
an
well,
opinion
wait.
is wrong.
Then you've
can
just
you?
uno reversoed your own argument, because what you're saying is they're not wrong.
Who's not wrong?
Religious people.
They believe something in their brain, and it disagrees.
They're not wrong, though, right?
They have a mindset. It can't
and
be wrong.
it can't be wrong. It can't be wrong, Will.
It can't be wrong.
It can't be wrong.
Because it's their opinion.
And
Opinion can't be wrong.
then they're not wrong. So maximum utility would go with the most amount of people who are not wrong. In this case, the Christian will. That's the end of that argument.
No, the difference is me. I want to control my own body. I want to control my own thoughts. You telling me I can't do that harms me 8 billion times more than you looking at me and me living a certain lifestyle
Nobody's
that you
saying
disagree
you
with.
can't do that thing. Just we're not going to affirm it for you. You can do.
You
can
don't have
think
to
whatever the
affirm
fuck
it.
you want in
Who
your
says
head.
you have to affirm
But
anything?
you're trying to
dude?
force everyone else.
Who the fuck is forcing you to do anything? You don't do anything,
want
bro.
everyone to see men
When did
as
I say you
women.
have to?
If
I
I
never
put
said
on a
anything like
dress and I
that.
look enough like a woman for you, you want everyone to say I'm a woman. It's you.
Okay,
that's
well, you're just
forcing
making up
how
an
people
imaginary
see.
person that doesn't exist, because I didn't do that. I didn't do any of that. You're just making
Well, I
somebody
mean,
up.
you did. You did, Will. To be
Go on.
fair, you said, Andrew, I think you understand, but general religious people, you are actually creating an external monolith other than the guy you're debating with. It's just that I'm so good faith, I'll even engage with that.
I think because you might agree with
Yeah,
what
I'm a
I'm
little
saying.
more of a dickhead.
No. It's not. In fact, I've been adamantly disagreeing with you. It's just that I'm so fucking good faith that I'll even engage when it's a straw man, because that's how good faith I am. Because on any of these tiers of topics, Will, I'll even if I grant them, your own logic disputes them over and over and over. You uno reverso yourself. Now,
No.
the thing is like, I could even, listen, Will, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I could actually make the affirmative transposition better than you could.
Oh my
I'm
God.
just going to point that out.
Right.
Well, that is a
if you were-
question, and we'll get to that. Somebody does want you to steal man eventually, but go ahead there, William. I don't want to cut you off. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that you can't, because you can't choose to make someone think a certain way and say that it affects them less. When I live my lifestyle, how does that how much utility is that harming you? How much negative utility is that putting on someone else? You don't have to affirm it. You don't have to do anything. I don't have to affirm your religion, just like how you don't have to affirm my gender.
This
They
all
are
makes my
not-
point. This makes my point.
No, it doesn't. But gender exists still, right? Gender
So does
exists,
religion.
and it
Yeah.
can. Yes, and religion exists, and
So where do we get our
gender-
maximum? If
wait,
our mind
You're
state can't be a
conceding the
lie,
whole debate right now.
if
Gender
our
exists in your
mind,
then it can
bro,
change.
but if it is the truth, if everything which is in our mind state is the truth, then you would have to concede that the maximum amount of utility is in the most people are telling the truth. You can't say that Christians are not telling the truth by your own admission. Therefore, we have maximum utility.
I didn't
no matter
say
what,
that
bro.
what is
Listen,
a mindset
listen,
is the
I'm
truth.
gonna
I
show
didn't say
you.
that.
You did. I'll show you. In fact, you can rewind this. You've stated it's the truth over and over and over. Your argument is circular. Your argument starts here. Now, to be fair to you, Will, totally fair. Almost all arguments are circular, and there's a good reason for that. But you start here. You say the affirmations of the mind are true, right? They have to be true because the
They're
subjective.
not true. They're just affirmations. That's all they
Okay.
are. I wouldn't call them true or false. They just are. They just
So
exist.
is trans ideology true?
It exists.
Is it true?
It can't be true or false.
Okay,
It
well then-
exists.
Okay, great. So then Christian ideology by the same metric exists.
I agree.
Okay, so then if we start at the point, it exists, right? So
Yeah.
therefore it exists and mind state exists. So therefore mind state exists, I believe X. If I believe X and most people agree with X affirmation of belief, then denying X affirmation of belief brings us right back down to, but it exists, et cetera, et cetera. It goes into a util argument. So where's maximum utils in the circle is going to be maximum amount of people, that would be this part, who believe in X thing, which is non-falsifiable because it's a belief by Will's admission. Do you understand?
So I believe what you're saying, let me try to steel man a little bit.
Mhm.
You're saying that most people believe transgender, it's the confusion, is the identity exists.
You just had your mind
you-
blown, bro. I know. It's hard, bro.
Do you think these religious people would admit that the identity exists?
I think that they would admit that these people believe that, yes.
Okay, no. I said, do you think the religious people would agree that the identity exists at all?
Well, I mean, as far as they would believe that any identity exists.
So there we go. So the identity does exist. They would say, oh yeah, the gender identity exists.
Well, as a mind state, I think they would agree. Yeah.
Okay. So if they can admit that,
Yeah.
then they admit trans people are real. Because that's
Well,
all
no,
it is.
That's
all
just,
it is.
No, so you took that one logical step too far. They would just be admitting the mind state is real.
That's what
hang on.
transgenderism is.
Not that, well, but then we're going to end up, unfortunately, circling right back to utils. So even if it was the case that all transgenderism is a mind state, then that's all Christianity is a mind state. If it is the case that both are mind states, both are making an affirmation for the mind state, neither one of them are falsifiable. If the number of people who have the mind state against the number of people who don't is vastly superior, then maximum utils would be in the people who have the maximum amount of the mind state. That's it. Very simple. It's very basic mode opponents, right? If X, then Y, if Y, then Z, blah, 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 right?
Transgenderism does not force other people to believe in transgenderism.
Neither does Christianity.
Incorrect.
Okay, where's
Incorrect.
Christianity
Completely.
forcing you to believe anything?
Have you ever heard of a missionary who tries very hard to convince
that's
people
what you are
that
for
a
trans people right
specific-
now. You're a missionary for trans people right this second.
No, I'm explaining the fact that something exists. That
You
is
are
not the same.
proselytizing based on a worldview and a mind state, bro. You're proselytizing on
Here's the
behalf of the
difference.
trans. Right? You
The
are
big
preach
difference.
your will
The big
in the
difference.
name
The
of the
big-
transgender Lord.
the big
You are
difference.
here to proselytize and bring us to the transgender
All right,
God.
let's bring it down enough.
All
The
right.
difference is there is no transgender hell.
Oh, we got
someone's
Pastor
going to go
Andrew.
to.
That's the
great.
difference? What?
Let me
There-
explain why
there
that's
is.
important. Let me explain
Okay.
why that's very
Explain
important.
why it's important.
Right? Because religious people think that they need to force their ideas onto somebody.
How are
or
they
else-
forcing them?
Let me explain what I just said. They feel like they need to force this idea.
Yeah, but what's the force? I need that explained.
My Lord.
I just want to force explain how they're
Okay,
forcing it.
let me say it like this. Their incentive to convince people that they are right
That's
is
not force.
extraordinary. That's why I changed what I said.
Yeah.
The incentive they have to change people's mind
Yeah.
and believe what they believe
Yeah.
is extraordinarily, almost infinitely greater than a trans person is to change other people's minds
Then
about
why are
what
you here
transgender is.
proselytizing on behalf of trans? And where's the force, Will?
Okay, I already took force out of the
Yeah,
equation.
so then Christians aren't forcing you to believe anything?
Let me finish.
So then
point.
if Christians aren't
their
forced...
incentive to change people's mind is infinitely greater than a trans person is to change other people's mind. That's why Christians and religious people will shove things down trans people's throat that they disagree with in their mind.
Yeah.
Like, you need to do this or you're going to be tortured for infinity.
Like, you need to do this or I'll kill myself?
Well, being tortured for infinity... Wait, no, killing yourself is my personal choice. You don't have to. You can
that's right. You don't have to, but do this, or I'll fucking kill myself. That's not force.
Well, it's not. The incentive for you to convince me to be a Christian is very great. The incentive for me to convince you that transgenderism is true is very minimal compared to
Then why are you trying to do it?
That key difference, that incentive difference, is why one is much harsher, much more narrowed down, focused, and pressures these small groups of people in a much harsher light than transgenderism does to everybody else in the world.
So let me get this right. Christians proselytize, not utilizing force by your own admission, but transgender people say, if you don't believe in my ideology, I'm going to fucking kill myself. You think, which one sounds more forceful, Will?
I'm going to kill. That is not the threat. It's not you believe in this or
really?
I kill myself. That is not what people do.
Then if I don't affirm, if I don't affirm trans identity, what is your ultimate argument reduced to? If you don't affirm trans identity, they're going to kill themselves.
Andrew,
That's
if I disagree with a Christian, are they going to tell me I'm going to go to hell? Yes. If you disagree with a transgender,
wait. That's actually not accurate. It depends. Catholics and Orthodox, well, specifically Eastern Orthodox, are not going to make a salvific claim. Catholics may make a salvific claim. That's true. And many Protestants may, though many won't, right? There's
most people.
No. They're not most people. You're wrong. Why don't you look up how many Christians are of the Catholic faith versus Protestant? You are incorrect. But that aside, Catholics, remember, ruled the planet for about, 1,200 years or so. But anyway, the principle and point and partial here is just this. When you say, I had to walk this back, Andrew, you're right. Christians aren't actually using force or proselytizing because you had to admit you're proselytizing on behalf of trans ideology. That's fair. I'm not disputing that. What I am disputing is when we're talking about force doctrine itself, Christians are not forcing you to believe in Christ. That would be antithetical to Christian doctrine, in fact. If we forced you to believe in Christ, that wouldn't be true belief. You, and what you're proselytizing on behalf of, though, is you affirm this is true, or I'll put a gun in my mouth and blow my fucking brains out. That, sir, is force.
No,
that is
transgender
force.
People do not say that. Transgender people are not going to approach
then why
a
should we
cisgender
affirm
person. Let me finish my statement.
I just want to know why we should
people,
affirm them.
Oh
then.
my fucking God.
Why should we affirm them?
Why do we
Because
affirm
if we
people?
don't, what happens?
What? Okay, we should affirm transgender people because we should respect people. Just like how we should not go into a Christian church and paint the whole thing red and say all of this is a lie. We should not go and disregard the feelings that they have towards their religion, because that matters too.
And
right?
so
we should respect
then,
that, just like we should respect someone's gender, right?
So then, therefore, if that is the case, that we should respect Christians as much as we respect trans, then their opinion that transgender people are incorrect and that there's only two sexes and that this gender thing is totally bullshit, you should affirm it. And if you shouldn't affirm it, then what you're saying is, no, I agree that the trans people are correct and that their ideology is correct. And I have a more utilitarian version argument for why. I just think that that utilitarian argument that you would base it on would be because if you don't affirm this identity, trans people will kill themselves. And I'd like to know how that reduction is incorrect.
I try to follow what you're saying, but let me try to repeat what you said.
Sure.
Basically, you're saying that the reduction of trans people trying to kill themselves is the main motivation that trans people are putting forward so that other people will agree
I'm
with
saying
them?
it's the primary utilitarian argument. It has to be.
It's the primary utilitarian argument.
Yeah.
I think
otherwise you're at like an impasse, right? So if it's just the case, I don't fucking believe you, but you should believe me, then who cares? We're at the same util set, except I could say I have more positive util because more people agree with me. So the only reduction you could give from there would be, well, trans person says, no, this is actually maximum util, because if you don't affirm this, I'll do the ultimate thing, which is bad, which is kill myself. Like, I don't see how you get around that.
So I think really at the end of the day, our society has greater utility when we respect each other. Would you agree with that, Andrew?
No. In fact, I don't even think you
really-
would. I don't even think you would agree with that. Like,
I would.
Donald Trump is the president. Do you respect him?
I have to, right?
No,
To
you
make
don't.
our
Fucking
society
come
go
on, don't
forward.
bullshit me, bro. You don't fucking
Don't worry,
respect Donald
SpeakeaZy.
Trump.
We're not gonna have a war over.
You
what Donald
don't
Trump is doing.
respect Donald Trump, though. Come on, right?
If I'm trying to work with somebody, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, but you don't,
Right?
though, right?
If I'm trying to promote growth, if
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying
you
to promote
don't fucking
prosperity,
just answer the truth. You
listen
don't
to my
respect
truth.
Donald
Just
Trump.
because you don't like my truth doesn't mean it's wrong.
I just
am
want to
going
know.
work
Okay,
with
so just
somebody.
honestly, then you respect Donald Trump? Just say yes or no.
I will respect him to work with him.
Yes or no, you respect Donald Trump?
I just answered this. I'm not gonna.
No,
play
you
a game.
didn't. Yes or no?
So-
you know,
so
yeah, you didn't really answer it. Yes or no?
Well, what do you
I
mean
respect
respect?
Donald Trump.
What do you mean respect?
Whatever you mean by respect.
Oh, well, I already answered. I will respect him.
You
Well, if we
will,
wanna
but
talk-
that's
if-
not my question. What's my question? Do you? So let me ask you.
I
again.
don't know what that means.
Do you don't know what?
He's not in the room with me. I can't do anything
So
to
then,
respect
if
him
you
right
don't know
now.
what respect means, why are we talking about trans
All right,
respect?
Because you know trans people and you can communicate to them.
We're doing
directly.
a dance right now there,
Different.
fellas. So I do want to ask a question just because it was brought up in our chat earlier. It's not in our super chats, but SpeakeaZy's out right now, so I'll just ask it. Donald Trump, you know, he made what was it, a declaration? I don't know if he wrote an
genders, yeah.
executive law that there's 2 genders. So yeah, maybe we could talk a little bit about that. So Andrew, yeah, what do you think that's going to change about American culture? His declaration or signing the executive orders. We maybe could be talking about that, but I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm
Well,
not sure
I'll
if
give
that
it.
was an executive order or not.
So I'll give it multiple different views. So from the first view, my view, as a Christian, I completely agree with him. That, of course, the best thing that you can do when you have a society where birth rates are in collapse is do everything you can to affirm that man and woman should be together, and a nuclear family, which is the backbone of the entirety of American society and all societies, by the way, or the cross-generational family, which would tune into what the nuclear family became, is completely correct. And by the way, that type of positive reinforcement is not propaganda. This is for the health of the nation. That in and of itself would have maximum utility, even from his view. It would have maximum utility to affirm that the nuclear family should be kind of pushed up above all alternative lifestyles, just for the purpose of the birth rate itself. You can't have people have experiences which are good or bad from a hedonic calculus unless they fucking exist. They can't exist if you're not birthing them. So I think ultimately it's a good thing. It's a great idea. He should affirm this, and he's aligning with the majority of the world when it comes to what we think in terms of sex and what we think in terms of gender being interchangeable with sex. And even a utilitarian is going to have to grant this, which is why he's been granting it all night. He really doesn't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
Let's let William respond a little bit to
Sure,
some of what you're saying there. Since I take it you're also in America there, Will. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is also...
Are you in a good state,
yeah.
though, Will? That's what matters. A
I
good
think
state.
you would say I am.
Are you
All
in a-
right, well,
well,
go
what-
ahead.
Okay.
I want him to engage with
One of
some
the
of the things
Southern
that you were
boys.
saying.
So I do not obviously agree that Donald Trump saying that we all have to have one of 2 genders is a good thing. In fact, I would go ahead and say it's a backwards thinking idea, right? We're going backwards in terms of how our social understanding of psychology works. We understand that it's very simple. Their cavemen thought this, and we thought this for lots of years when we were very primitive, that there were 2 genders. It's very simple for us to understand and comprehend as primitive people. But now that we've gotten older and we've gotten wiser, we recognize that that was just a oversimplified approximation for what represents true reality. True reality is much more complicated than that, and to dictate that we can't acknowledge what is real anymore, and we have to go with the dogma that Donald Trump gives us is a shame, and it's a backwards way to produce policy.
But how can you call it dogma when that's what you're talking about the entire night? You're proselytizing on
No
behalf
dogma here.
of a
No dogma.
dogmatic belief.
No dogma. Mine
Is-
is,
well,
you
here I
agree.
can-
What part
I'll-
of what I said about gender idea, identity, gender expression, and sex is wrong?
Well, not only can I point to multiple things you said were wrong, like
Name one.
the third sex, for instance. That was completely incorrect. The
Anatomical
other
sex.
thing is that the genderbread and the entire demonstration of the genderbread,
Mhm.
when you're talking about a mind state, it's actually not saying that. It's not making the affirmation that the mind state is true. You did say all mind states are true just because they're mind states. So if that's the case, what you ultimately are reduced to is that all mind states are true. My religion is true. Your proselytization of transgenderism is true. So then we just have to get down to bare bones utility. And the
Andrew.
more people, hang on, bro, I didn't interrupt you a single time, did I?
Oh yeah,
No, why you gave your entire dissertation
Okay,
about
not
Trump?
this
Did
one
I
time?
interrupt? No,
You're right. Not this one time.
I didn't.
But this
When
is a
we're having
response.
an exchange, it's fair for us to interrupt each other, right? We agree.
Yeah. Well, this is an exchange. Like,
Yeah.
Come on.
I agree, but usually when you make the statement,
I can
you take
chill.
time to make it.
you can go.
All right,
other person
let's
does
get
too.
back without the meta there, fellas.
Well, the meta here was important, but that aside,
It's okay.
that aside, I'm just saying if you're affirming all mind states are true, then I'm just happy to grant it to just show you that still maximum utility is going to be in my ballpark, not in yours. So, let me ask you this.
Oh,
We'll
come
just
on.
make
I
it-
wanted to respond to what you said.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
the
But I'll
main-
I'll just ask the question. You can respond and then answer the question too, right? So all I'll end it with is just this question. Birth rates being higher, at least to the point where you can reproduce your own society, is going to be good for your nation no matter what nation you're in. And if the entire world is in the problem of birth rates, and all of it is, except a few places in Africa, and even that with industrialization, birth rates will fall. That's going to unfortunately deplete labor, and we need that labor to feed the world. We know this because we've
All right,
almost
let's-
eliminated
Let's
starvation.
try to
So
pass the
I'd
ball.
like you to
I know you're trying
respond
be
to
very
that.
Clear.
Go ahead.
how it's related to the gender thing.
Well,
But-
it's related because you were shaking your head about birth rates.
I
Because you
think
just
I was
want to
shaking-
import people to replace births. That's why.
So, okay. So I think the reason I was shaking my head, if I can recall correctly, is that you said we are declining rapidly in birth rates, and that's absolutely not happening in America. Is it not gaining as much acceleration upwards as we used to be? Yes, that's true, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for society. An upward, direct, straight up growth in population is not always what's most beneficial to society. And let me go back to what you were saying before about ideas being true or not. Have I or have I not multiple times said in this debate that what you believe in yourself, your opinion, your favorite color, the gender you have, the religion you have, because it's just a state of mind, is just that. It is a state of mind. It exists as a state of mind.
No, you said it's
It-
true.
What do you mean? It's wait. Is my favorite color red? Is that true? Or
Yeah,
is
you would say it's true, right?
the identity is red? Yes.
So then
but-
it's
sorry,
true, right?
No, it's not true in an objective
It's not
sense.
true. So now your favorite
an-
color being red is not true.
In an objective sense, it's not, right?
Oh,
It's
so
a
it is-
subjective
but in a
question.
subjective sense, it is.
Right, which is a different context. And it's
Okay,
important
so then
nuance.
subjectively,
important nuance.
so then objectively, trans identity is not true.
No, trans identity is true to the individual.
Objectively,
Objectively, there is no truth.
okay. Well, then
And
if
something
objectively there
like
is no
that.
truth, then
Then what?
you can't say that trans ideology is true, sir.
I've already said this
Right.
multiple
Well,
times.
then the affirmation is that any mind state is true.
Any mind state is not true. It's just a mind state. It's
Well,
the way you
okay.
think of yourself. It
Well,
can't be
then-
true or false.
Okay.
It's just the way you think.
So is trans identity true or false?
It exists. That's what I said
Is
before,
it
and I'll keep saying
true?
that.
Then
It
what
exists.
did I ask you? Can you
Let
repeat
me
my question?
let me ask a clarifying
Can I
question.
hang on, bro?
Oh,
My
I'm asking a
I'm
clarifying
gonna ask
question.
you. I'm gonna ask you again, and you
Yeah.
can ask a clarifying question. I just want to make sure you get it. Is trans identity true or false? What
That-
part of that are you unclear on?
I'm unclear because that's a fallacious question. It's called begging the question because you're already assuming this concept could be categorized as one of those two things.
No,
And it
that's not
cannot,
what begging.
because it
okay,
simply exists.
All right,
I'll
let's-
respond.
let's-
That's not actually what begging the question means. Can you pull up the begging the question fallacy?
Oh, I would love to right now
Do
because
it,
I know
and then
very
read
much
it
what
out
begging the
loud.
question-
And man, you're not gonna like what you read.
Oh, relax. Begging
I'll relax. Don't worry.
the
We're all just chilling. It's been.
We're
it's
hang on,
been
hang
a lot
on,
of
hang on,
fun.
Mod. Let him
a
pull up.
logical fallacy that occurs when an argument assumes the truth of a conclusion.
Mod, I'm
when-
not Flanders' wife over here.
Oh wait, did I
conclusion
assume
it's
the
trying
truth?
to prove.
Did I assume the truth of the conclusion I was trying to prove, or did I ask you a question, sir?
truth of the conclusion.
What?
You're assuming the truth of the conclusion.
Did I assume the truth of the conclusion, or did I ask you a question, sir?
Assume the truth of the question. You might be right about this.
I might be right about this.
What is the fallacy when you?
Yeah, I'm right about this. Sorry.
What is the fallacy that the question has something wrong?
That's got to be.
That's
got to be
painful.
painful.
Let me ask you a good faith question.
That would be the fallacy.
No, the question has something wrong in it already.
Oh well, it depends. So there could be. So first of all, when you're talking about questions generally aren't going to be in the categorization of fallacy. Fallacy is going to point to an argument which is flawed. So you have two different types of arguments. You have valid and sound. If you have a valid argument, this is talking about the premises. If you're talking about a sound argument, it's talking about the conclusion. In this case, none of these are fallacies because I just asked you a question. When you said you're using a begging the question fallacy, that actually made no sense because I asked you a question. You don't even know what begging the question means, bro. You've got to stop this, man. You're your own worst fucking enemy.
Every day I'm learning something new. Don't even worry, Andrew. So your question had something false in the premise. That was the point I was trying to make. The premise was wrong.
That's fine. You would just say then, if that's the case, you would say that, well, first of all, I didn't give you a premise because it's a question. A premise would be an argument.
No, questions can be wrong, right? What color is the number 1 is a wrong question. The premise is wrong.
What's wrong about the question?
Because colors can't have numbers. Or it's sorry,
okay. So wait. So the question wasn't wrong because you had an answer to the question, right?
No, I don't.
You would. You would say there's no colors to numbers. What's wrong with the question?
Because that's not an answer to the question. The question dictated
that is an answer to the question.
the question dictated a number.
Well, then you could answer the question and say, well, the thing is that numbers don't have colors, or you could say numbers do have colors, or you could say any number of different things.
I could say that, but the main point I'm trying to come across is the premise of the argument was flawed.
There's no wait. Arguments are not questions, sir.
Did I say the argument? I meant the premise of the question. I said the premise of the question.
There's no premises to questions. That's
of course there's a premise to questions.
How do you have a premise for a question? Premises are arguments.
What color is the number 1 has a premise? The premise is that numbers can have colors. That's a
premises
question.
Premises are based around arguments or positions.
30
They're not
seconds,
based around questions.
Moving on to the next question.
So here, like, let me ask you this, right?
Yeah.
If I asked you this question, how tall are short people? What's actually wrong with that question?
That's a difficult question to answer.
Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer, but the thing is like there's nothing actually wrong with the question. What you're talking about is the validity of an argument or the soundness of an argument. Questions don't have premises. That's not how
questions absolutely have premises.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll give you $100 right now. Google, do questions have premises?
Ooh, let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm kind of surprised you're arguing that.
All right, last one. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
You should have made him bet the $100 too, because you're wrong.
No, he did. He did bet it.
I'll say 5'10". 5'10" is tall for short.
Yeah, the answer is no. So when do you want?
Associated with arguments. Well, I'll Venmo you. But
yeah, you Venmo it, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like this is good for you to learn this shit.
I'm learning.
And now here's the thing, bro. Will you Venmo it over to SpeakeaZy? SpeakeaZy, give me your Venmo real quick. I'm going to take a leak.
I don't have Venmo. I have Cash App.
Okay, can you PayPal it to SpeakeaZy?
Oh my God, I'll do any pathway you want.
Okay, SpeakeaZy, give me your PayPal right now. Tell me when you get the $100.
Deal.
Right. Well, we could. I don't know if we should continue with questions if Andrew's not here.
Well, we have other ones that we can unpack, and I think SpeakeaZy fairly could have some floor time. And of course, Will, you are doing a fantastic job holding down your side of the fort on your own. I am SpeakeaZy on PayPal. I'll get the link. Oh, you guys and your bets. Everybody always making bets on stream. It's been a long time since this has happened for me, I have to say. Like, did you accept bet terms and lose? That's not fun. Somebody's getting a couple bucks.
Sorry, I had to take a leak. I don't mean to cut off the moderator. Did you send that 100 yet?
No, I don't think it's happened yet. What did you do? Did you force it out with like 400 PSI? What are you doing? That was so fast. Oh man.
Did you get your $100, Speakeasy?
accelerating.
Not yet. I sent him the name. I'm just getting the link.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got it sent over. But no, that's I was just making commentary about the fact that this always seems to happen when we're having these style debates. Somebody gets bet a certain amount of money, and then somebody's anyway gambling. You guys, all right, Rave.
We do not gamble on YouTube. What happens is we have respect for the other person, and because we have that type of respect, when we have a disagreement, we pay for it with our mouth or our wallet from our mouth. There we
poetic.
go. There you go. I didn't say the G word. That's
you didn't say that.
Not good. Yeah, I didn't. It's in your imagination, gaslighting everybody now. All right. Mike Alrondo says modern day debates. This is off topic, but a debate request. I'd love to see a 1v1 debate with Maynard Reports versus Destiny on Trump versus Biden. Is Biden still alive? Anyway, let's carry on to the next super chat. Doc City USA said, there's the PayPal information. My goodness. All right, so Doc City said, did Jesus identify as God, regardless of reality not showing one, and people accept him as one? How is that not a delusion as well? Gee, I gotta start doing this as well. I could use a couple extra bucks, fellas. You gotta give me some directions here. All right, I'm just picking. So, did Jesus identify as God? Did you want to start on that one, Speakeasy, or Andrew? I think they
yes.
Jesus
did identify as God. You'll actually find this in John 1:1. And so here's what you'll find in John 1:1. This just off the top of my head. Please excuse me if I don't remember it 100% accurately. But it goes something like this. In the beginning, there was the Word was God, and the Word was with God. And then later in John, he explains that the Word became flesh, and that flesh was a reference to Jesus Christ. So yes, it is the case that Jesus Christ is God.
Yeah, he also said, I and the Father are one. So yeah, many times.
You got it. I think we'll move on from that one, guys, just because we do have quite a few super chats, and yeah, Andrew and Will got into an unpack fest there for a while, but it was a lot of
Okay, can
fun,
we go? But real quick, moderator, I'm very sorry to cut in. You've been very good this evening. At Speakeasy, have you gotten your $100 yet?
Not yet.
Will, can we put a priority on this, Will?
Well, the thing is, the first Google I searched said no, but the thing is, I'm finding other sources that might be disagreeing with that initial
There's no source
answer.
philosophically.
So I might not be sending you that
are you
100
fucking
bucks.
serious, dude?
Because
you know what would have been
you
funny if you
were
had sent the
actually
100
wrong.
for being good faith.
Oh, no.
Cup of Coke.
Oh, no.
If you had sent that 100 for being good faith, I would have sent you 2 and said we don't even need your money, because that would have been even funnier. But the thing is like, bro, you lost that one.
Oh, no. I very much do not believe that I was correct when I was starting to go in that direction.
Yeah, then you got to send the 100, bro.
I just told you it was not. So I very well am right in premises being in questions.
No, premises are not in question.
Premise is an assumption. Would you agree?
It can be an assumption.
It can be an assumption.
Mm-hmm.
And an assumption can be in a question. Would you agree?
Of course.
It can be a part of the question.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
so a premise
that
can be in
questions,
a question.
That doesn't mean that questions are premise.
No, but a premise can be in a question.
No, a premise can't be in a question.
You just said an assumption can be in a question.
Yeah, but
and an assumption.
When you're talking about logic, when you're talking about logical arguments, when you're talking about premises are an engagement of formal logic. That's formal logic. A question itself is not formal logic. You can do an internal critique, and then you can make a counter argument, which would have a premise, right? But you just asking a question or something for clarity is not premised.
But a question can have a premise in it. It can have assumptions in it.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Show me a question with a premise.
What color is God?
That's not a premise. What's the premise?
100% is a premise.
What's the premise?
The assumption which is the premise, is that
Mhm.
God exists.
Okay, so wait. So a premise would be God exists. The question itself is not a premise.
The question itself is not. It is, because it's assuming that God exists.
No.
The assumption's already there.
There is
right?
an assumption baked in there. That's true, but there's no premise baked in there.
A premise is an assumption.
No, a premise is a part of the validity of a sound argument. That's it.
Wait, but no, you admitted a premise can be an assumption. You admitted
No,
it.
I said that you can have premises which
backtracking.
are assumptions. That's true.
So then that means an assumption in a
But
question
because
can be a premise.
well, wait, that's actually fallacious on your part. Just because a premise is an assumption doesn't mean a question which assumes is a premise. Do you understand?
Honestly, what you said didn't make sense, because a premise is an assumption.
The question is asking
premise,
for
just because
information,
a premise,
is giving
yeah,
information.
just because a premise can be an assumption doesn't mean a question has an assumption. Therefore, questions are not premises.
No, but questions can have premises in them.
Okay, show me one.
What color is God?
That's not a premise. That's not. Wait,
the foundation
what's
of the
premise?
question. The foundation of the question is already assuming God's existence.
The premise would be. The premise would be, is there a God, or there is no God? Therefore, what's the question part? What's the question in a premise? What premise can you give me where you're asking if a dog is a cat? Can you say in a premise, for instance, is a dog a cat?
I'm saying premises are within questions, not questions are within premises.
Okay, so then questions are not premises. Now pay up.
That's not what we said. No, questions can have premises in them.
Okay, show me one.
The premise of, I don't remember what the original question was that had the premise in it. But
listen. There is no
what color
premise.
is God has
you asking a question has nothing to do with a premises for an argument. A premise is based around an argument, not around a question. There's no source. Now, you can look up sources which will say there can be inferences to questions. That's true. But that has nothing to do with questions themselves being a part of a premise. That is not what a premise is. A premise is a base for an argument, for its validity, which would lead into whether or not it is sound. That's it.
You already established that assumptions can be premises.
Right? No, I only established that a premise can start with an assumption. Why don't you get that?
You guys are in the deep end, but you know what?
I'm the one who doesn't get it.
There's no deep end. You owe him $100. You lost, bro. I'm sorry.
So
okay.
It's all good. I'm just gonna ask.
I'm just saying I would have paid it out. I would have paid it.
I understand that, and you know what? If you got it to spare, Andrew, I mean, I'm your boy. But I will say, in the interest of fairness, I could always put up a poll, or we could just move on from here. It's up to y'all. So where are you guys at? I can put up a poll and ask our audience what they think.
Put up the poll. They're
gonna
even the liberals are gonna agree with me though. Watch.
Can a premise be in a question? Is the poll?
Nope. That's not the poll. The poll is a question of premise.
That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
I said there's a
literally
premise
is.
in a question.
But that's not true, though. That's factually not true that there's a premise in a question. You're wrong. Both ways. No matter which way you cut it, you're still wrong both ways.
All right, I think we'll move on from here, and we're gonna let that one play out in the sphere of the public eye. And if you guys ever meet up again in your own spaces, I mean, I'm not sure if you know how to get a hold of each other, but not my circus, not my pony. You guys.
You know what? I'll pay it. I'll pay it to SpeakeaZy on your behalf, just because I feel bad for you, Will. I would have paid up because, bro, like you could just look at it yourself. Look at it yourself, literally. How am I wrong here? How am I wrong?
Look at what?
If a premise is a form of argumentation, which gives validity to the conclusion of an argument, or you can have a sound argument, which is referring and a referent to the conclusion. A question itself is not a premise. That's fucking insane. And that was your assertion. You are completely wrong, and you need to pay up here.
You're misrepresenting what I said originally.
Okay, then tell me what you said.
A question is not a premise. That is not my statement. I said questions can have premises within them.
Give me one.
And the question can be wrong based on what the premise is.
No,
because
that's still wrong.
Can be wrong.
The question is gaining information. A premise is giving it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What you're saying is a premise can have an inference of a question. That is not the same thing as a question can have a structure for argument. That's not how that works, bro.
You said assumptions can be premises.
Okay, give me a premise question. Hang on.
A premise question.
A premise
what
question.
color is
30
God?
seconds.
That's not a fucking premise.
It is because the premise is God's existence.
God, no.
God's existence is a part of the question.
No.
Answers that
You do.
Then
it is true that I could. It is true. I can make a counter. I can make a counter to your argument or I can make a counter to your question by saying, wait a second, this doesn't contend with my argument or the validity of my argument. But you just asking the question itself is not premise.
Would you
wait,
bro. Question?
What's premise 1 for your question?
For what color is God?
Yeah.
Okay.
Premise
1. They're not numbered. A premise in that question is God does exist.
Ah, I see. And is that a different statement than what color is God? You asking you saying God doesn't exist or does exist is built into the premise. The question itself is not a premise, though. Do you see?
The question isn't a premise. The question has a premise.
The question isn't a premise.
The question
what is the premise for the question?
One of the premises is that God exists at all. That's a premise. It's an assumption. Would the word assumption be correct?
So you saying you have presupposed the thing and then put it in a premise is not a question.
Would assumption fix all of this to you?
Nope. Because here, I'll explain.
Yeah.
If you presuppose thing X and then put it in a premise, that's not asking a question. Yeah.
No, you put it in a question.
Okay, so give me a premise. Tell me a premise. So then tell me a premise that has a question.
No, it's a question that has a premise.
Okay, so tell me a question that has a premise.
What color is God?
That's not a premise.
What did you say? The question has an assumption.
You would say in a premise, if God has a color X.
Would you say it's an assumption? Would you say the question has an assumption in it?
Oh, sure. Questions can have assumptions.
That is what it meant. And you did originally state that assumptions can be premises. You said that.
Yes, but because an assumption can be a premise does not mean that because a question can have an assumption that means that a question itself is a premise.
Why
not?
That
makes no sense.
What's the difference?
We do need to move on. I said 30 seconds a long time ago.
The difference is in a premise, you're making an assertion of a truth claim based on something which is axiomatic or some type of presupposed starting point. The distinction between that and a question is you're asking about the validity of the premise, or you're asking a question before the validity of the premise, but it has nothing to do with it being a premise itself. You have to pay here, bro.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, bro. But
all right,
I don't. That disappoints me because you're just factually wrong here. A question is not a premise. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
I didn't say a question's a premise.
You did. You said all questions are premises.
All right, hold on. I don't want to put you guys on mute.
You're trying to reframe the whole entire discussion.
We've been doing really well, but yeah, I don't want to coerce anybody into paying money, but I would encourage you not to make any bets with each other. We do have a pretty hardcore.
We don't bet here. Now. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't say the B word either. Oh my God, this is the worst. All right. Modern Day Debates poll is up right now, and if you haven't voted in it, I put it as who had the facts tonight. So we got 9% for William, we got 7% for SpeakeaZy, 3% for PepTalks, and then a whopping 81% for Andrew.
Wait! I just figured this out. I just figured out how to hang on how to demonstrate this. I was thinking about this. Give me an argument based purely in questions.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not relevant to this. An argument.
Give me an argument based only in questions.
That's not relevant.
Because
that's not what I'm arguing.
Premise isn't a fucking question, bro. That's why you can't do it.
I have agreed,
if it were true
continue to agree
that a premise could be a question, then it would be the case, logically, if a premise could be a question, that you could do an entire argument in the form of questions
You're
as
arguing
premises.
against a straw man.
No, there's no straw man.
Hang
I
am
am
not saying a
I'll
premise
shut
is
up
a
and let you
question.
respond. I just want to hear this.
Couldn't get
Let's go through it,
guys.
If it is true that premises can be questions, or questions are premises, then give me an argument in all premises. And if you can't, that can't be true. If X, then Y. Go ahead.
I have already stated that is not my stance. Premises are not questions. I agree. That is not what I said in the beginning of this.
Then that's it. If
That's not what I
premises
said.
are not questions,
Premises are not questions.
Pay up,
But
brother.
questions,
Pay up, brother. Pay up,
oh,
brother.
my Lord. But questions can have premises, which we're going to rewind it and we're going to prove that I'm
questions
right about
questions can have premises. Okay. If questions can have premises,
yes.
then give me an exact premise for a question.
If God, what color is God, has the premise that God exists?
Bro, it's so fun. I don't even know what to do with this.
I know. This is crazy that you're not understanding this. I
actually don't understand.
All right, hold on.
But maybe
all
one
right,
day.
guys, hold on. We're going in circles on this. Not that it hasn't been fun, but I think we've reached the end of the fun, and we're just repeating ourselves at this point. So let's get back and engage with the audience a bit more. Justin Henley says, King Justin. I think he's being funny there, saying he's King Justin asks, since you can so much, oh no, this is not worded well. Since you can have so much about reducing self-deletion, should people be allowed to hold their own life hostage to control other people? How is this not what trend self-deletion is doing? I did my best. There's some spelling errors here, but did you want to start with that one, Will?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's what they're doing. First of all, that's not what the transgender community is doing. They're not holding anyone hostage. You know, someone feeling so much suffering and pain that they eventually resort to committing that act it's not holding you hostage. It's their life, and how they feel makes them feel like they have no other escape except for that. And the fact that you keep focusing on how that makes you guys feel trapped because they feel even more trapped to the point of they will commit this act is really just misrepresenting the entire subject. Like,
I think you actually agree it's an emotional hostage taking, right? Like, so if you had a girlfriend that told you she was gonna end her life if you left her, should you be obligated to stay to make sure she doesn't end her life?
So that's not trans people.
Or would she be hostage taking?
That is different.
That's their will, and then we'll move on.
That is not analogous. That is not an analogous statement, because that's not what trans people are doing. Trans people are telling you, hey, if you don't tell me blank, I'm going to kill myself.
You're saying not affirming them leads them to ending their lives.
Just because that is true doesn't mean they're threatening that. And that's the difference between a hostage taking.
We're going to ask the next question there, fellas. Even Lord says transgenderism seems like a self-correcting problem. If society excludes them, they remove themselves. A 0.03% removal of population is small. Any thoughts there, Will?
Was it that they don't care that they're committing these acts? Is that the idea? Could you repeat it one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, if I was going to word it, it's another one of these really hot takes. Like you guys said earlier, this might be one that we just
I mean, if it's just disrespectful, then there's no real reason to entertain it.
It's a hot take. Jesus Eber Martinez says, Swyer syndrome, a rare genetic condition, people with XY chromosomes and have all normal female reproductive organs and appear female. What gender are they?
So this is a good question. So we have to go back to, what do we even mean by gender? Are we talking about their identity? Are we talking about their expression? Are we talking about their anatomical sex? All three of these categories are on a spectrum, and they're used to simplify things, but at the end of the day, the description of the physical reality is what's more important. And if they want to identify a certain way, that's their choice.
So you're saying they can be three genders all at once?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on mute, Andrew.
Yeah, sure.
He might be talking to his crew.
Yeah. There's no hard rules about how gender identity works. It's how you perceive yourself in your own mind.
Yeah, that's why it's useless, right? You talked about its utility earlier, but like, what utility does it have? I can literally, I can say you're a woman, and you should just be able to say that I'm telling the truth.
So if you want to affirm someone's identity, that's respectful and generally nice. You don't have to. No one's forcing you at gunpoint to do that. The utility in gender identity is in the way it makes someone feel.
When
right?
you say,
that is
when
where it
you
comes
say,
from.
I just want to ask you something. When you say, if this doesn't happen, then this will be the outcome, you're saying that's not a threat. So what is it? Is it a promise? Like, what is it?
If this doesn't happen, then this will happen. So
yeah, when transgender people say, if I don't get affirmed, if I'm not allowed to go into the woman's washroom, then I'm going to end my life. Is that, if that's not a threat, what is it?
So they aren't saying that vocally to you. It's not threatening you. No, they don't. They don't.
Because I don't hang out with these people, but they say it all over on the internet, right?
It happens very tragically, and it's horrible that we even have to have this discussion at all. But it is not a threat because they're not using it.
Not a threat. What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's going on?
They're not using it as a tool to manipulate you.
Andrew hasn't had a chance to sink his teeth on this question yet. So what's going on, Andrew?
Well, hang on. I do want to bring it back to the money you owe SpeakeaZy, but I have one more way to demonstrate this. Okay, one more.
Still
way.
on this one. All right. I will go use the washroom. You demonstrate your claim.
Do questions have to have a? Hang on. Do questions have to have a conclusion?
Do questions have to have conclusions?
Yes.
I don't even know what that means.
Does a premise need to have a conclusion? Premise A, B, C, conclusion X.
Does a premise are you saying questions need to have answers? Is that what you're saying?
No. When I give you a formal argument, premise 1, 2, 3, conclusion. Do premises need to have a conclusion?
They need to have an assertion.
They need to have a conclusion too. Otherwise, what are you making the premise for?
If you want to call it a conclusion, I would use the word assertion. It's assuming.
Yeah, well, no, that's in the premise. I'm talking about the conclusion. So premise 1, X, premise B, X, premise C, X, conclusion Y, right?
Questions don't have conclusions if that's how you want to define it.
Yes, so if questions don't have conclusions and premises must have a conclusion, we have deduced what?
Premises must have conclusion. Wait.
Yes.
Again, premises must have conclusions.
Yes, look it up. Does a premise need a conclusion?
So let's talk about this.
Okay, let's.
So you're saying premises need to have conclusions.
Yes.
Right. A premise that is within a question might have a conclusion in it, but the question isn't making a conclusion.
How do you make an argument?
How do you make an argument?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make an argument?
No, there's no wrong answer. You can Google it. I'm not even upset. Google it.
I wasn't.
How to make, no, you can, you should. How do you make an argument?
You gain a lot of supporting facts that support an argument.
No, a logical argument. How do you make a logical argument?
Go with your point. If you want
so a philosophical argument, you have premises and you have a conclusion. Premise A, B, C, D, conclusion X, right? Okay. That's how you make a philosophical or logical argument.
Okay.
You agree?
Well, those premises sound synonymous with assumptions, right?
Perhaps. So what?
Okay.
But premises have a conclusion.
Questions can have assumptions in them.
But do questions have conclusions?
I've already said no to question.
Then if that's the case, then we can use logic. So here I'll demonstrate it for you. Premise 1. Do questions have to have conclusions? Premise questions don't need to have conclusions. There we go. Premise 1. Questions do not need to have conclusions. Premise 2. All arguments which have validity have premises. And then premise 3. If all logical arguments require premises with conclusions and questions have no premise, then it would be the case that logically, if a question has no conclusion, then a conclusion is not a premise would lead to a conclusion. So therefore, conclusion would be questions are not premises. And questions cannot have
Questions are not
premises.
premises.
And questions cannot have premises.
It's different, right? Questions having them and questions them being
Questions
them are two
can't
different
have
things.
premises. Questions can't have premises.
But they can have assumptions.
But they can't have premises.
What's the difference between a premise and assumption?
Well, a premise could be an assertion without an assumption.
But what's the difference? Be an assertion without an assumption? No, an assertion can be an assumption.
It can be, but that doesn't mean it must be.
So what's the difference between a premise and an assumption?
But I mean, something which is stated as a fact. That would be the difference between a sound or unsound conclusion.
No, but it's the same premise and a conclusion, and a premise.
No, it's
and
not the same.
Assumption are they're also, I think, another word you could
So
use
then
is
do
axiom.
are so then okay,
Axiom,
but
right?
if say
It's like an
so you have
axiom.
an axiom, right?
Yes.
Is an axiom an assumption?
Yeah.
Okay. An axiom is an assumption.
It's like a
but
premise.
It's not a question.
Correct. But questions can have axioms. They have assumptions.
Okay, tell
and they
me
can
a
have
question.
premises.
Tell me a question which has an axiom.
Do you want to repeat the same question 10,000 times?
Yeah, but that's not a question based around
It is. It's based around an axiom.
Well, it's
that
not
God
based around.
exists.
It's not based around a premise, though.
All of those words are synonyms.
No, they're not synonyms.
Axiom, assumption, and premise are all synonyms with each other.
We're going to move on.
Okay,
there,
wait.
fellas.
But that has nothing to do with premise.
Maybe they have different
being,
contexts.
Here's the word you can
last
use.
one. Last
Premise. Premise is
thoughts
not
there,
a
Will?
synonym with axiom, right?
Any thoughts,
It is.
Will? And then we're going to move on.
Wait,
It
no,
is
it's
a
not. No. Premise is not a synonym with axiom.
It's an assumption.
All right.
They're all synonyms.
I'll tell you what. I'll double or nothing. If you can pull up right now the synonyms for axiom. Wait, for axiom, and
Double or
premise is
nothing.
one of them.
Oh, we're on the game show now, guys.
I think I'm over this. Like this is going a little
double
far,
or nothing. All right, that's fun. Honestly, though, we do have a lot of questions still to ask. Even Lord says, could each debater steelman the other side?
Yeah,
so
I can.
Let's. All right. So since you got all the hot piss over there and the gumption to do that, I'm going to start with you, Will. 1 minute on the floor, and then we'll let SpeakeaZy go, and then 1 minute for Andrew. So 1 minute, Will, Steelman, Andrew, and SpeakeaZy's side, or I would just say or just the general no side. It's up to you, but better to engage with them than anything. So 1 minute.
I'm going to go with the utility aspect of the Steelman. Utilitarily, it gives more utility overall if we don't allow transgenderism to exist and don't affirm people's gender identity. Even though they think there's more people who don't believe in transgenderism and there's less people who do believe in it, therefore we should affirm the thing that most people believe in because it will help them more because they believe in it. I don't agree with that, but that's the Steelman.
All right, 1 minute on the floor. Over to you, SpeakeaZy. Steelman the best as you can the argument for more than two genders, and then if you want to explain why you don't agree, that's great. Oh, you're on mute for some reason, SpeakeaZy.
Sorry, I must have hit my mic here.
Ooh, do you have a fancy controller? Is that what I just saw there?
Like a touch turn on.
No, it's just the bottom of the mic. I must have hit it with my hand there, and that's why I muted.
I was gonna say it looked like a remote for a second. I was gonna say, you fancy fella, I can't believe you. All right, 1 minute on the floor.
I'm not that tech savvy. No, but so basically the argument comes down to is gender has this ambiguous definition split into gender ID, gender expression, and the anatomical view of what they look like, and we all should affirm them, allow them into the women's bathrooms and men's bathrooms, vice versa, just because they feel like we should.
All right, you got it. Andrew, 1 minute on the floor. Let's hear your Steelman there. You were ready to roll.
Yeah, so the most good faith Steelman I can give is Will is saying gender itself, that people misunderstand it often. And what he is explaining is that this is a mind state and that it is a true mind state. It's not trying to force itself on anybody else, and that opposition to this is actually trying to force itself on you. Also, he further kind of extrapolates and says gender ideology itself is particularly non-harmful, and there's various reasons why he says it's non-harmful. I'm trying to give the best steel man I can, but ultimately what Will is saying is that gender itself is a mind state which is unfalsifiable. That's how I would kind of reduce it to its grounding. I would like to ask Will, am I incorrect here? That when I reduce it, it is a mind state which is unfalsifiable. Is that correct?
There's truth in what you said.
Right
I
on.
would
Okay.
maybe add that there is the other factor of gender expression, which has to do with a culture's perspective of how gender works. There is the aspect of gender identity, which is in your mind. You could call it a mind state. And then there's a cultural aspect of gender that is separate, and they don't necessarily need to be in congruence with each other.
That's fair.
But,
I was just
there-
trying to steel man it the best I could.
There's truth in what you said.
Okay.
All right.
Was there truth in what you said from my position?
Yeah, I hope so. I feel like it was.
When you were addressing the utilitarianism aspect, do you think you steel man my position correctly?
You don't think I did?
No.
That there's more people who will benefit from the utility of it because more people don't believe in transgenderism?
But also, it must be
Go
the
on.
case that because it's a mind state which is unfalsifiable, that you can't say it's untrue that people would want to do that.
No, but I admit this.
Yes.
Right? It's a mind
Then
state.
that's fair. I just wanted you to get the other hand, or the other aspect to it, just like I asked you to. That's all.
Yeah, no, I admit a opinion can't be wrong.
Okay.
Or right.
All right.
It's opinion.
All right. Let's ask the next question. Actually, I got a quick question. I had asked about the microphone there. So I noticed the SM7B that you're using there, Andrew. Did you find that you had to get the cloud lifter in order to make that sound good, or are you just like running that right into a preamp? Because I found like I couldn't get enough juice to make the SM7B to actually work for me quietly enough. But yours sounds really good. So I heard the cloud lifter helps a lot, but I just had to ask.
No, I have a whole different requisite of settings.
A whole different requisite. Okay. I mean, this thing I'm using is like,
Yeah, it sucks.
from the Elvis days. It sucks. I mean,
Sucks, yeah.
isn't it grimy? I mean,
Nobody's
I've got
ever going
better
to say
mics.
my audio on the Crucible is terrible. No.
No. I mean, people hear me and they wonder. I mean, I'm still using this because it is from 1953. It's kicking, and I probably should run it through my my DAW and maybe drop some of the low end so I don't sound so grimy, like I'm in a tin can. But whatever, guys. We're
I
having
blame
fun.
SpeakeaZy for all of this.
There you go.
Way to go,
You blame
SpeakeaZy.
him. Yeah, good
He's
job.
he's a piece of shit, this guy.
I fucking
Fucking
hate SpeakeaZy.
scumbag.
God damn it,
Garbage.
SpeakeaZy.
Just the worst.
What the fuck?
Can't stand this guy. You're no longer invited. No, I'm just kidding.
Worse than anything.
You're welcome back anytime. I'm too polite to actually be mean for long term. You bastard. All right, Airborne Animal says their arguments all boil down to special pleading, harm reduction, fairness, subject experience. They all only matter when it is a trans-identifying person, not the normal person.
Okay,
All
well, I'm willing to engage with that. All you have to do is look up special pleading. They're incorrect again. If it is the case that axioms are based on assumptions, and it is the case that we're dealing with mind states, then all of these things together would basically conclude that it's fine for me in an internal critique to say, if it is the case that you believe in utility as being kind of the maximum of what we should try to achieve, that if we're comparing worldviews, and I say mine is the dominant of the time, and you say, if you don't concede to my own, X thing will happen, it's on you to provide why that's maximum utility. This is a basic internal critique. There is no special pleading here, at least not from me and SpeakeaZy.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was that question saying that the conservatives were special pleading, or that I was special pleading?
Well, that's kind of irrelevant. We're just putting in why it would not be for me and SpeakeaZy special pleading. It's up to you to argue your case for why it's not on your end.
It's true. It's true. Sure. I mean, we want to go with that. I don't know how mine could be interpreted as special pleading. It's not. I would love to talk to them more about that because I don't know how that could even be personally perceived. Special pleading means this is special, therefore it doesn't follow any of the other rules as anything else. That is not what identity is. Identity is
that is not what special pleading means.
All right, let's ask the next question.
No, let's not. Can you look up what special pleading means?
Special pleading means something.
No. I don't want to hear your opinion. Just look up what special pleading means.
That the rules of logic don't apply to.
No, that's not what it means either. No, stop. We got to get a point of clarification.
30 seconds.
Please look up what special pleading means and read out the definition for me, please.
A person claims an exemption of a general or universal principle, but the exception is unjustified.
Right. So the key point. No, it's not, because the key point here is unjustified. You are trying to give justifications based on utilitarianism. That would not be special pleading.
All right, thanks, fellas. We're going to ask the next question. Virginia Redneck says, if trans women/men are women/men, why do you need to differentiate them with the prefix of trans? Shout out to Crucible. And once again, I will remind you that Andrew is going to be live at Modern Day Debate, DebateCon 5. It's going to be an absolute riot. We're going to have a blast. And hopefully Andrew won't be sitting by himself before the end. I can't help but be fun with that. But yeah, no, it'll be great.
Listen. I have booked half of that fucking hotel. I seriously doubt that I'm going to be sitting by myself.
No, that's true enough. I just meant for your debate partner. I have to pick. You know, I can't help it. You know, you said about being a jerk. I'm just one of those low key ones, right? Like, just mask it real good. Anyway, I am picking though. It's going to be a great time. Andrew is going to be there along with a lot of other great speakers. Yeah, no, we do appreciate all the speakers that come out to Modern Day Debate. But yeah, if you haven't checked out the link in the description and seen that we do have those tickets available for that live event, if you're just tuning in now, definitely check that out. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And yeah, every little bit helps. As you heard earlier, like, I've already solicited James for beer, and I think between me, Andrew, Alex, and a few other people, that's going to be just a hefty bill all on its own. I mean, we're problematic, I think, altogether. All right, so let's ask the next question. Airborne Animal says their argument boils. Yeah, we asked that one. Sorry. Alchemist says Andrew mentioned that he's a Trump guy. What are his thoughts on the executive order issued yesterday to criminalize anti-Semitism and his plans on bringing in the most H-1B1 chain migrators ever?
So one, there was no executive order for H-1B1 migrants, one, and two, there was no anti-Semitic bill, which was actually formed into an executive order. AI Chemist is just factually incorrect here. That's that.
All right, did we want to bounce that for any amount of time, or are we just more interested?
Yeah, does anybody have anything counter to that? Show me the executive order which illegalizes anti-Semitism. Doesn't fucking exist. It's just made up. Yeah, and by the way, AI Chemist, I know I'm going to see you at this DebateCon. You owe me a beer. 2 beers. And SpeakeaZy, you owe SpeakeaZy a beer now too. I don't know where I'm coming up with this, but you do for some reason that I can't quite put my finger on, but you do.
But I was just saying, no, don't leave me out of this. I was gonna say, I got.
Can you do it? Can you do the Irish drinking? Are you gonna go out and do some Irish drinking with us, bro? Is that gonna happen?
What are you telling me?
Yeah.
What do you mean by Irish drinking? Do you mean like where we go and get like?
If you don't know what Irish drinking means, then you've never done Irish drinking. I mean.
I was gonna say it's kind of funny because I have Newfoundlander blood, which is all Irish in nature. But go ahead, tell me what that means in America.
Well, okay, I'll do this in story form very quickly.
Sure.
One time I was at a bar, and it was an Irish bar, and I asked for an Irish car bomb, and she said that's horrible and racist because of the history of Ireland when it actually came to car bombs. And she said, "How would it feel if I asked you if you wanted a 9/11?" And I said, It would feel fine. I would just want to know what the fuck was in it. And at that point, she started to laugh, and I felt like I won her over, right? I felt like I had won her over. And then I said, here's what's in a 911. It's 2 shots and a drink of water. And then she really started laughing. Okay. And I got a free Irish car bomb. I'm still happy about that to this day. That's Irish drinking. If we're not debating while we're drinking, we're not doing it right.
There you go. I was going to say, see, you know, most of the times that I go out, I'm usually playing shows. So, you know, they usually just supply me for free. So paying for drinks is sometimes a foreign affair, especially with the local place. But anyway, I won't get into that. Everybody's going to be like, Ryan, you have a problem. Zoria Mine says, sport is fun and engaging due to fairness of opportunity, not outcome. The leagues are then built upon that. Sport is fun and engaging due to fairness and of opportunity, not outcome. Okay. Hold on a second here.
I mean, I would agree with that. Sounds right.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I got distracted. It was Jim Bob. Jim Bob is distracting me. Anyways. All right, let's carry on.
By the way, I unequivocally denounce Jim Bob as being the scumbag of the universe. I hate him in every capacity I possibly can. I denounce him and his art. It is transphobic, homophobic. It's every type of phobic. And he glorifies people who should not be glorified. He is the scumbag of our time. And I really wish that Modern Day Debate wouldn't associate with him. I just can't believe you even do.
He's smelly too. Anyway, let's carry on. We're just picking. Thunderstorm. I mean, I am. I don't know about Andrew. I feel like you are, though. Thunderstorm says...
The fuck? You feel like I smell? What the fuck? What kind of shit is that? What the fuck kind of shit is that? All right.
What you? I don't know. I mean, like, I was only like this close to you a few times. I mean, maybe. My sense of smell is not so great, but no, I was talking about Jim Bob, but no, you guys, that is one thing. I will vouch for that this time. It got hot in the debate room, so I don't know about you, but I'm just going to advise people, if you're booking a ticket, like, bring deodorant, bring some hygienic supplies, because at one point that room, I think it was somewhere halfway between Destiny's debate, our debate room was humming.
It was. Can I also express that one time I personally witnessed and have video footage that Jim Bob, just for fun, captured fish on a Great Lake inside of Florida and fed them while they were still alive to an alligator for the purpose of his own personal amusement. What kind of fucking piece of shit does that? That's my question. Who captures fish right out of the water and then hand feeds them to an alligator for fun? What kind of fucking scumbag does that?
Fish abuse.
Such a random thing. All right, let's ask the next question. All right, thanks guys for having so much fun. But yeah, just that's our great call out that DebateCon is happening and we are gonna have a ball, an absolute ball, guys. So Issa Kabir says, come to DebateCon 5 to see amazing debates like this. It is going to be amazing. Let's see. FB says, we asked that one for PepTalks. He's gone now. James Life Talk says, also another one for PepTalks. Sorry, that one was already read. Let's see. Mitch Greer says, if my 8-year-old consents to taking HRT while I and her doctor approve, what is your issue? It has nothing to do with you. Why be such a creep?
So that is a medical question, and I do not have any medical training. So you're going to have to refer to a medical experience, a person who's an expert in medicine, right? A doctor. And if the doctor does agree that it's true and you still feel a little suspicious and weird about it, you should go get another opinion from another medical expert. And you should do that enough times that you feel comfortable with the conclusion that you've come to.
Hey, SpeakeaZy. If I had an open cut on my hand, should I disinfect that with soap?
Yes, sir.
You're not a fucking medical expert. Why don't you shut your fucking mouth, SpeakeaZy? You're not a medical expert.
This is true.
So I don't understand why you're telling me I should. Why should I disinfect it, SpeakeaZy?
What's the purpose of doctors, Andrew?
What's the purpose of debaters, sir?
The purpose of a doctor is because medicine is not always intuitive. right? Science is not always intuitive. Sometimes just because something feels right doesn't mean it is
Well,
right.
always
you have
is
to
doing
talk
a
to an
lot of
expert
heavy
about
lifting.
that.
Have you been watching a lot of Dr. Gregory House? Sir, if I had a big open
What?
cut on my hand, do you think I should disinfect it?
I don't know how that's relevant to this question.
Can you answer my question, please?
If you have a big cut, how do I know to disinfect it?
Should I disinfect it?
Sure.
Yeah.
The difference.
Well, I don't
is
understand.
because
You're not a medical
all
fucking
medicine
expert.
Is
Stop
equivalently
telling me things. You're
intuitive.
not a medical expert, sir.
Some medicine is very unintuitive. Just because you feel like it's icky or wrong or disagrees with
Yeah,
your
what
moral code
I'm trying
doesn't mean
to
it is.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at is in the future, instead of saying I'm not a medical expert, because there's plenty of things which you have medical expertise on, like how to treat a basic wound. Just say I don't know.
I said I
No, you
don't know,
didn't.
and
You
have to
tried to
refer a
do this
medical expert.
elongated liberal shill bullshit where you're like, well, because due to the fact that I'm not a medical expert and there's a high degree of uncertainty inside of the frame of this particular, it's like,
No,
just
because
say,
liberals are good at
hang on, just say
acknowledging
the
the
truth.
limit of
Just
their
say the
knowledge.
truth. Just say, well, are you? Then just say the truth.
Yeah, they are.
Then just say the truth. I don't know.
That's what I said, and I gave
Then
them
say
guidance on
it.
how to find
Then
a
say
valuable
it.
answer.
Then say it. I don't
did.
know.
I don't know. Reference an expert.
There you
That's
go.
what I said.
I don't know.
That was
There
my
you go.
answer.
No, that wasn't your answer. Your answer was an elongated, bloviated bullshit.
Yeah, because
just
I
say
gave
in
them
the
guidance
future,
on how
I
to
don't know.
find a valuable answer.
Just say in the
All
future,
right.
I don't know.
No, because that wouldn't give them guidance on a valuable answer.
Yeah,
Let's
you
ask
don't
the
know what a
next
valuable answer is.
Yeah, it's talking to
because you're
experts
just,
who are familiar
you're just
with the
bloviating.
subject. It's
Not that
talking
you
to experts
guys,
who are familiar
not
with
that
the
you guys
subject.
aren't entertaining, but we do have a lot of questions.
This is easy.
Hold on. I already, yes, okay, so easy. We have so many questions. You guys are having too much fun here. And if you're having fun at Modern Day Debate, smash the like button, support what we do. We still have lots of people watching live in the chat right now. And yeah, we do hope to see you there at the DebateCon. It's going to be an amazing time. And yeah, no, I'm
That sounds like a
hoping that
vibe of a party, DebateCon. I wish I was in a closer state, because that place is going to be bopping.
Just fly out, bro.
Yeah. It's a bunch of
is that
people
all?
who are just dedicated to having a good time. Like, you
Honestly,
know, we
I'm
want to
tempted
have a
to.
good time.
Come on, you want to go have a beer. You know you want to go have a beer, right?
I would have fun.
He does.
I would have
Yeah,
some fun.
see, you want to go have a beer.
I'll have some
I
fun.
see it in his eyes. Yeah. I was gonna say some big nasty IPA. I can see it. No,
I'm not conservative enough for that. Oh no,
I was gonna say. Now, last year, though, when I hosted Aaron Ra and Stuart Neckley, I think I had like a 4-liter of beer that debate. Like that was just crazy, and it was like all 8%. Like I went to bed and I woke up like 2 days later. I swear, it was wild. All right, Yondu asks this question: if the ship is going down, should trans women be allowed on the rescue boats first, along with the women and children, or wait with the men? Why?
A great question. So, I believe. So who should leave the boat first is about who can't help other people who are leaving behind. People who should be left behind are people who can help other people. And if that's a woman, then they should be left behind to help other people. If you have a really macho, butch, strong woman who can help carry weak, liberal men down the stairs or whatever, then they should be there to help them. And it isn't, again, it's just like with sports. There are metrics that can help decide who should be in what situation that are much more valuable than gender.
So when the boat is sinking, they should be like, okay, wait, let's step on the scale. We're going to see if you're getting in the lifeboat.
So how about, or you could be like, hey, whoever can help.
Not because men are more likely to survive the boat going down, not because they're more likely to be able to help.
What do you mean they're more likely to survive the boat?
Yeah, they're more likely to be able to survive.
How?
Because of the biology.
How? What about the biology?
We talked about these things before. Bone density, the way their hips are shaped, it even makes them their grip strength, the muscle mass, all these things are going to help for their.
You're exactly right. Those are the things we should identify and help those people.
So you're saying we should make them while the boat is going down, make them all step on a scale. Check
well, the quick way would be, hey,
world you're trying to live in.
The quick way would be for anyone who thinks they can help, they should stay back. It doesn't matter what gender you are. It's an easy answer, and it's way more useful than gender is. So.
All right, let's ask the next question. And yeah, thanks to Anathema for hanging out in the live chat and taking care of some of the chats that are a little unorderly. We want to keep it as friendly as we can, guys. But I haven't seen too much policing going on in the chat, so I mean, I really shouldn't say too much. But I do want to remind our
I don't
chat
know.
that we
I don't know.
want
The
to,
Crucible is saying that modern day debate is biased towards its chat. They're saying that the mods over there are banning them indiscriminately. You scum. I'm kidding.
The bias is towards the chat.
I'm totally joking.
Stop
I feel like the chat is
being
more conservative.
bitches, mods, and modern day debate. All right. Okay.
I'm gonna clip that. Clip that.
Stop. All right. No, I won't.
Stop being bitches.
No. Everybody's great. You guys are doing everything you can to try to keep things friendly. We want to remind people to attack the arguments, not the speakers on screen. We appreciate our speakers.
Unless
they are
it's
the lifeblood
SpeakeaZy.
of the chat.
Unless it's you can attack him.
Unleash your hatred. Yes. Become a Sith for SpeakeaZy.
That is
guys.
not the proper Sith voice, you scumbag. You have to. No,
Do it properly.
No, you're wrong. No, it has to be
Properly.
Yes, destroy SpeakeaZy. Destroy. All of which makes...
Yes, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Give in to your anger.
I see my kids are asleep though, Andrew. I gotta be quiet. I
Destroy
can't too wild.
all of which is SpeakeaZy. Destroy his septum piercing. Destroy his goat hat. Make it part of the Republic, which will now be under the Empire.
That's the way to do it. And then you got to do the hood up, you know, with like just half the eye. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yes.
So you're a Star Wars fan, I guess we've established.
No, I hate
that
Star
one.
Wars. It's for
Oh,
scumbags.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
Are you a Trekkie fan then? Is that
I don't know anything, but what is Star Trek?
Yeah, we did a poll the other night because I was getting a call out by one of. Well, I was gonna say Craig, who's debating you. He keeps getting angry every time I mention Star Wars stuff. See, I bought a Gibson SG a couple weeks back. It cost me $2,000.
Wait, you can actually play?
Oh yeah.
Let's hear it.
Dude,
Let's hear it. Let's hear
The
it.
music that's played in this is usually
What
made
the
by
fuck?
him,
Let's hear it. Let's hear
isn't
it.
What? No.
If you listen to the music at the beginning, that was him probably.
We can put the fucking mod on the spot. Look, there's three
What?
of us. There's one of him. We can demand he plays a tune. We
Well,
actually
you
can
if
demand
we
that.
all just stop talking.
You
Yes.
can.
Can't
I
do
don't.
anything.
You have to.
That is
you
true.
have to do it.
Fine.
We
I'll
can
do it
bully
for
him
the
into doing it.
DebateCon. But
Let's
I'm
hear
not,
it.
I'm,
Let's hear it.
I'm not. All right. I'll show you the SG, but I'll show. But I'll play the classical. How dare you, Andrew? How dare you?
I know. I'm scum.
Just the
Bullying
worst.
Iran.
The worst. All right. So
The worst.
this is the horror story though. I dropped this SG, snapped the neck off of it, and I just got it re-glued back on. So I mean, $2,000 investment. And
I would have done it better.
the reason.
Just putting that out there.
The reason that it became such a moment is because I said I was like Darth Vader when he found out that Padme died. I said to my wife afterwards when it fell on the floor, and I opened up the case
Did you
and saw
force
that it
choke
was
her?
snapped.
Did you
What?
force
No.
choke?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Ah!
Then you didn't say
You're
it
with
properly.
him.
You
No,
didn't, you didn't fucking say it properly.
But did you turn to
Speakeasy,
the
you would
dark
have force
side?
choked the bitch, right?
Anyways,
You would have
no,
force
but-
choked her. Yeah. If
But
she
no,
was
but
out
I
of
said,
line like that, it's
I
ridiculous.
said to my wife, I was like, I think I handled that pretty well. So it was me that knocked it over. But
Bro,
I
play
said
us
to
the
her-
tune. Play us the
I
tune.
I said to her, I think
why are
I
you holding
handled
us
it
up?
pretty well.
Why are you holding us
All
up?
right,
Play
all right,
this.
hold
play
on,
us the
hold on,
tune.
hold on. I'll show you the thing.
All right. We're waiting. I want to hear the tune. Don't rub your eye like you're not interested. You want to hear the fucking tune.
The music
You know you
at the
want to hear it.
beginning of all of these
What?
modern day debates is made by him. It's very impressive.
Well, I was gonna say, and there
He sings
you can
and
see,
plays.
You can see that neck joint there. Oh yeah, if you hear me doing Kashmir, I can scream. My usual is like.
You gonna do some
I like old
Zeppelin,
rock.
dude? Are you gonna
Oh,
scream,
I-
hey, mama?
Oh,
Hey,
I do all that
mama,
shit.
don't-
I do it, and I would even beg to say that I can scream it live harder, and they wish they could.
I mean,
That's right.
That's kind of awesome. Let's hear it.
Anyway,
Why are you blocking us, bro? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm rock blocking you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Here. But I'm gonna.
Okay, that was funny.
I'm gonna. I can grab. I'm not gonna plug this in right now. People for me play it, but I will grab.
What about the
classical and I'll show
acoustic? You got an acoustic.
I'll
You're
show
not a
you.
musician without an acoustic. Let's hear it.
Thank you.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
No, let's go.
Will, you're invested with us now. You're invested with us. You know you're invested with us, but you want to hear something, right?
Oh, damn, he does have
Look.
an acoustic.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
Look,
told you.
I
They
said-
always
I
have an
s-
acoustic.
I said the other night, now you got me being the bad guy at any party. I'm like the bad guy at every party that pulls out
Let's
his
hear some
acoustic.
Zeppelin on the acoustic. Let's hear some Babe, I Want to Leave You.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Anyway.
Let's hear it.
Anyway,
Oh,
but
my
if you,
goodness,
I was gonna say we got DebateCon coming up, so it has to be elegant. DebateCon.
We can't hear any of that, though.
Yeah, it's not letting it come through.
See, I can't hear you now. See.
Do you need me to grab my acoustic and play you Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You so that you learn how to play it properly? Is that what we need? We can hear nothing. There's nothing coming through. I believe you, but at the same time,
Oh, I fucked up.
They're a little bit.
Yeah, but nobody can hear the fuck up because nobody can hear it coming through the mic.
See, that's what you do when you put me on the classical spot.
Dude, okay, I'm bringing my acoustic. We're doing a jam session.
Shut up,
And you know
Andrew. I'm
what?
trying to play guitar.
My friend,
Anyway,
okay,
what's going on?
So here's what I'm going to say to you. I'm bringing my friend Chase Haggard down. He doesn't know this yet, but I'm going to fly
See,
him
I can't
out.
hear you now. Hold on, I gotta plug back in.
Okay.
All right, what's up?
I'm going to fly out my friend Chase Haggard just because of how much of a humbling experience that'll be for you. That's why I'm doing it. I'm only doing it to watch him humble you. That's the only reason I'm doing it. I know somebody's going to send this to Chase Haggard tomorrow. He's going to come out. I'm paying for it just to watch him fucking humble you for no good reason other than I can.
Oh, well, that's great. I
Yeah.
I'd love to have some other guitar players there. One of the things that I would say that was a regret last time when I was in Texas is that I didn't go and see the Stevie Ray Vaughan and the Buddy Holly statue that was there. So, you know, if I could find a way to get to a music store in New Jersey before I leave, that would be great. Or run into some other musical people, that would be fun. But yeah, if you're hanging out on YouTube, if you check my page, yeah, I do a lot of mean Led Zeppelin covers. I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell my own horn. So we're gonna get out of music mode. This was all in promotion of DebateCon 5. I swear. All right, it wasn't an aside. Yeah, but honestly, it's fun to reset the tone every once in a while. Just hang out and yeah.
Some tangents
enjoy
are
each other's
necessary.
company.
That was a
Yeah,
good one.
exactly. It's nice
I feel like
to
I've
enjoy
never
each
seen you
other's,
do that
company.
before. And I've watched a lot
No.
of your posted debates.
No, I don't think I've ever picked up
So that was
the
fun.
guitar halfway through. There's been a few times that I've played the guitar for the intro. I used to have a backing track that I would play that would loop, and then I would play a solo over top, just like an improv, and then I'd hang up the guitar. I just thought it was a nice thing to do live, since we were Modern Day Debate live. But yeah, no, I'm not going to do any of that Yngwie Malmsteen stuff right now. No sweeps. Can you even sweep, bro? All right. No more asides. Damn it, Andrew. Why
You should
would
play at the event though. for sure.
Even Lord says, to quote Craig, yeah, we had that one. Now see, I gotta scroll. Let's see. Caldy, for Will, should a trans woman breastfeed their child? Right back into it.
That's a
Well-
great question, Will. Should they?
If your objective is to feed your child, then probably not. Right?
I don't know. Will, you're not a medical expert. I don't know how you're making all of these.
You're right. Go ask a doctor.
Yeah. What do you think a doctor would say, though, Will?
If your goal is to feed them, then probably not.
Yeah, probably not, because you're not a woman.
Because your breasts don't produce food is the
Because
more
you're not.
important.
Because you're not a woman.
What is a woman, Andrew?
A woman would be a biological human female.
Oh, you keep pushing it on the female definition, which is the sex typically associated with giving birth. Is that what you normally say?
Well, no, I would
What would you
say
say?
that the not only the phenotypical expression, but the lead up to it, which would be your biological assertion of the pathway to sex, would be that you were either A, capable of giving birth, or you were on the reproductive pathway to do so.
The reproductive pathway. Well,
Yeah, sure. It's like, for
it's
instance, if
very-
a woman is born without ovaries, we still know she should have had them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, should have. You're loading the question there.
No, it's not what's loaded about it.
She doesn't need ovaries to be a woman.
True.
She doesn't even need to be XX
But how
to be
would
a
we
woman
ascertain
either,
that
right?
she was a woman?
Well, it depends on what you mean by woman, because if you're talking about their identity,
female.
that's one way. Well,
A female.
it depends on what you mean by female. If you mean
okay. Well,
female,
what do you think a female is?
Well, females, you're usually having physical characteristics that are associated with
No,
the female
not just
sex.
physical characteristics. There's something else there. What is it?
No.
What is the one sex which is able to carry children?
That's a physical characteristic.
Yeah. What is the one sex which is capable of that physical characteristics? Can any male give birth? Any
male give birth?
Mhm.
Any male give birth? That is not a trait associated with being a male.
Can any male give birth?
That's not a trait that is
Can
associated with
any
being
male give birth?
Can any male give birth? Unless you want to change the definition of male, no.
Okay. So then associating reproduction with female makes sense because no male can give birth, right?
Can any male have XY chromosomes? Or any male have XX chromosomes?
Yes.
So there's more than one factor in play here, right?
Nobody disputed that. But here's my dispute. Can any male give birth?
Can any male give birth?
Any.
Can any male give birth?
Any male give birth. Can they or not?
So
Can any
reason
male give birth or not, sir?
So this is my
Can
answer.
you
This is my
answer
answer.
yes or no?
This
Can
is my
any
answer.
male
It's
give
not a
birth?
yes or no question.
It's a where's another
Let
fucking yes or
me
no question? You
address
ready?
your question the way I think is
This
appropriate to
motherfucker.
answer your fucking question.
Okay. Can any male give birth?
Chill.
Can any male give birth?
Sex
Can any male give birth?
is a spectrum.
Can any male give birth?
Someone on
Can any male give birth?
I'm not gonna continue this.
Yeah,
if
you're
that's
not gonna
how- if that's
fucking
how you do it. I'm willing to explain it, but if you're gonna keep interrupting me, I'm not going to.
Dude, I just need an answer.
All right,
This is really easy.
I can't answer if you keep interrupting me.
Wait,
let's
here.
answer
Ready?
whether,
Are you
so
ready?
Can
Are you ready?
Can a male give birth?
Can
is what you had
can
asked.
any
male.
I would love
star
to answer the question.
Can any star explode?
So this
Can any
entire
star
discussion.
explode? Can any star explode?
Can any star explode?
Yeah.
Hold on,
Any
let them answer the question.
Explode.
Is there a single star?
I
want
to talk about males, which is the
I know.
topic of
Can
the
any
subject.
star explode?
Can I have a moment?
Can any
Andrew?
star
Can
explode?
you control yourself?
Hold
Can you-
on.
I'll tell you what.
Your
I will do
manly
that. I will
self-control
literally.
to
I'll tell you.
not
I'll make a
talk
deal. I'll
while
make a
I'm
deal.
communicating
Hang on.
to
I'll make a
you.
deal with you. I will literally answer yes or no to all of your subsequent questions that you ask me after I ask you these, and you answer yes or no. That seems totally fair.
I don't care about you answering yes or no.
Can
That's-
any star
doesn't
explode?
matter.
Can any star explode?
I don't care about you answering yes or no.
Could
It's
our
not-
sun could our sun explode?
Yeah.
Okay. Could
I'll say
any
yes or no.
star, which is like our sun, explode?
I mean, the answer is no, because some
They
stars
can't?
aren't made to explode, or they
There's
already
no
exploded.
wait. No.
Hold on. To be fair, you
Wait,
said
I'm sorry.
could,
I'm sorry.
so, I
I'm
mean,
I'm
it's
now
kind of
I am actually
broad.
confused.
Yeah, because
No,
a brown
There are stars out there which cannot explode? Really?
Yeah, because once our star
Oh,
quote
okay,
unquote
so you
does
are-
explode,
okay, never mind.
it's going to be reduced to a brown dwarf, which doesn't
After
have the
it
but-
exploded.
Yes,
Yeah, so any star can explode though.
not a brown dwarf.
That's not a star.
Oh, look, we're discussing the fundamental axioms of the question. Wow,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I was about to do with
Yeah.
the male. part
So
of
so
it,
can
right,
it,
wasn't
can
I?
any star explode?
No, I already said this.
No. What star can't explode?
A brown dwarf.
Is that a star?
Yeah.
What makes it a star?
And we could really talk about this. What's the difference between a star and a black hole and a very large planet? Star is usually associated with a lot of fusion going on them that fuels them and is fueled by the gravitational force.
Is a brown
Acting on-
dwarf is a brown dwarf usually come from a star which exploded?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So any of these stars in the classification of the things which make the brown dwarf, can they explode?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Can any man give birth?
So let's talk about it, right?
Yeah, let's talk about
I honestly love what you just did, because you just showed how questions like that are more nuanced than just a yes or no. I love that you
they
just
don't
did.
seem very
I
nuanced to
love that
me.
you just did that. So
Okay.
now let's get into it, right?
Okay, let's
So
get into
can
it.
any male give birth?
Yeah.
It depends on what you are trying to talk about when you say male, because male is a spectrum. You can be less male and you can be more male. You could be less female and you
I'm
can
just
be more
gonna grant.
female.
I'm gonna grant literally all of this. Can any male give birth?
You could say yes.
Okay, which ones?
If you want to define male by saying the hormone composition of a person.
Hang on. I just want to stop right there. Yeah. There are males which you think can give birth. I just want that on record.
It's how you define male.
Yeah, I know. But you think males can give birth, correct?
If you want to label someone a male, you can do it, but it's how you define the word.
Oh,
that's the nuance.
Can you define male without using female in order to define how a male could give birth?
Can I define male without using female?
Yeah. Without using what you would consider to be biological female for giving birth?
Let's say, if the only sex characteristic that you're going to use to gauge the sex of a person is their hormones, and you said this person has a lot of testosterone, I'm going to call them a male.
Sure.
Then you're calling them a male.
What do you consider a male to be?
It's complicated. It's more of where are they on the
axis. Just for sex. For sex.
No, but sex is a spectrum.
Okay, agreed. Then I'll just concede. Sex is a spectrum, and everything you consider male is a spectrum. Can any of those males, which are classified by you, give birth?
If you want to
however you define it, can any male by how you define it give birth or not, sir?
If you define it to be, then it would be.
You will, the guy I'm debating, not some guy over there named Fred, will. Can a male anywhere, by your definition, give fucking birth or not?
It's
Will.
Your question is oversimplified.
Will, can any male, by your definition of what a male is, give birth or not?
You can
whatever your definition is.
You can. I'll give you the nuance. You can be on the male spectrum.
Okay.
You can be on the male spectrum.
I don't care. Yes or no. It's simple question.
On the male spectrum.
There's nothing loaded about this question.
Zero
loaded. There's zero loaded. There's nothing loaded. Can any male, by Will's definition, give birth? Any male, by your definition, can any male, by Will's definition, not loaded, give birth? Yes or no?
I would say probably not.
Oh, with the earphones just up and out.
But that's very much ignoring all of the nuance that needs to be accounted for when discussing anatomical sex. Because you can be on the male side of the spectrum and still have birthing capabilities, right? You could have a male quantity of hormones. You could have a male bone structure. You could have many male characteristics that can exist on your body, so you would potentially categorize them as male, while still potentially having female reproductive organs, right? That is possible. And if you want to call them a male because they happen to have male characteristics, you could identify it as a male who has the ability to give birth. You could. I probably wouldn't define it that way, but you could, and it's really coming down to an opinion-based question.
All right, let's...
And in your opinion, no males can give birth, right?
I said probably not.
Well, what does that mean, probably?
I already said
probably. Do you think that some males... Wait, Will, probably
what do you mean, bro? Anathema.
You think some males can give birth, Will?
I would say if you want to say... If the person is anywhere...
Will, the person. Will, do you think any male anywhere can give birth? Will.
Yeah.
Do you think a male can... Okay. You think males can give birth?
In very, very, very uncommon situations.
Can you tell me one of those uncommon situations?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Right.
A uncommon situation where you could say a male can give birth is when, if you want to say, there's a spectrum, right? There's a male spectrum and a female spectrum.
Now, if you want to say what Will says.
Okay. No, you said could it ever happen ever?
You will. I'm asking, will
Listen,
the guy
if
I'm talking to?
Yeah,
Will.
if I
Okay, hang on. Let me just frame the question so that you understand. So there's no possibility of you not being able to clarify this. You will, guy I'm talking to, guy whose opinion that I'm addressing, guy whose arguments I'm talking to. You will, not some other guy who's not will, not anybody who's not will, not any collective of
Let's get
people
on with
whose
it.
names are
Over
not
speaking.
will. Will, is there any male on planet Earth which can give birth? Will.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me who that could be?
Yeah. So I can, Will, the person you're addressing the question to, I could say, if you're on the male side of the
Do
spectrum
you say
at
that?
all,
Do you say
I
that?
could.
No, not could. Do you? No.
See, look.
No.
Remember at the beginning when I said
now will
the
does
oversimplification is the problem?
will the person I'm speaking to, do you think a single male on planet Earth can give birth? Do you will? Not guy over there, not the moderator, not SpeakeaZy, not Fred, not Chuck, not James, not anybody else. Do you will think any man on planet Earth can give birth? Any male?
I already said yes.
Okay. Now, Will, I would like you to demonstrate from Will's perspective, not if you, but from Will's perspective, Will, what male can give birth?
Okay. I will define that.
Okay.
A male can give birth if you're in the situation where they have all male characteristics that are associated with that sex, except the reproductive organs. Right?
What?
They
What
have
reproductive organs?
all male characteristics that make up a male sex. That's many different things. It could be your bone structure. It could be your hormone makeup. It could be many, many different things that make up your sex. You have all of it. But you also
have ovaries and a reproductive canal and a vagina?
But in contrast, you have a female reproductive system. You can have both.
Wait,
right?
so you can be a
You can have
male
both.
and have a female reproductive system?
Yeah, did you listen to my intro? That's the whole point.
I am
Of
so
course you
confused.
can.
Can you show me any males that have a female reproductive system?
That's what lots of trans people can be. They can
Trans people are males who have a female reproductive system?
I said that's what trans people can be. That's what I said.
Well, how could a trans person be a male and have a female reproductive system? Will?
Because they could have all other male characteristics, right?
So, what is the difference between that and being a really ugly woman?
Well, that's your opinion.
You don't know.
No,
what is the difference between
that's your opinion
of a
I'm not
female
gonna
who's
entertain
really ugly and you think she's a male but has the reproductive characteristics? What is it? What is the difference?
I just doesn't seem like a good faith argument, right?
It doesn't seem like a good faith argument.
Well,
even though I didn't make an argument, I asked you a question.
Good faith question.
Yeah, so, Will, if you're a really, really, really ugly woman that people look at and think you're a man, but you have the reproductive system of a female, what makes you a male?
Well, I don't define males as being ugly women. That's a very weird.
Yeah, that's not my question. Can you repeat my question to me?
Your question was. I think I'm.
You don't know what my question was? You can't repeat it to me?
I'm not.
You want me to tell you it again, Will?
Silly questions.
Can I ask you again since you can't repeat it?
I'm not interested in it.
You're not interested, Will?
Yes,
now you have no interest.
Yeah,
right, well, I do have a question. I do have a question here for Andrew. Now, I had a couple of people after you easily convinced me, twisting my rubber arm to play a tune live, but I had to play something not copyright, so I played some classical shit, because Zeppelin is very copyright. But I'll let you know, I can send you some cashmere there, Andrew, if you want to pass it along to whoever's you had said there's.
Does that go something like?
That's Black Dog.
What does cashmere do? What is cashmere? But you can only do it in bumps. Listen, many people do do's and they do daws and they do B's and they do bows. I want to hear only ba 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 ba. So that's what I want to hear. We can't hear it, bro. We can't hear it. We can't hear it through the mic, bro. We can't hear it.
That's terrible. I can't believe you can't hear that. Yeah, I was gonna say I won't bother. You guys have fun on your own. But either way, that's Kashmir is the Kashmir is like a mysterious sounding tune that most people who play acoustic guitar, if you got a guy that comes out and plays acoustic, then
is that banana 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 banana? Yeah, I could do that on my acoustic. You can't do it on yours?
I mean, it's not tuned for it right now. It's not in bad.
I'm just playing with you, bro. Go ahead.
Yes, oh man. Either way, you know, you got me all excited now. You know, I as far as I know, there are no other musical people that are making their way out to the DEBATECON. So yeah, way to get me all razzled up. But yeah, I can't share any Zeppelin live. I'll send you an email. All right, I'll send you the Kashmir. Okay.
That's right. Send me the Kashmir.
Yeah. All right, you hand it along. I'm counting on you. All right, Jason Cassell. People are being forced to affirm trans ideology. This is a $50 super chat, so we're going to spend some time with this. People are being forced to affirm trans ideology. People have been fired for using the wrong pronouns. People have been attacked for using the wrong pronouns. People have been arrested for using the wrong pronouns. How is this not force?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about being arrested for using the wrong pronouns. That honestly sounds like a fictional statement. I've never heard of that. And I think you've probably just either made that up or learned it from a misinformation website. Private companies are allowed to fire people who they want to fire. I'm not forcing them. I'm not telling anybody to force them. If they choose to uphold a certain ethical standard, and that includes affirming transgender identities, then that's their choice. And that's not forcing you to do anything.
So you're also okay with discriminating transgenders as well then, right? That's their choice. You should be okay with that.
No, I'm not okay with that.
Oh, so what's your reasoning?
Because transgender people exist.
Cool, but you literally just said that if a private company wants to have a certain ethical standard with their company, then that's their choosing.
Yes, but transgender people.
What if a company wants an ethical standard of no transgenders?
Yes, if you want to start talking about people's ethical standards and how they correspond with reality.
No. I want to know why you have this contradiction.
That's what I was about to say, if you let me speak. If you want to disregard people,
I didn't ask.
Okay, if you want to uphold an ethical standard that is congruent with reality, I'm willing to defend that. But if your ethical standard is based on disrespecting people for having a personal opinion,
so like if you
that's not
based
in reality.
That's congruent with reality of only man and woman, then yeah, you can work for me. But if
that's not reality.
Genders on the spectrum, then you can't. What's wrong with that?
Because one of those was not real.
Based on your opinion?
No. Based on,
and you said any of our opinions in our head is true.
Based on the definitions of the words, right? Male and female have many different contributing factors to their definition.
Yeah.
And you can't just bubble it down to one or the other.
Female, human.
Oh, look, you put it on the word female again. Wow.
No, you just said definitions are important, so I just bring you the definition of woman.
Do you think that was a good definition?
You jump in you contradict yourself every turn.
Do you think the word female is a good definition for the word woman? Is that like a fully satisfying definition?
Adult human female. Yes.
Okay, well that's not a good definition, right? Why? Because obviously you now need to explain what the word female is, because you're just explaining one word with another word.
Would you like to?
I can.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be the counter? Wouldn't that be the very same counter argument? You just explain one word with another word. But the question when we make a referent to a definition is, does that definition give us, some type of information which is not regressive to that definition? So if the definition, by the way, of woman is female, and it is, the definition, basically the root, is showing us what woman means. All referent to woman, at least in every society that I can adhere to, whether it be mujer in Spanish, all the way over to whatever, is definitely describing the female reproductive phenotype and the intratype as being.
Oh, look at that.
As
More
being.
detail.
Yeah, of course. But the thing is like you can get as detailed as you want. You'll end up in a regress. I won't.
All right, let's ask the next super.
Would you like to
chat.
try? Like we can demonstrate it. Would you like to demonstrate how you will end up in a regress and I won't?
I don't know what you mean.
An infinite
Right
regress.
click.
You think a woman is who thinks they're a woman. I think a woman is pointing to indicators of things which are external, which would be true.
See, you already
regardless.
oversimplified it. You've already
Oh,
oversimplified
I
it.
already oversimplified
You've
it.
already oversimplified it because you said, I think woman is a person who thinks they're a woman. No, that's not true.
What do you think a woman is?
I believe a woman has multiple contexts that need to be explained for it to be fully understood.
Does it rely on belief?
There is a context that does.
In what context do you believe a woman
That's
is a woman
identity.
that does not rely on belief?
The context of gender expression, right?
Does not rely on belief?
No, because it relies on the culture's perception
Well, I see.
of that gender.
So that would then mean that if I carried a purse, I was a woman?
So that would be be a characteristic that is associated with women.
Okay, that's fair. How many characteristics do I need to have before I was a woman?
The golden question. So that is what a spectrum is, right? There isn't a part
where
of the
on the
spectrum
spectrum do I end up being a woman?
Work. Let me cook here for a second.
I can't wait.
A spectrum is a spectrum means that there isn't a part on it where you all of a sudden click and you become a woman. You
Actually,
just
that's
gradually
exactly
go
what a spectrum
more
means.
onto. You are confused, my man.
I am. You're both all the time.
You so are. You so are.
Does a spectrum mean you're both all the time?
So a spectrum is so. First of all, the spectrum of male is separate from the spectrum of female, right?
Oh.
You can be somewhere on the spectrum of male, and you could also be on the spectrum of female, or you could be on neither, or you could be on one or the other, or you could be on a completely different one.
I think that's fair. What does the word more mean?
Well, so are we talking about identity, or are we talking about?
No, I'm just asking you what the word more means.
Well, it depends. Oh my god.
Do you think that more depends on what? What does more depend on?
Just fundamentally the word more, or relating to this
fundamentally,
context?
what does the word more mean?
A greater amount.
Oh, and what does less mean?
A smaller amount.
So if I had a greater amount of X thing, in this case, male characteristics, how come I'm not a male?
A greater amount of X things because you're sliding down the male spectra. That's what you're doing.
So if I have more characteristics of a male than a female, how come I'm not a male?
Because you'll slide more down the male spectra. That's
so
what you'll
how
do.
come I'm not a male?
Because there isn't a definitive moment where you do
so
become
then
a
it
male.
sounds like a fucking belief.
All right, we're gonna ask the next question.
Sounds like a belief.
Well,
let's ask the next question, guys.
So if I have more male characteristics than female, I'm still not a male?
You are more on that male spectra. That's what
I
I'm
a male?
You see, this is what I mean when you
Am I a male?
You
oversimplify.
guys have to put a
You
bow
are
on it.
oversimplifying.
I know. I'm oversimplifying
because you are
the
already
spectrum.
assuming a binary, and it's
Because there's
not.
only a binary.
Because it's not a binary.
Oh, well, where's the
and that's the
third
point of
sex?
the debate.
Where's the third sex?
Me and SpeakeaZy just hanging out.
If there's no
here.
third sex, then there's only two sexes, which makes it a binary. So if I have more male characteristics, sir, than female,
No.
how come I'm not a male?
You're confused. Again, you're confused.
I'm
It's
confused.
okay. It's okay to be confused. It's okay.
Yes.
I'll explain.
Tell me all about my
binary. A binary means there's two options, right?
Oh, there's only two?
That's what a binary means.
Yes.
Is that not? You would agree? Okay,
I
two
agree.
options. Okay. When it comes to sex, there are not only two options.
Oh, how many options are there?
A spectra of options.
Oh, well,
right.
When do I become
it's just too good.
Where on the spectrum do I become the
so
thing?
much?
It's like you're asking me. Let me give it an analogy. It's like you're asking me what part of the color spectrum does something become the color red? That's what you're asking.
We can use a spectrometer to determine that.
No,
would you like me to
can't.
demonstrate?
Oh my
Actually, we
God.
can. Would you
The
like me
color-
to demonstrate?
Do you think the color red is one objective number?
No, I think on a color spectrometer, though, we can determine when red becomes something that's not red.
No, you can't, because the whole point is there's an infinite number of colors within the spectra that is correlated.
So we're to the
closer.
arrow in flight. We can never determine when an arrow hits the target because it's always technically in flight.
That's what a spectra is.
Oh,
yes.
I see. So in this case, we can never determine what is male or female.
You can say you're closer on the male spectra. That's what you can say. And that is
Oh,
the
I
most
see.
accurate and useful way to describe it.
Really? Why is that more accurate than who can breed with who?
Because that's just one characteristic. And there's other
Oh,
characteristics.
that's only one
Oh my
characteristic.
God.
Why can't I use
Shut
that
the-
as
ga- ga-
why
ga.
why
There's
can't I
other
use that as a
characteristics
threshold
that
breaker?
correlate. There's other characteristics that are corresponding with sex. That
Oh,
is
I
why
can't wait
you
to
should
hear
be
what they
more
are.
descriptive. Well,
What are
I've explained them how many times? 6 times. I've explained there can be physical characteristics such as chromosomes, right? There can be genitalia structure. There can be bone structure. There can be hormonal makeup, etc. There is a plethora of different things.
You know what? I'm going to grant all of those. That's totally fair. Can anybody be anything other than male, or female? And if they can be, tell me what that sex is.
I don't have no. So you're assuming. Wait, no, let me answer.
Got nothing.
Wait. Let's stop laughing. That's
Okay,
really disrespectful
I'll stop
to
laughing.
me.
You're right.
That's
You're
really
right.
disrespectful. Okay, thank you. So I do not need to show you a third axis to prove it's not a binary.
Oh,
It's
well,
not a
what is a
binary.
binary?
A binary means there's 2 options.
And if there was 3, there wouldn't be a binary, right?
If there's 3, it wouldn't be a binary. That's true.
Yeah.
Right?
So then,
And
can
if
you show
there's-
me where the third is?
It's everywhere on the spectrum.
Oh, where?
Right? There's multiple
Where on the spectrum?
Okay, you could be neither.
Yeah. Can you show me where on the spectrum?
That would be on the low end of the spectrum.
Well, where is that?
Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Okay,
Ryan,
share
if
your
that's
screen.
okay.
I can't wait to see.
Because this gender-bred person, emphasis on person, is a very useful tool. Oh wait, where is this? All right. So.
Oh, the genderbread person again. Okay.
Right, genderbread person. So anatomical, we're really focused on this anatomical sex category here right now, right? And you can be somewhere over here on the male side, or you could be somewhere here on the female side.
Yeah, where's that though?
What do you mean, where's that?
Like, where is that? How many characteristics add up to this versus that?
And that's where subjectivity starts coming into play.
Oh, so you can't actually tell me where one stops and one begins because there's only 2 binaries.
Well, no, it's not 2 binaries, it's 2 spectra.
Oh,
it's very different.
It's
that
two
is
spectra.
the reason there are more than one genders, because it's a spectra, not a binary.
Yeah, so
spectra means there's an infinite number in between.
Can a dog be a cat?
That is a completely unrelated. That is called a non sequitur fallacy.
Can a dog be a cat?
That is a
it's
non
not a fallacy if it's a
fallacy.
question. So can a dog be a cat?
Now you have me questioning. Can a dog be a cat?
Yeah.
Well, it's not related.
Can it? Yeah. So anyway, so can a dog be a cat though?
Just unrelated to this?
Yeah. Can a dog be a cat?
It depends on what you mean by dog and cat. Could dogs have cat-like characteristics?
Whatever you consider a dog to be.
I have a dog.
Can a cat be that thing?
I could say a cat has dog characteristics. And you see, this is what we're doing again. You're exemplifying perfectly again an oversimplification of a complex, nuanced structure. Right? Can a dog be a cat? Normally, everyone's gonna be like, no. Well, what if every single part of this animal looks exactly like a dog? Yeah. Except it has the is it a
genetic...
dog? That's my point. What is it? Defines dog?
Yeah. So
right?
so
that's
so
the
here's
question.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that that's a fair question. Let's look to the laws of logic. Can you read for me what the law of identity states?
I'd rather you just
no. I really want you to read what the law of identity states. Please.
I'm not gonna play your game.
You're not gonna pull up the law of identity.
No.
No. Okay. So we're not debating anymore then.
Oh, I'm totally willing to debate.
Okay, great. So I would pull up any definition you wanted. Why would you not do me the same favor? Can you just pull up what the law of identity? Can you just pull up what the law of identity means? Can you pull it up, please?
Okay, but this doesn't mean you're in charge.
I didn't say I was in charge, bro. We're having a debate.
I know. I'm just joking.
Just tell me what the law of identity.
Just for you. Something is identical to itself.
X is X, right?
Okay.
If X was Y, it couldn't be X, could it?
I wouldn't.
If X was Y, could it be X?
It could be.
Well, then you have violated the fundamental law of identity.
Well, I mean.
So all of your axioms, wait, bro. Can X be Y and still be X?
I mean, it depends on how you.
No, it
what
can't
characteristic-
depend. You violated the law of identity. So this now is incoherent. Can X be Y or must it be X?
I think I need to understand the context of what you mean
You
by
don't
X
know
and
the
Y.
fucking law.
So-
What are the
so-
three laws? Hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the three laws of logic? What are they? No. Don't look them up. What are the three laws of logic?
Do you think this is an
What
incohesive
are the
mathematical
three
statement?
laws of logic? There's three. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the
What want?
fucking laws of law, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude.
I'm
I don't know
gonna
where. You don't even know the three laws of law. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking
Do you want to?
crazy,
Do you want to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask SpeakeaZy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
Anything else, dipshit?
Um,
Oh, dude, you fucking really got him on that one.
Yeah.
You fucking stupid fuck.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Oh my, I don't know if Andrew's broken.
And if you want to explain why that's
Oh my
relevant
god,
to the
this is
debate,
fucking
you
wild.
wanna explain
Oh,
why
X
Andrew-
can be
Relevant
Y.
to the
X
debate,
can
like,
be
your
Y.
whole life.
Hey,
Your whole
do
life.
you think X
it
equals Y
presumes
is
the
a
laws of logic.
incoherent?
You wouldn't be able to function if you.
Do you
I
think
got a
X
question.
equals Y is an incomprehensible mathematical statement? 'Cause
Yes.
That happens all of the time in math.
Oh, really? Show me
yeah,
where.
it does.
Yeah,
When-
show me
if
where.
X
Show me
equals
where
2,
numbers value is never its value.
If X equals 2 and
Yeah.
Y equals 2, then X
Uh-huh.
equals Y, doesn't it?
Oh wait,
Doesn't it?
so
It
if
kind
the
of
same-
does, doesn't it?
So wait a second. So if the same value equals the same value, it's the same value. Oh, I never thought of that before.
Oh, wait. Did we
That's
just establish
crazy.
that X can equal Y? Did we just establish that X can equal Y?
No,
and
nope.
your whole
all we
pony
established
show was
was
completely
nope,
worthless?
all we established is that X can equal X. Stupid.
No, you
All right.
moron. I just told you X can
Let's
equal
ask-
Y, and you
Let's ask that
But
next
you
question,
just
guys.
established
it's
X equals
undeniably
X.
mathematically true.
Guys,
Okay.
all right, hold on.
Okay, hang
Hold
on. Hang on.
on.
Is
No,
2
no,
a
no,
value?
no, no,
Hang
hold
on, hang
hold
on. Well, we'll just demonstrate it. Is 2 a value?
30 seconds. I don't want to.
Is 3 a value?
But we do have to move on.
Sure.
Okay, great. Can 2 be 3?
No.
Okay, well then that's the end of that.
All right.
Yes,
next
and look
question,
at us
guys.
defining our
Hold
terms,
on,
making
William.
things clear.
Hold on.
Oh, it's
Hold on,
amazing.
William.
I love
we
that.
do need to
We
move
can move on.
on.
Let's move on.
Thank you so much.
SpeakeaZy.
Doctor-
What are the laws of logic? He gives them,
Alright,
and the
man.
guy's like,
All right, let's move on. Doctrine matters. We like I say, we are just a little over halfway. Like we're 2 hours. My shiny translucent arse.
I can't even fucking believe that just happened. SpeakeaZy. Did that just happen?
100%.
Hold on. But earlier didn't I say, Andrew, I was gonna try to keep this to under like.
I got the hiccups
under
because I've been
around
drinking.
2?
Shut up, Mod. Shut up. I have the hiccups because I've been drinking.
I didn't say anything about your hiccups. You're allowed to hiccup.
You were
Oh my
thinking
God.
about it. You were thinking about it.
Was I? Did you catch me? Did you catch me burping at some point? You might be projecting
Perhaps.
right now. It's okay.
A
It's
little
okay.
bit. A little
You're
bit.
watching. All right, stop looking at me. All right, you're making me conscious. All right, Doctrine Matters says, Andrew, win. Andrew, can you prove that Jesus taught and apostles followed the idea that lying to save oneself or another is biblical? When did Jesus or the apostles lie to save themselves or another?
Well, whether they did or they didn't has nothing to do with the argument here from the internal criticism of utilitarianism.
All right, let's move on from there. We're going to try to bust through and do some of these super chats real quick and get these speakers out of here so that they can rest. And so can I, because from what I know, there's going to be more snow tomorrow, and that just means more work for me. It's fun. All right, so Caldi, we got that one. Trainer Tig says, you want the authority of science to make metaphysical claims, saying that science reveals gender identity to be innate, at the same time insisting that people are free to be who they want to be. Any thoughts there, Will?
That gender is Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
You want the authority of science to make metaphysical claims, saying that science reveals gender identity to be innate, at the same time insisting that people are free to be who they want to be.
Well, gender identity isn't innate. It's an opinion that you establish in your mind. So I don't think that you're trying to make it sound more objective than it really is. It's more of a subjective concept of the way you perceive gender and the way you perceive yourself.
All right, let's keep this going. Jesus Martinez says, Andrew, ma'am, would you fight against a female MMA?
Sure. Fuck them.
Coming full swing.
They wanted equal rights. Absolutely. I'd break that chick's jaw in a second. Happily do it.
Got a woman beater in the house.
Hey, wait a second. Wait a second. You mean if she identified as a male, it's fine to punch her in the face, right? Yeah, that's right. Anyway.
John Burt says, Will. Excuse me. See, now I'm doing it. Damn it. All right, John Burt. Will, can you please get in your custom red crystal? What is this all about?
Is it an inside joke?
Okay, I don't know.
No, it's not. It's not an inside joke. This is a very real phenomenon. I am told that liberals are being stuffed into crystals.
It sounds like a vibe.
Would you go? What color would your crystal be?
My favorite color is purple. So
you're going in a purple crystal?
Why not?
Not a red crystal?
Well, red is more conservative. So
yeah, but your hair is red. You're not conservative.
You know, my hair looks red. It's really brown. I don't know why the lighting makes it look like that.
SpeakeaZy, am I crazy? It looks red, right?
100. This whole time I thought it was orange hair. This whole time.
Brown now. It looks more brown now, right?
I still feel like you deserve a red crystal.
Oh, it looks white now.
Well,
with all that light on it.
I'm sure I'm gonna regret saying that, but sure, I don't care.
I was gonna say I've just got a few grays coming in on the sides, you know.
I mean, like, is there actually an explanation for this, Andrew? Or
let's see what we can do.
Well,
with this
of course there is, man. We're just a
like,
little bit of jousting. That's
but what
all.
is? But like, what is it? Is it like
but
souls
okay,
are going
okay.
to
I'll explain it.
Yeah.
Do you know how you drive a blonde crazy? I'll tell you later.
Oh no. Okay, Guy Gallagher says it is objectively true that there is no truth, William. I'm not sure if we want to engage with that one too much.
Is there objectively no truth? So the way I would
try to keep it to like 10 seconds, and we'll move on.
Easy.
We'll just try to we'll just try to knock these out because Ryan's getting hungry. I tell you.
Objective truth exists, but it is impossible to know something with absolute certainty.
All right. 42 Attack says, Will, bad news is
wait, hang on. What? Do you know with do you know with absolute certainty? Wait, do you know with absolute certainty objective truth exists?
No.
What's that? Why would you say there's objective truth, dumbass?
Because I believe it exists.
What the fuck? What? What the fuck?
Right. So you know what a belief is, right? You can believe something without having absolute certainty that that thing is true.
Okay.
Right?
All right, I think
does absolute truth exist?
In my belief system, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, it exists inside your belief system. Does it objectively exist?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right, next question.
And can you know anything for sure?
No.
Oh, well then how can absolute truth exist?
Because that's how objectivity works. Just because you don't know how objectivity works.
You guys already did this dance earlier.
All right.
You guys already did this dance earlier, okay? So we're going to move on. Trainer, so bad news, you lost 100. The good news is you got free education. You should thank Andrew. That's from 42 Attack. So bad news is you lost $100. Trainer Tig says, if all humans are mortal, why do we strive for immortality? The premise is humans are mortal, which is then used to question the pursuit of immortality.
What the hell was that question? Is that for me?
It's a whole lot of question. Did you want me to repeat it? Or
all humans are mortal, why do they want to pursue immortality? Because they won't be human anymore? Is that the... If
all humans are mortal, why do we strive for immortality?
Because it sounds better, more fun for the person. That's what I'll say. Sounds like a more pleasurable experience that is desired by a human.
All right. Let's keep rolling. Emily A says, cause an assumption can be a premise doesn't make any fucking assumption a premise. Gaslighting is manipulation. Not all manipulation is gaslighting. Fuck six. They put FFS, but there's parental filters a little bit there. So any thoughts there? No? All right. Sorry, Emily. $5 Canadian. Not too much thought there. A cause and some assumption can be a premise. Doesn't make any assumption a premise. Yeah, I don't think the panel's got too much to say there. The smartest man in the world says, to the estrogen poisoned ginger, live streaming from the set of The Golden Girls.
Everyone thinks I'm red hair.
Invest in a dictionary. Be honorable and pay the bet. Why? The smartest man in the world follows up with modern day debate. Did Fight the Flat Earth, who is going to be having a debate with Andrew. So that is Craig McNeil versus Andrew Wilson. That's going to be on February 15th, the first day of DebateCon.
By the way, he's going to lose. I just want to point that out very quickly.
Might win.
No, he's not going to win.
He might be better than you.
He's not better than me.
You don't know.
Did
that.
everybody see the debate the other night?
Objectively.
I was gonna say, I don't know if everybody saw the debate the other night where I called him a crotch pheasant, but yeah, we had.
Wait, you called a man a crotch? Did you start with mini? You got to call him a Minnie Mouse crotch pheasant, otherwise it doesn't even count.
What the fuck?
Oh, it has to be Minnie Mouse crotch pheasant. That's where crotch pheasant comes from. Family Guy. Family Guy states it must be Minnie Mouse crotch pheasant, otherwise there is no crotch pheasant. These are the rules.
Otherwise, yeah, you're right. It is. I haven't actualized the concept. I didn't mean it though. I didn't actually want to insult anybody. I've called people worse, honestly. Lost Ronan 25 says, premise 1, Will cannot admit he is wrong. Premise 2, women cannot admit when they are wrong. How is Will not a woman? And P.S. I get along pretty good with all these guys.
Hang on. That sounds like not only do I grant that the validity of this is correct, but it must be also a sound argument, as Will has quite often sounded like a woman this evening, I must admit. And only because of this, Will. It's not because I dislike you. I do like you.
I mean,
it's only because you do seem to have problems admitting when you're wrong about something. And you would actually be 10 times a debater if you would make concessions about things which are completely irrelevant ultimately to what it is you're trying to get at. It would make you 10 times better. I'm just pointing that out.
All right, let's move on. Next question. Caldy says, should two men be allowed to breastfeed their children?
Come on, Will.
Oh, what kind of question?
Will. Should they, Will? Just go ahead and say yes.
I think I already answered this question. If your intent is to feed them... It's a different one. Well, yeah, it's the same idea. If your intent is to feed them, that is not going to succeed in feeding them. So
what if your intent is to bond? What if your intent is to just bond with them by sticking your nipple in their mouth, Will?
If your intent is to bond with them?
Yeah, like it is a significant bonding. And I can give you study after study.
I don't like it.
No, it's good. It's a good question. We're asking, what is a healthy way to bond with a child? What is a healthy way to bond with a child?
Is it a man sticking their nipple in a child's mouth? Is that good for bonding, Will?
Right. I would say no.
Yeah. So all of these men who claim they're women sticking their nipple in a child's mouth, not a great idea, right?
I'm not sure if I've ever
Is that because they're not women, Will? Like, do you have a problem with a mother sticking her nipple in a child's mouth?
Well,
this hurts. Like,
but what if it wasn't to feed the child?
I swear.
Right? That was like it didn't give him enough nourishment. She had to use like a bottle and other things to help with the nourishment because she wasn't pumping enough. But it did help with bonding. Is that a problem then?
I don't think it would be appropriate.
You don't think that a mother having a child latch on to her breast, even though clearly that assists with bonding, even if she had to use supplemental formula because she couldn't pump enough, is wrong?
I don't think that helps the baby very much.
You don't think that assists with bonding?
Does it assist with bonding? Is it a healthy way to bond? I don't know.
Why is it unhealthy?
Because it's not nourishing the child.
It is. It's just not a ton of nourishment.
Oh,
but
so they get some?
Yeah, sure. They get some.
Oh, then sure. Do it.
So then for you, men, putting their nipple in an infant's mouth, even if it's not much nourishment, but just a tiny, tiny bit, that's still okay for the
if it's
assistance
nourishing,
of bonding?
If it's nourishing a child, then I'm all for it.
Now,
Alright,
what
I'm all
if I were
cringed
to
up.
say
I'm all
to you
cringed up, guys. Come on.
that we had
look,
No, I like
Speakeazy's
this. I
dying
like
too.
this.
actually,
going.
I do too. I just have one quick
Speakeazy's
question.
dying
What if
too.
we
Look
could?
at the poor fella.
What if I could show you studies that said that even if you were to bottle feed because you, the mother, could not produce enough milk for your child, that even sticking your bare nipple in the child's mouth as the mother assisted with bonding, you would still have to concede that for a male, that should be the case too, right?
But you're saying in this study that there's still nourishment being given to the child?
No, there's none at this point.
Then from my intuition, that sounds inappropriate.
Okay, yeah, but from a scientific standpoint,
If science helps us discover truths that are not intuitive.
so
And
if science says that
just-
women who let their baby latch onto their breast, even if they can't give them nourishment and have to supplement it, why shouldn't a male be able to do that, Will? Why shouldn't you go over and stick your fucking tit in your child's face and let him suck it, Will? Why not?
Does it benefit the child, Andrew?
Well, why would it benefit the child if
I'm
it's only
asking
the
you
mother?
in this axiom.
Doing
Does
this
it
to
benefit the
kill
child
me.
for the mother?
It seems to from the mother, yeah.
Does it benefit? So would it benefit the mother for the child for the
Should I
child?
mute them? Like, oh
I don't think it would,
Right.
Will.
Guys,
But you
well,
know
then
what?
I guess
I'm
we
willing,
shouldn't.
killing me.
but Will, I'm willing
I'm
to
gonna
be
cringe to
corrected
death.
if it
I
is
swear.
the case that a mother puts her nipple in the child's mouth and it does benefit the child. Wouldn't it then logically also be that if you went and put your nipple in your kid's mouth as an infant,
Oh,
that it would
it's so
benefit them
hairy.
with bonding?
Let's just not. No.
Yeah.
Stop.
Will, can you answer my question, Will?
I guess
This is so
So if I could scientifically
Please,
show
no.
you that
that
a
it
woman
benefits the child.
that a woman putting their nipple in a child's mouth benefits her, you would, if you were a single dad, put your nipple in your kid's mouth?
I don't think I would do it.
Why not?
That would probably make me.
All right. You guys are both on mute. You're killing me. I'm gonna cringe to death. Speakeazy's doing. Look at that face. Speakeazy's doing everything he can to contain himself as well. He's just like, this is, boys, oh boys.
I mean, it was a good argument. I was enjoying it.
I'll tell you, man, like, yeah, no, I'm getting.
It
woozy
shows
over
the
here, I swear.
inconsistency in the logic that this genders everywhere has.
Oh man, that's just like anyway, like
Yeah, I get it, but I think these
like,
extremes need to be presented, because then it shows the inconsistency.
It's
of
not
the
extreme.
logic. It
There
shows
are
the
literally males
chaotic
right now.
world we get to, and
There
yeah,
are
was
literally males
inconsistent?
right now, like nominal Naomi,
What
who
was
put their
inconsistent
nipple
about what I said?
in a child's mouth in order to assist with pair bonding. That is not inconsistent. Not only is this something which is happening, I can give you the specific persons happening with. The name transgender, nominal Naomi, sticks his nipple inside of a child's mouth in order to assist with pair bonding. Will,
Okay,
is that a
I don't know what
problem?
to do with this.
Will,
I don't know
is that problematic, Will?
What matters most is if it's benefiting the child.
Yeah, Will, is that a problem?
all right.
You're not gonna
All
say
I
if it's
know, Andrew, all I know is that you've got kids. You know that when you've helped them and they're teething and they latch on to something like your hand, like
Wow,
that, it
Ryan.
hurts.
Thank you.
It hurts. It's like, ow, no, soother, stop that. Kids are nasty. I couldn't imagine being a woman
if I could
with
give
all
you
that.
scientific evidence that putting a nipple in a kid's mouth was beneficial to the kid, would you put your
like
nipple?
the side of your hand?
Yeah,
oh.
no. Would you put your nipple in a little kid's mouth, bro?
So Andrew, why would you not?
No.
Andrew, please entertain my question, please.
Sure.
I just
You
told you
said
they
if
bite.
It's scientifically proven to help the child do that.
If a mother does it.
Good on them.
Wait, I
because
thought-
obviously,
wait, what if it's a man?
I can't
If it's-
imagine.
That's
being
the
pleasant.
that's the question, right? It's like,
Well, no,
if you
let's-
really believe that men can be mothers, then nominal Naomi sticking his nipple for adopted kid on his fucking chest should be fine, bro.
Hey Andrew, what if it's scientifically proven that it does help the child?
I can't
if
wait for you to show me the scientific.
I'm
proof.
not saying it is. I'm saying what if it was?
Yeah,
What if
then
it was
I
scientific?
would likely have dispute with the scientific
Oh,
methodology.
that's true because you have a preconceived notion and you won't admit,
So?
you won't listen to any opinions
no.
and scientific evidence that disagree with your preconceived
Are you saying
notion.
I haven't listened to any of your scientific methods this
No,
evening?
but you're admitting right now that you wouldn't listen to a scientific study that would disagree with your idea.
Oh, no. I would listen to it.
All
Well,
right,
you
my
just said
body,
you would take issue with it.
my body hurts listening to you guys talk about this. So
hang
come
on.
on, let's
Hang on.
do last 20
Let's
seconds.
just grant it. Okay.
20 seconds.
Let's assume for a second the scientific study said that it was beneficial to an infant to latch himself, if there was no mother present, to a man's nipple.
Right.
I would still say there's moral problems with that. Will.
Oh, there
Will,
it is.
hang on. Will.
There it is.
Will. Is there any problem with that if science says it's okay?
Well, it's the fact
Will,
that you're
answer my
putting-
question. I just answered yours directly.
Yeah.
Would you say it's okay then for a man to stick his nipple in a kid's mouth?
If it's scientifically proven to benefit the child, why wouldn't I?
Will, let me tell you about a little country off the coast called Papua New Guinea. In Papua New Guinea, men stick their dicks in little kids' mouths. Hang on. In little kids' mouths at the demand of the little kids, Will. And the reason that they do it, hang on, the reason that they do it is a right of manhood. They demand to be able to do it, Will. What are they doing that's wrong?
I'm not going to entertain this question.
Why?
I was just saying, I'm gonna, yeah.
I'm all for crazy concept. This is far.
Will, I'll tell you what. Hang on,
we
Will.
can keep it going.
1 second. Just look up "Calm Warriors Papua New Guinea" if you think I'm lying.
All right.
I never said you were lying.
Everybody
okay,
heard
well,
that.
then what's the
Everybody heard
problem?
that. Hold on. No. We gotta stop. You know, I let that go way crazier than I usually would, but you guys are both on mute. SpeakeaZy's the only one that's really behaving. You guys just won't stop bouncing, and I swear, like, I hurt all over just like thinking about the things you guys are saying. Like I say, those kids.
To be fair, I would have brought them up too.
Anyway. The smartest man in the world did finish off the question by saying, did FTFE ever figure out what an idiot he was, or is it Professor Dunning-Kruger still strutting from our last chat? So that was the rest of their super chat, and I'm going to move on, and we'll ask the next question. So here, you can come off mute there, Will, and we'll ask the next question. Google persistent Mullerian duct syndrome. So yes. So what is that? Persistent Mullerian duct syndrome. Looks like all of our speakers are having a good little...
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the question? I was enviously looking at my own shot, thinking about when the opportune time would be to take it with my Crucible audience. So I completely missed the question. That's on me, to be fair. What was the question?
Well, I have the definition, because the whole thing was just to look up the definition. So I can read it for you now.
Of the Calm Warriors of Papua New Guinea?
So the persistent Mullerian duct syndrome is a rare genetic disorder where a male with a typical 46XY karyotype develops female reproductive organs like a uterus and fallopian tubes alongside normal male genitalia due to a defect in anti-Mullerian hormones, which usually causes the Mullerian ducts to regress during fetal development. That's
Will, can you tell me what the question was? Because I'm not even actually sure.
The question was, look up that term.
Why?
That was the whole question. I think that was the whole question. They didn't ask anything else about it.
SpeakeaZy, what am I missing here?
I think the idea is they wanted to talk about it.
You're muted, bro.
Oh, I'm muted on here. Oh, it was just a question asking to look up the definition of something, and I missed what the word was, or the condition.
Okay.
All right, where were we at?
I said a bunch of racial slurs while you were gone, Ryan.
Oh,
hey,
God,
give me one moment. I have to relocate my computer real quick.
Okay.
You would do that. You would do that. All right. No, I told you I was gonna grab my own shot.
Well, actually, it was SpeakeaZy. I tried to stop him, Ryan. I tried.
Ah, man. You know, you just had
just a
say all
dickhead.
that. Yeah, all those hate speeches. You know, we can't handle it. We're gonna have to ban you from YouTube. Gonna have to message the overlords that be.
I don't
Well,
know.
I identify as
isn't the
You're gonna-
platformer of the evil worse than the evil itself?
No, he's gonna get issued his official fuck off notice here, just any day now. Anyway, here I'm gonna. So you're having a shot. So I think a good reason to have a shot is we're gonna have beer this time at the request of yours truly at the DebateCon, and I'm gonna have a little rip.
Do you know, Ryan? I have video footage of me drinking Gavin McGinnis under the table. You think you could go rounds with me, bro? Could we do it?
Could we do it? Oh man, I might have to behave myself. I gotta do 2 days, as you know, and I gotta.
Yeah,
I'll have
tough
to
it
go
out.
longer than you.
Tough it out.
Longer than you.
Look, I was up when last time I was at DebateCon. I was up earlier than you guys were and helped set up. Even though I was a debater there, I still did, and I was hungover both days and still managed to run Matt Dillahunty out of there in 5 seconds. Like, what's your excuse here, bro?
I don't know if it was 5 seconds. It was a little less than that, actually.
Well said,
I can't help myself. Like, I have to say, I was a little disappointed, and I am excited for the fact that I think both you and Craig have thick skins, and you will actually get through this debate topic, which they're going to be debating the same topic that Andrew was going to be debating at DebateCon 4, only with no runouts this time, secular worldview versus the Christian worldview. I think it's who has the better foundation is going to be the debate topic. So, yeah, there's going to be a great expectation. Nobody's going to be disappointed. Everybody's going to, everybody's going to do what they got to do to make it happen.
Is a Crucible chat welcome at DebateCon? Are they allowed to buy tickets and buy VIP tickets and come visit with all of us? And if we have a big party where we're all drinking and celebrating, because it's the first time I've met many of these great individuals, Ryan, you are going to be there, right?
I was going to say, it just depends when you're starting, but I will try to do my best to swing by. But are you going to have your shot or what? Here, look at the size of this thing. Look at what I got here. Come on now.
Yeah, but this is like by volume, far more alcohol. Cheers to you, Ryan, and to MDD. I look forward to going down and destroying, absolutely. And SpeakeaZy's going to be there too. He just doesn't know it yet. Cheers.
Set the house on fire, buddy. All right. Now that we've gotten that far and we're all having fun, Will, I don't know if you have something to have over there. You were welcome to have a cheers with us. We're, like I say, excited for the DebateCon. There you go. Yeah, whatever you got. All right, let's ask those last few questions, guys. But yeah, we are excited.
Going to DebateCon, Will?
I wish.
Why don't you go?
I have responsibilities at home.
Well, wait a second. I think it's fair to say that there could be monetary problems or this or that. If I was willing to pay for your flight out in your room for the evening, would you come drinking with us over at DebateCon, Will? You're going to have a good time, Will. Like, you're going to have a good time. I know you're a progressive scumbag, but we won't even bring that up, right?
Oh, my God. I have to ask my boss, and AKA my wife, so...
What the fuck? Your wife's your boss?
Fuck, she's my
what
fucking
the
boss.
fuck do we have to? What do we have to do here? SpeakeaZy.
She makes my life
How do we save
happy.
Will? SpeakeaZy. How do we save Will?
She makes my life happy. She is my boss. I love her, and I consult her on things. So.
All right.
I don't know.
But I really appreciate that offer.
I'll fly you out as long as you promise for 2 straight nights. I'll be debating both days, so you get to like cope with your hangover, right? And I don't get to. I have to go debate and put on a good performance. If you promise to drink both nights with us that we're there, I'll fly you out, Will. Deal?
Oh, man, I appreciate
You gotta go
that.
and get wrecked. See,
we'll talk.
I'm getting flown out.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
talk.
getting flown out anyways. I've got probably other obligations to help out with the DebateCon on the first evening, but maybe on the second evening we can rendezvous and see what happens. Maybe hit some karaoke. Who knows? Like I wanna scream my booty off somewhere in America. You know how it like. What greater joy is it to go down to America and I don't know, scream some music at some people. That's why I messaged Andrew about his music friend there. If he's gonna bring a guitar, then yeah, there's no reason we can't make some noise. It's kind of what I do.
Listen, I didn't even want to fly out. I know this piece of shit scumbag lunatic named Chase Haggard happens to be one of my best friends in the world, even though I fucking hate him. But he's a guitar genius. I didn't even want him to come out to DebateCon to make me look stupid because he's brilliant until I knew that you played the guitar, and I needed you to be humbled for no good reason other than the Crucible audience will enjoy it. So now he's flying out if you're bringing your guitar, and that's the way it's got to be.
Oh, if I'm bringing I know I won't be bringing my guitar, but I'll bring my
Why
pipes.
not?
Yeah, what
I'll
the
bring-
fuck?
Thought that
I'll
was the
bring
whole
my-
point.
Yeah.
What the
No,
fuck?
no. I was gonna say no. I'll bring my pipes and.
What kind of
if anybody-
masculine setting is this? We're supposed to be competing and talking shit
And
and
playing Led
eating.
Zeppelin.
Yeah, and eating meat and drinking booze. Like, what the fuck?
This is a men's gathering.
All right. Well, I'll see what I can do, but I'm pretty sure that I can get my hands on a guitar. Like most bars, or your friend is gonna bring a guitar. So, but my hope is that they know how to play some of the tunes so that they can just play and I can just belt out some songs. That's usually how I roll my life. I try to find somebody who can play the tunes. But I mean, I can play my Mr. Crowleys and my solos, Eruption, all that good stuff. I'm an '80s rock guy, so can't blame me. For going down the rabbit hole there, but we'll have fun. We'll have fun for sure. Let's see. The smartest man in the world says sex is a spectrum. Perfect example of a wrong opinion. False non-dichotomy is our false. What is it about a lysenkoism you find so valuable, Will? Lysenkoism? Like, I'm not sure.
Anybody know what lysenkoism is? I don't know.
Well, let me just do a quick little Google here, so I'll copy and paste the
How do you
word.
spell it?
Yeah, it's a weird one, guys.
I don't know if it's just me, but you seem a little quiet there, right?
Me?
Oh, me?
No, Ryan.
Sorry.
There. You see?
Yeah, I can turn.
I'm
my
having a hard
volume
time
up.
hearing you that last question there, so I don't know if it was just
Sorry.
me, but
My I turned my preamp down earlier, and I stepped away from the old 70-year-old mic here. It needs a lot of preamp and help, So Lysenkoism is a political campaign led by the Soviet biologist Trofim Lysenko against genetics and science-based agriculture in the mid-20th century, rejecting natural selection in favor of Lamarckism. And then the second school of Harvard says a deadly mix of pseudoscience and, let's just open it up, political ideology. So, yeah, it seems like it's a 1900 Soviet scientist that engaged
Kind of
in
say
some weird
I like
stuff.
communism, kind of. I don't know.
I'm doing what I can, guys, to help you out here and expand on this. But
Maybe lysenkoism is the best system anyone's ever thought up in their life. So, who am I to deny?
Yeah, this is a very long. There's a very long article here that you can go through on Wikipedia. We're not going to go through it right now, but it does sound interesting from what I'm looking at. Maybe we'll have some time to visit your thoughts there, but let's carry on. We got just a few more super chats, guys, and then let's get out of here. Oh my, 2 hours, my butt, I swear. Jason Cassell, in Ireland, a woman has been arrested 3 times for wrong pronouns. Any thoughts there? Do you guys know about this?
yeah, actually, Will had said something about that was unrealistic, but there was a dude in Canada that the mother wanted to affirm a transition on the child. The father didn't want it, and this father faced penalties for not wanting to affirm the kid's gender. So, like, yeah, that shit does happen, and that's a problem.
Well, that's a really different situation than not affirming a pronoun. But I don't know. I struggle to believe that someone was arrested for not affirming someone's pronoun. And to be honest, so even if you were in that situation where there was some horrible totalitarian government and you say you have to always use the pronoun anyone ever uses always, you could always just reduce down to using. Oh, sorry.
Sorry to cut you off. I do want to add context here. I looked this up right quick, and it does appear that this is a true story out of Ireland. So, a teacher in Ireland was suspended from work and jailed for contempt of court after refusing to use the correct pronouns to address the transgender students. So, I don't think that it was necessarily saying that she was jailed because she used the wrong pronouns, but she was getting taken to court and then was in contempt of court. But I mean, the underlying girth there is that was the situation.
Well,
so
I mean, I really appreciate you looking at that context, because doesn't that just give enlightenment to the situation. She wasn't put in jail for using the wrong pronouns. She was put in jail for being in contempt of court after using the wrong pronouns for a different charge. That's a different situation. And if you want to, if somebody is going to use pronouns to purposefully try to harass somebody and bully them, I think that is grounds for some form of legal action. And if you really just, it's a fundamental personal belief that it's contradicting your morals, and that is the problem, and you really just don't want to do it, and the totalitarian government says you have to, you can always reduce it down to using their name. You can always use their name, and then you don't have to lie to yourself or contradict your own morals or any of that. Just use their name, and it won't contradict anything you believe.
All right. Let's move on there, guys, if we can. The smartest man in the world says, an idiot admires complexity, a genius admires simplicity. For an idiot, the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. Terry Davis, look up the whole quote. Will, he's talking about you.
It's a very... it's hard to describe that without sounding insulting, but it's almost like you don't think things can be complicated and be real. Like, things are sometimes more complicated than you thought. Just because you thought it was one way and it was simple and it turned out to be something different and it's more complicated doesn't mean that was wrong. Quantum physics, much more complicated than we thought it was, and yet it is reality. So it's weird to insult me just because my system is more complicated.
Let's try to keep trucking. This is another one for you, Will, and then maybe if you guys want to jump in there, SpeakeaZy and Andrew, give some thoughts back. Or we can keep trucking. We've only got a few more super chats to go. A few did pop in since the last one. So, question for Will. Is it objectively true that you can't know anything for sure?
Is it objectively true that you can't know anything for sure? I would say, yeah. Yeah,
right.
It's objectively
Let's move on from that one. Caldy says, I'm sorry, I need clarification. Should trans women breastfeed their children? This got lost in the debate. Oh, no, please, no, can we not, please?
This turned into Papua New Guinea disturbing conversation, so I've already answered the question. The answer is, if your goal is to nourish your child, then that's not going to do it.
All right. Brian Jonesy, a lot of questions for you here, Will. Let's ask one for Andrew.
I like these questions.
No worries. ALC says, Chase Haggard. Is that Merle Haggard's son or something?
Okay, so I just want to officially go on record. It is true that Chase Haggard happens to be one of my best friends in the world, but he's also a piece of shit scumbag because he's better than me in almost every metric, which includes debate and music and logic and everything else. And because I look up to him so much, that is what makes him a piece of shit. And so I still hate him. And so even though he's my best friend and I hate him at the same time, tell me what the contradiction is, Will. You got nothing. You got fucking nothing, Will. Nothing. It's not a contradiction. I can hate him and he can be one of my best friends.
God,
next question.
Human emotions are so complex.
So not Merle Haggard's son.
Well, I mean, I would never try to determine where Chase's genealogy is. The problem with Chase is that because he was born as an exact replica of Tsar Nicholas and he has even the mustache cross with the goatee, he could very well be Merle Haggard's long-lost son. I have no clue. I would never...
He's going to show up and start strumming the guitar and go, Lord, I was born a rambling man. I'm going to be like, that's
well, he could do that.
Son.
He could do it because that's how talented he is. But that just kind of proves how bad all of us are in comparison. So
no, I'm kidding.
But he's also a piece of shit because of that. That's my actual view.
I was gonna say there's so many versions of there's Ramble On, Ramblin' Man, and then there's oh shit, what is Merle Haggard's song now? I just had it in my head and then I wanted to make a parody.
Okay, Ryan, let me just make this clear. He's better than you, Ryan. He's better.
Oh no. Oh,
in by like every conceivable metric.
He deserves more than us.
Yeah, he's just better.
Okay.
He's
no
a greater
worries.
He also is the true Dark Lord. He's been running the Orthodox Discord for years. He secretly puppeteers the Crucible The guy is fucking. He's like, I mean, you don't even want to know. You don't even want to know. Let's put it that way. You don't even want to know. For your own safety, I shouldn't even tell you. But
No
SpeakeaZy, doesn't Chase Haggard run your channel too?
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is
Well,
all
I was gonna say,
objective facts. By the way,
I was gonna say,
true.
oh, sorry. I was gonna say NAM just happened, so I mean, yeah, if we can go down to the guitar
No,
shop,
he won NAM too.
have a fucking guitar duel. Oh yeah, it'd be so much fun. I'd love to get my arse spanked in America in a guitar duel. You're right. Just to meet some good freaking musicians. You know, it's few and far between every once in a while for me. So I would love
But when
that.
you understand that Chase really runs Modern Day Debate and Will's channel, that is when we'll be on the same level.
God. He's really the top of the top.
The shadow government of modern day debate.
Man,
All right.
he's everywhere all the time.
The secret guitar player. All right. There we go. Doing those the six string shreds. There you go.
He lives between us and in us.
There you go. All right. ALC says question for Will. That one we read. I was just jumping around a bit. Brick Jonesy says, will you live on Venus when you go to space? When we go to space?
Venus. Isn't the Mars the one for boys? I mean, I'd go to Venus. Why not?
Okay. The smartest man in the world says, Andrew, I'll go car bomb for car bomb with you, homie. Check out my cameo on Modern Day Debates debate with Fight the Flat Earth. So that's who you're going to be debating.
Okay,
there,
okay,
Andrew.
listen, fuckhead. I don't care about any of that. Are you gonna show up at the hotel when we all go out and we have a massive feast like Will's gonna do? He just doesn't know it yet. When we all go out and have a massive feast and we go round for round and I fucking destroy all of you, are you gonna be there so that you can capitulate that my Irishness is at least tenfold what yours is? That's the question.
And when I tap out early and I go have fun.
Look at it. He's already pre-capitulating, SpeakeaZy.
See, yeah, that's right. We need somebody to come out here and apparently outdrink Andrew. He's feeling, I don't know. Are you feeling insecure?
Oh, I'm just
What's
coming
going
as
on?
a witness to
I
make
just gotta
sure
check now.
you guys can't lie about what happened.
Yeah. I'll just. That's right. That's right. You need to keep track of the ale that's going down. But
I want you to come, Will, but it sounds like your wife won't let you, bro.
Well,
I mean, I also have two children that I have to raise.
Yeah,
so.
I have children too, but my wife doesn't do the let thing. But if you knew Christian ethics, you would know why the wife is not allowed to let. She must obey.
Must obey.
Yeah, like for instance, I'll show you. Woman, bring me down a fucking shot right this second because you must fucking obey. That's how it's done.
Oh, who am I talking to?
Well, you're talking to somebody who blew you out the entire night with superior logic. You should listen to this.
Whoa, I don't want to hear you blowing me. That's
I was
weird.
gonna say, yes, he asked you to
that?
come, and now he's saying he's blowing you out. What's going on here?
Will, what would there be a problem if you swung that way?
Absolutely not.
Well, then shut up, Will. It doesn't make any sense for you to say you don't swing that way.
If you want me to try it,
I
was
gonna say, Andrew,
if I want you to try it, you'll try it, Will.
I'd be open-minded.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
I was gonna say,
what would your wife think about you being open-minded?
You're right. I guess I can't do it. Sorry.
Hey, I was gonna say, Andrew, you're kind. You use Blistex, right? Like, what's going? Oh God. Oh man, it's winter. Okay. It's chap lip season. All right, so check your cameo. So January 4th for the debate prep, MDD has my email address. That proves Fight the Flat Earth is a moron. Email me with questions. That's from the smartest man on earth. So we finished that one off. Let's see. ALC says, is Chase Haggard Merle's nephew or something?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all
that's
true.
Great. Is it?
It's all true.
Okay. That'll be fun then.
The wife just delivered this, Will. Where's your drink that your wife just delivered, Will? Where is it?
Oh, no. There's no drink.
I'm just alone sitting in a room.
Holy God, that's rough.
It's
Holy
2 o'clock.
shit.
It's 2 o'clock where I am, so I
delivered
mean, everybody Everybody is so far gone asleep
You've
right
asserted
now.
yourself as the alpha. That's good.
He is the
Yes,
alpha.
Will.
He is a Jedi. All right, so Mark
It's called Alpha
Solderson-
Logic.
Mark
Man,
Solderson said
it's a whole nother level.
Ryan was bringing his guitar until he found out Andrew was bringing a shredder. That's kind of funny because that's my main job. I brought out the classical, but like my main job is just to be the shred guy. Like all I play with is the Kramers on my wall here. So I mean, I don't know, but I love good I love good acoustic players for sure, especially in bar situations because you know you can cover a lot of ground and it can get really intimate. So why not? But yeah, Andrew, yeah, just hit your buddy up there and tell him to bring 2 guitars. Ain't no reason we can't shred together.
Why aren't you
and-
bringing your guitar, bro?
What's
because,
stopping you from bringing your guitar?
Or one of your many. You just told us you got a
Yeah.
bunch.
Why
You
aren't
have
you
a
bringing your
lot of
guitar?
guitars to not bring to the event.
You
Very
literally on even a regular flight can check 2 bags. You check the 1 bag, and then you check the guitar.
You have the whole bag extra in addition to the
What the fuck?
guitar.
What the fuck?
What's the excuse?
Yeah.
I'll think, boys. All right, I'll think on it. Okay, they're precious. I just broke one, and I spent $2,000 on it.
That's
so
why you should
I'm
feel
a
more
little
$2,000
worried.
like-
on a broken guitar, bro. What are you doing?
No, I spent $2,000 on it, and then James sent me pickups for it, which cost like $500. You know, that was just before Christmas, and that's the guitar I just showed you. And just before I
That
took it out
piece of
for a
shit
show.
you just showed me cost $500 to fix.
What are you talking about? No, the pickups that I put in it that James sent me. The pickups are the
$500 for that piece of garbage, really?
For the
the pickups. The pickups are the thing that make the sound.
Yeah. Why would
so
you put $500 pickups in that shit guitar?
It's a Gibson SG.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not a
aren't you all-
Gibson SG.
Aren't you?
Wow.
Aren't you all? You know, it's an made in America guitar.
I'm just
you know?
fucking with you, bro.
Aren't you? Aren't you
it's
all?
Good, it's good. I'm just
aren't
messing with
you-
you. It's cool. It's cool. I'm
No,
just
no,
fucking
I
with you.
know. But I was gonna say, I was gonna say, this seems like it goes against.
I mean, that
pro-America
is
thing.
like that is
We love
like low
American-made
tier.
guitars.
It is low tier though. Listen, James Hetfield on a Fender Stratocaster is gonna blow you out on that fucking thing with $500 pickups on a fucking SG. It doesn't matter ultimately. You got to make that fucking thing sing, son. You got to make it sing.
Well, you haven't heard me yet, so I mean, you know, send me an email back. You listen to what I sent you, and you can tell me how much I fucking suck. All right?
Already putting Discord in the MDD. My job here is done.
What is your job? Oh, it's just-
So in Discord,
Yes.
there you go.
he's the
Yes. Join the
trick-
dark side.
the god of trickery over here.
What's he been doing?
Why
I don't
are you
know.
fucking with your thumbnail? That's
Ooh,
very
this-
disconcerting.
Yeah, this is called what's it called?
And see, even
Dermatillomania.
if I did
I
plug
like
my
to pick at my
guitar in,
skin.
How do you not have red hair but you have the ginger curls? That's very strange.
See, does it look red now?
No, it
right?
doesn't. It doesn't look red now. That's fair.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Well, the beard kind of does.
There might
Am
be
I
some-
wrong, Speakeasy? The beard still looks red.
Some weird
Yeah.
coloring
Yeah.
going on.
Actually, the hair did still for me too, so I mean, I might be seeing something different.
Yeah.
Who knows? I'm half mystery meat, so who knows what I really am.
I won. All right, let's go into those closings. And as I say that, last super chat says, Andrew will pay for your seat on the plane for your guitar. That's from Mark.
By the way, hang on. Did
you
I
go.
tell you that I told James I only fly first class?
Jesus.
Are you going to demand a first class ticket?
For my guitar?
No, just a
No,
first
no. I
class
mean,
ticket.
like that's. I mean, that's. You know. Oh, me? No, I'm not. I'm not so picky. I've never been so. I've never
Oh,
been so
bro,
picky.
dude, have you ever been in first class? Do you know how good it is? They give you the meal, and you eat the whole way down. Now, it's shit food. The point isn't to eat it. The point is to pick it up and scoff at
Yeah.
everybody who's not in first class and just kind of lord it over them, even though you know it's garbage food. That's
It's about
the point.
asserting your dominance.
See, I just bring.
Yeah.
I just bring a lot of cash, and I just keep grabbing IPAs.
So
by the
wait,
time I get
you're
there-
gonna be paying for the first round of drinks for the entire Crucible crew.
You eat my whole. Anyway, I won't say any more bad language. I've been saying. I've said enough on. Yeah, exactly.
He
Munch
did the
munch
math
time.
real quick in his head. He's like, actually.
All right.
Yeah,
Closing statements.
yeah. Hell to the nah there, Andrew. Yeah, if anything, yeah, you can.
Well,
buy me a
it's
case
completely
or a
fair
few.
because the opposition opened first. That me and SpeakeaZy give our closings, and then he gets the last word. That seems fair. Yeah.
That's always the way I do it. I do it the UK style. I love those old debates. You go back and watch the William Lane Craig, Christopher Hitchens, and yeah, UK always does it. Whoever starts ends. So
Now,
yeah.
because SpeakeaZy
Andrew,
went
you'll go
first, I should really go first with my closing, but I'm
Yes.
going to put it back on SpeakeaZy anyway because I'm an asshole.
Oh,
That's fair.
That's
yeah,
fair.
yeah, you rosy red one. All right, it's on
Yeah,
you.
that's
They're speakeasy.
definitely a fair deal.
yeah, sure.
Well, first, I want to say again, thank you to Modern Day Debates for giving me the opportunity to come up. Thank you to Will and PepTalks as well for actually showing up and doing the debate. A lot of people on your side don't even attempt to do the back and forth. They like the echo chamber. So I at least appreciate that. And I don't take anything personal. If anyone wants to find me, it's SpeakeaZy with a Z on YouTube. For my closing, I just want to say I don't think the other side at all showed any actual logical sense to why we should even consider more than two genders. And there definitely isn't more than two genders. That's basically it. And also thank you to Andrew Wilson and the Crucible for the support. I appreciate it big time.
All right, over to you, Andrew. Being a big turd, handing it over to SpeakeaZy after describing the rules.
Yeah, I know.
You
What a
how it
piece of
should've
shit.
gone.
I
yeah,
know. What a
yeah,
piece of
exactly.
shit.
A collective pile. All right, over to you, Andrew, for sure. You got 60 seconds. Final thoughts.
What the fuck? 60 seconds? What is this? What? Okay.
Yeah, that's all you got.
So very quickly, because I'm a bitch knockered. Thank you to SpeakeaZy. Let's start with that. You were a great wingman in this debate, and man, it is hard to find good people who will step up to the plate. So I'm going to take this entire time to affirm my opposition rather than myself. Thank you to Will. You were extremely good faith. Even when we got into like the, what do you call it? Like tawdry back and forth, you were even good faith there. And so respect where respect is due. My arguments were better by your own concession, but you were still good faith the entire time as we made these arguments. So for that, I very much thank you. And with that, I will say you can catch me at Modern Day Debate. You will see me over there with this doofus next to me. I don't know who this fucking guy is. But anyway, Chase Haggard's going to blow him out. If you want to see Chase Haggard blow him out, Chase Haggard hasn't even agreed to come, but he will. And we're going to blow this idiot out. And then on top of that, drink him under the table. And then on top of that, you're probably going to see SpeakeaZy there. And then on top of that, Will probably come too, because the Crucible will take care of your ticket. Will go ask your wife for permission. Go be like, honey, we need permission. I gotta go.
You're saying this just so that when you debate Alex Stein the next day,
you can't cut me off in my fucking. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Who cut somebody off in their closing?
A fucking piece of shit like me. That's
not very
right.
Canadian of you, bro.
It's not, dude. What the fuck kind of shit is this?
Misrepresenting
Are you gonna cut everybody off?
Yeah, they call me Garbage Maple where I'm from. Anyways, no, as I say, you're just doing this so that when you are debating with Alex Stein, you can look over at me and be like, he's so fucking hungover. I'll be there like, oh my god, why did you do this, Andrew?
Listen,
why did you make me drink this much?
Mr. Stein and me have a very old relationship. I've been going back and forth with Stein for years. He's a good friend of mine. Now, he's not like Chase Haggard, where he's like a logical and musical genius, but he is a buddy of mine. And so is Alex Stein going to like go out with us and have drinks and have a good time? Of course. But Ryan, you're going to be there, right? Ryan, you're going to be there, right? We're not going to fucking like do this bullshit where we eat James's Subway fucking sandwich. We're going to go out and we're going to party like fucking rock stars, right?
What is wrong with Subway as well, though? I got to admit.
I'm not saying there's something wrong with Subway. I'm just saying that.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm just saying that, like, look, if I invited Ryan over and I was like, please come to my, debate con thing, I would take Ryan out and be like, hey, thank you so much for coming out, this and that. James does the Subway thing because he gets free Subway. I'm just pointing it out. I'm just pointing it out, Ryan.
I'll wake up on the
meatball sandwich. I would have taken everybody out for a steak. I'm just pointing it out, Ryan.
I'm gonna wake up on the bar table tomorrow and be like, "Where is everybody?" And I'll show up and I'll be like, "Andrew, you left me there." I'll be like, "Yeah, that was fucking funny, wasn't it?"
If there's not 10 people there fighting over the bill, we have failed. So anyway, the point is, I hope to see all of you over at the MDD live broadcast. You'll find that in Newark. We put the address out multiple times. SpeakeaZy, he sucks. He's a piece of shit, but he's still going to come out, and we're going to have a great time.
All right, you've had way more than
Will,
a minute.
hang on. You filibustered me, fucker. And Will, are you going to come, Will?
Sounds like a vibe.
Are you coming, Will? I want a commitment, Will.
Oh my god. Well,
come on, Will.
He wants to put a ring right on your finger.
Hang on.
I'm doing my
Crucible
best.
Crew, go over to MDD, put in ones. If we'll take care of Will, right? He has to come out. We have to do the drinking. We have to do the eating. We have to live like fucking kings for a weekend. Will, you're coming, right? If we pay for it, Will.
I'm gonna try.
No, I don't want to fucking hear we're gonna try, bro. Will, if we pay for everything, are you coming?
I would love to come.
Enough of the peer pressure.
So, Will, hang on. Real quick. Will, if we pay for everything, and we'll pay for everything. We'll pay for your flight. We'll pay for your room. We'll pay for your drinks. We'll pay for your food. You're coming, right?
I will do everything I can.
Fucking this fucking guy, dude. What a fucking worthless fuck, this fucker.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
I know. So,
all right,
2 fucking days. 2 days.
All right, Andrew, it's very generous for you to offer, but we're just gonna stick you. I'm gonna stick you both on mute, just to be fair. All right, I know SpeakeaZy doesn't have to be on mute, but like, we'll just be fair. All right. Don't make. All right, free cocked Wills.
Thank you.
They pay $5 for that.
Oh my god!
It's like, hey, just take your guitar and hang out with the lads, man, and have a drink. Andrew's the beast. Learn from the man. If there's guitar there, like I said, I'm not looking to get too wasted because I do have a job to do. I've got 8 debates that I'm going to be hosting.
Stop muting me.
Don't make me turn off the ability to unmute yourself. All right.
You're just jealous because Chase Haggard's going to blow you out, bro.
I'm so jealous.
You'll see. Listen, bro, you're going to see. And here's the thing. I'm going to film it. I'm going to film as Chase Haggard completely blows you out, Ryan. And I get to watch that live. And I'm going to film every fucking second of it while you say, Chase, teach me more. But he's not going to. You know why? You know why he's not going to? Because you have to drink Chase Haggard under the table before he'll teach you a lick, son. Just saying.
All right. You'll have to send me who it is you're talking about as well, so that we're all playing on the same ground.
No, that's no fun. He's younger than you. Fun? He's younger than, well, maybe he's not younger than you, but he's a young man, very bright.
I am. I gotta ask.
I would put you at fairly close to 30.
All right. Yeah. No, I'm 31. But no.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But no, I am definitely not. Like I like the things that I like, but I'm not super egotistical. If somebody's great at something, like, I congratulate you. I just hope that we can make music together.
What the fuck? No, I want to hear. I'm going to blow this guy out. He's scum. He's going to get wrecked. Where's that fucking Ryan masculinity we want to see? Come
I
on.
mean, obviously he's gonna get rocked, but I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
have to,
there we
I
go.
don't have to flaunt
There
about
we
it.
go.
I don't have. I don't have to get off onto it. I'll just pick up the guitar and let my hands speak for themselves, right? All
Fair
right. Will's been waiting so patiently while we banter on about the DebateCon. We're so excited. We can't help it, Will. I'm so sorry. You
Dude,
you
it
got
sounds
caught
like
up in all our promo.
It's a vibe. I love this.
Also will market DebateCon. Just a little bit. Like you can tell
No.
everybody we're pieces of shit. That's fair. But like throw in the DebateCon. Throw in the marketing.
Flies buzzing around our heads the whole nine, but
throw in the marketing a little bit.
It really sounds like it's gonna wind up being like that movie Hangover, but with people who are debating each other all the time. So I think that sounds like a way more fun version of Hangover.
So this is fantastic. So
yeah,
this is
that
awesome.
sounds like my heaven, to be honest.
All right, let him have this. Let him have his.
That sounds awesome. So for my closing,
you're too fast.
I tried to explain my side pretty well. I want to make the most important point of my debate is that we oversimplify gender and sex, and things are sometimes more complex than you think. And someone's personal opinion about themselves, you cannot change. You cannot take that away from them. And if we want to support each other, be a supportive, respectful society, then we should support people when they need help and if they want help. So I do appreciate Wilson and SpeakeaZy and Ryan for being here. I think MDD, the live event is going to be a vibe with Ryan rocking his guitar and everyone drunk all the time. That sounds like the best time ever. So
I don't want to bring my guitars, I swear.
Anyone who's within a 2-hour distance, drive there for sure. It's going to be good.
Awesome. All right, well, let's close it out there, guys. Oh, my goodness. Look, I did it again. Ryan done did it again. I went for almost, 5 hours? Ah, shit, my
This
pants,
is what the people want, Ryan.
I said earlier.
You're doing a great job.
I said to everybody, 2 hours. We're going to try to keep it to 2 hours. Like, it's 2:30 my time here in Nova Scotia. So, yeah, I'm going to go and make some burgers.
Wow, Jesus.
Yeah, no, I've got everything ready. To hell with this. I got bacon ready. I've got burgers ready to fly. So this is, you guys are great. You're important, but it's burger time. All right, so thanks everybody for coming out to Modern Day Debate. We are gonna have DebateCon 5. It's gonna be amazing.
Wait. Before you close, can I just ask one question? SpeakeaZy.
Yes.
Can we have a convo post debate?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are you live right now?
Yes.
Send me a link when you can. Okay, go ahead, Mod. Sorry about that.
No worries. I was just gonna ask if you need me to. Obviously, you guys are connected, so I don't need to connect you guys. So, but yeah.
Are you coming over? Are you coming over?
No, I need to. I like I just said, I'm gonna make burgers and.
Will you coming over?
Double stack.
I'll be down.
Okay, send him a link too.
Here, I'll put the link right here.
It's right now it would happen? Okay.
There you go. All right. Well, these guys are going to be hanging over at SpeakeaZy's link there. So you guys, if you're hanging out in our live chat and you want to keep hearing more from these guys, they're going to be hanging over at SpeakeaZy, who is linked in our live description, along with Andrew and PepTalks, who was here earlier. We appreciate all our speakers. Will, SpeakeaZy, Andrew. Excuse me. And yeah, PepTalks. Sorry. It's like I said, I'm getting to hunger time. So I'm going to hop on out, go grab myself something to eat. And yeah, I got to go skiing tomorrow. Oh, I got to be up in like a few hours. And yeah, it's a good time to be a Canadian. Yeah, I was going to say, it's 9 to 9. So I'll be back tomorrow night. Try not to break my hands the whole 9. So, all right, guys. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate y'all. Cheers.
Take it easy.
Hey, thank you so much.
Where our next debate conference, DebateCon 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out. You don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DebateCon 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it. as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling out and you don't want to miss out on this cultural moment. That's Saturday, February 15th and Sunday, February 16th, DEBATECON 5 in Newark, New Jersey. You don't want to miss it, as these debates will be live and in person, as well as many other debates. Click now to get your tickets for this in-person event. Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate conference, DEBATECON 5, is happening starting on February 15th with our religion debates, including Dr. Lawrence Krauss against inspiring philosophy Mike Jones and Alex O'Connor against David Wood. So click below to get your tickets, as some ticket types are already selling.
Everybody, the speakers are out, so we're going to wrap it up in just 1 second. I just want to remind you all, once again, to smash the like button. It really helps boost us up in the algorithm. The speaker, Andrew, that was on tonight is going to be live for our debate conference. It's going to be great. You're going to see him going up against Alex Stein and Craig from Fight the Flat Earth. That's going to be a great experience. As you can hear, everybody's ready to have an absolute baller of a time. Not holding back on that for sure. So, yeah, definitely hit the like button and go check out the other debates that are happening on Modern Day Debate. Here, let me just pop this open and we can review right quick. So, should there be separation of church and state? Alex Stein versus Andrew Wilson. Then we have Wits It Gets It versus Brianna Wu on should trans children be allowed to transition. Excuse me. And then scrolling down here, if you haven't hit the upcoming notification bell, we have Jasmine Jafar versus Alex Stein. Is OnlyFans bad for society? That's going to be a good debate as well. Alex Stein always brings a lot of great energy to the debates. Somewhat branded as a comedian / debater, so there can be a lot of laughs. And yeah, hopefully if you enjoy that type of content, you'll be there hanging out and having fun. I meant what I said, though. I'm a hungry fella. I'm going to go and make myself some bacon and some burgers and, fill up on all that before the next snowfall comes tomorrow morning. Let's see. We got Trump versus Biden policies. Not so erudite versus Sean in Newark. Then we have Alex Stein versus Craig as well. Are the governments covering up moon hoaxes? So Craig is going to be doing 2 debates there as well, one versus Alex Stein as well. That's going to be fun. Of course, as you heard earlier, Craig from Fight the Flat Earth and Andrew are going to be debating secular humanism versus Christianity, which is best for an ethical foundation. Apostate prophet. I can't speak, guys. Is Muhammad a true prophet? So we are still looking for a strong Muslim debater, a strong believer in Islam to debate against apostate prophets. So if you are somebody who can debate, is Muhammad a true prophet, and you are a debate-friendly person, we want to make sure that the people coming out are debate-friendly. Go back and check the last debate if you are wondering what I'm talking about. Definitely hit us up, though, if you are willing to defend the point, is Muhammad a true prophet? We would appreciate, you messaging us at moderndaydebate@gmail.com, and love to have you guys on. Let's see. Then tomorrow. This is going to be great, guys. So this is happening tomorrow. This isn't for the live event that's happening in Newark, which, honestly, hit the notification bells. It's going to be great. But also hit the notification bell for tomorrow. So I don't know if Andrew's ever heard of this person. Their last name's Wilson as well. Rachel Wilson. I don't know if that rings a bell for Andrew, but maybe they're related somehow. All right, I'll stop fooling. Yes, Rachel Wilson, Andrew's wife, is going to be out tomorrow debating Diddley. Does OnlyFans empower women? So hit the notification bell to make sure that you are there for that event. I'm not sure if I'll be hosting that one yet. I'll get word from James later. I'm sure James is going to want to pop in and say hi to y'all and host this one, as that's going to be a lot of fun. I've been trying to organize more theology debates. So if you are one of our theology speakers and you're hanging out in our live chat and you've got a hankering, you're itchy to sink your teeth into some of these topics, definitely hit me up. You can message me at bc.adt@outlook.com or message James at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. But if you want to get organized on the show before the live event, I gotta point the right way. See, it's backwards for me. Before the live event, message me and I'll try to get you guys organized, because James is definitely busy trying to get speakers organized for the event and other things for the event. Booking tickets and hotel rooms, the whole nine. And of course, people are booking other tickets and wanting to get signed emblems. So you guys can see all about that in the live description. Our tickets are available there if you're able to make it. But once again, it can help us out big time by just hitting the like button, sharing this out in the spaces that you like having these debates. We really appreciate it. And also, you can contribute to the Indiegogo link. So that's the DebateCon 5 crowdfund link in the description. So click on that. And if you can, what I'd really like to see is us get over that 75% before the end of the week. That is my hope. You know, we've got tomorrow to go. So Rachel's going to be on tomorrow, like I said, with Diddley, debating is OnlyFans empowering women. Would really like to see some of the support and us banding as a community. You know, you guys come out and watch the debates. We do everything we can to make it happen. There's a lot of teching and making sure that people have proper amounts of time to speak. You know, there's a method to the madness, whether people think that there's, issues with this and that, but we definitely are doing our best to make sure that you guys are hearing both sides of the argument, and that nobody is getting overshadowed and can walk away and say, oh, well, I was strawmanned, or the reason that I didn't do well is because Ryan was holding so-and-so's hand. No, I don't hold hands, okay? That's not how we do things. We want you to walk away with the true taste and impression of the speakers that you see on screen. But with that being said, we had a couple other super chats come in. King Blackout said, "Free Willy, don't let his mom, I mean wife, be a buzzkill." Let's see. The smartest man in the world said option C, the sleepless night in Seattle. I spent it with Rose McGowan in the backseat of my car twice. She came back for seconds, so she can't say it wasn't consensual. Ew, cow. Telling us a little much there, eh? Option A, the time accidentally unalived a celebrity. Option B, the time I stopped the rides at Evergreen State Daycare. Alright, well, I am reading these super chats there, the smartest man, but boys oh boys, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be bringing my guitar, guys. I just don't feel like, I don't think I need to. I feel like I should be able to find an instrument and make some noise. And then if I really bugger it, then I'll just say, I'm not used to this guitar. It's very simple. See? I figured it out. I got my out. Alright. We are going to have a lot of fun at the DebateCon. I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of fun watching, but I do implore you to check out that Indiegogo link if you can. If you can't make it, to be there live in person, support the event that way by actually coming out and seeing the speakers and letting us see you and enjoy our audience. We enjoy you guys. Like I say, if you can help out with the Indiegogo, it's a lot of undertaking. There's a lot of tickets, hotel rooms. I'm getting flown out. Just getting over there right now is a lot of money, I swear. I was surprised when I looked at how much the tickets were right now. So, like I say, if you guys can help out, James is just going straight out of pocket, and we definitely love James for that. So, once again, put in the comment section, let us know how much you love these debates. I'm going to close out the show, so yeah, your first comments are going to be there for us to see it. Let us know how much you love these debates, how much you appreciate James for putting on a live event, and our speakers for coming out to the event. And I hope to see you there too. And thanks again. Cheers.
Newark, New Jersey is where our next debate